Jujutsu Kaisen. Do you watch
Some
it?
Jujutsu Kaisen, yes, I've watched Jujutsu Kaisen. You watch AOT?
Yeah, did you watch the 9/11 documentary?
No, I
Okay.
Willie? Can you teach me the Bambara language? I think it's
Yeah,
called
all you gotta do
is
is kill a bunch of people. Anyway, moving on.
Are you actually on drugs?
Am I actually on drugs? No, I'm on Jamal.
I can tell he's on
What
Xanax
the
bar.
fuck?
I don't do Xanax. I smoke cannabis.
I don't do Xanax. I snort fentanyl. She's dead.
I'm not being thankful that
Every
you
time she gets off work, she comes and gets me off. Whatever the hell piano that is.
Fucking email Rothschild and you're about to shoot.
Okay, I have a question.
Hello.
You're so black.
No. People trying to be time. My thoughts are kill yourself. Yeah, my thoughts are if you are a white supremacist, kill yourself. That's my thoughts.
I like your thoughts.
Thanks, bro. I like your thoughts too.
So,
No, I'm reading it.
I didn't know Trump.
Trump 2024 Canadians for Trump. Let's go.
Keep it short and short, and he looks like he wasn't good.
Okay, now we're agreeing. Here we go. I didn't know you were trying to
Somebody needs to kill that old fuck.
Well, see, here's the thing. Joe Biden needs to either stop sniffing children or somebody needs to be killed.
Yeah, hi, my name is Flint, and I'm an archaeologist. I've done archaeology my whole life. My dad was an archaeologist, and I'm just very passionate about sharing archaeology. I find in general that people don't understand what modern archaeology is about. And so I'm going to try to get that across while here. That's my goal.
Fantastic.
Take that microphone and try to keep it about a fifth from your face. 1 second. We have to. His HDMI is not working. Yeah, I'm going to pack it. All right, we got to do a question about that.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's my goal, is to try to share what we do, why we do it, what our goals are with it. Yeah. And Graham, I wouldn't mind, we're here every day, podcast, but all the time. So I'm very happy that you spoke to it. Are you okay, friends? I think I've been doing cast since 2011. You were, I think, one of my first real guests. You might be the first real guest. Because before that, it was just my friends. Just hanging out. It was all in my house. Pizza. It was fantastic. James said everything go. Yeah, okay. The way we agreed to do this is for you want to open, and you want to do about 10 minutes and just circle some of the things. Yeah, so we'll let you do that, and then Graham, you'll have an opportunity to respond. Yeah, thank you. James, you might put up my screen. Here we go. All right, so look, one of the things that I see when I'm online or in person sharing archaeology is I find it's tough to get across what it is. And so I wanted to start with a fun example. So I understand that maybe not everybody can see the screen. So Joe, do you mind actually just kind of describing what this artifact is? Oh, you put this on me.
Oh my God, we're all in here.
Well, this is a figure from 470 BC. And it is two people having sex. It's a man on top of a woman. You see his penis. It's yeah, it's very graphic. It is very graphic. So what do you think this shares about what archaeology is? Any ideas? Well, I mean, you're finding artwork and parts of civilization that were left behind and, have been this case since over 2,000 years.
Yeah, and for a long time, scholars thought that a piece like this described sort of life in Athens, and they connected to Athenian texts, sort of like Plato describing people having sex even, right? And on the other hand, however, every single piece of Athenian artwork with graphic sex like this, couples actually fucking with penises and stuff like that, ends up in
Billy,
What's up?
you don't want those British chicks?
No, I'm good.
All right, man.
Now they smell weird.
You good? You good? All right, we're gonna watch Joe
They
Rogan.
smell funny.
in Italy. It's part of an Athenian pornographic export market. And Catherine Rich and Sean Lewis and others have published on this. And the real point is that what we're looking at is the painters are designing something for consumers in Italy, and particularly in Etruria. And this is that fits better in the talks about life in the Etruscans and the kind of stuff that they show in their tombs, sort of romance between people, or the kind of sexual scenes that they design themselves in Italy as well. And the whole point here is that archaeology is not really about an artifact or it's not about it's more like patterns. And so when we sort of think of how much archaeology there is in the world, this is a map that shows the Horn of Africa, with every single archaeological site that's been surveyed there, and there's 171,000.
That's incredible.
Yeah. It's just, this is just because of the terrain. Many of these are tombs, for example, Islamic and pre-Islamic tombs, and so they're visible on the surface. And so in many ways, when we think about archaeology today in the 21st century, we're thinking about big data sets and trying to analyze them statistically and understand the kind of patterns they put together. And these innovative technologies, sort of LiDAR, lasers from the sky to see these things underground, for example, here, this one picture in 2018 recorded 61,480 structures, still to be excavated, found with LiDAR and surface survey, right? And so at the same time,
This is, for people listening, this ancient Roman Maya complex, as reviewed by everyone, but just kind of looking at the That's amazing.
yeah, and so I mean, we have this data set, and with it we get high resolution. For example, the bottom image in red shows Luminous trenches. While there's a lot of archaeology, these people have been everywhere, it's very fragile. And
Said, hey, I'm really attracted to black guy. Shut the fuck up. Very much dictating what we're trying to do, but you're not getting that's all you got to do, right? Like, I'm not gonna
right now, I would animals, and I take multiple samples on different parts of the body, you can see the different areas that go, like ankle and right? And what that does is that let's understand the diet of the season of the day. So in different seasons last week, I can understand too. And we get this high level of resolution. You don't always realize what these have. So this is like I'm here to try to understand that. And to test this lost civilization hypothesis. We're getting that's this idea an advanced civilization around the globe, right? And in particular, he thinks there was a global cataclysm at that time, and the survivors introduced activities to architecture, astronomy, and art to hunter-gatherers. And so I'm trying to tackle this with an open mind. And I want to tackle this with the perspective of my own experience and my own expertise. And so in that sense, if you think about what Carl Sagan says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Graham is in many ways the first person to admit the evidence he has. It's kind of what he thinks is this technological transmission to hunter-gatherers does not have any direct dated evidence of this civilization. It's after all a lost civilization, right? And so I'm how can my own experience and expertise kind of test this hypothesis in a fair way? That's kind of my goal here while here. And so I'm here to doing a lot of research, I'm hearing what I see are two clear disproofs of lost advanced ice age civilization. I mean, archaeologists are fairly sure this does not exist. They're looking for this kind of civilization for several hundred years. This activity of flood civilization has been around for several hundred years. And so what I want to do is focus on what my own experience is. My dad was an ice age archaeologist. He studied Neanderthal caves. And so I want to dig into some of the stuff that he's excavated and surveyed. These are, for example, 103,000-year-old stone tools from Egypt. And so we have just so much ice age evidence. And Graham usually ignores it. And he claims that the civilization
Notifications on or something.
In the dog was doing that, and the amount of every time I played it, it's always led to
sorry about that.
anger,
And so
trying to install.
this
Your claim is that graphic images.
is
my claim is that he doesn't, he ignores most of the evidence from hunter-gatherer in
hours.
the United States, which is,
He said it, he ignores it, or it doesn't focus on it as much as he's focused on it. So,
I get you on that version. It's
I think that's one and the same. I think if you're gonna look at the Ice Age, you need to look at the totality of evidence to understand what's there. And so, for example, he proposes the reason why the Ice Age civilization isn't there is because it's underwater. It's been, it has 200 feet of sea level rise since the Younger Dryas, and therefore it's not accessible. And so I really want to focus on Ice Age coastlines, evidence from Ice Age coastlines and excavations, underwater evidence from the Ice Age, things like that, these areas where he says that archaeologists don't look, but we are looking, and what we find is the ephemeral traces of hunter-gatherers, rather than some sort of advanced civilization. And so that's one thing I want to share. I want to share this kind of evidence. Some of it's new, some of it's not, but I think it's the kind of thing that has a direct bearing on looking for such an Ice Age civilization.
when you're studying these coastal areas where these ice age people lived, and you're studying these underwater, well, whatever, what would you call them? Are they cities, or they towns, or they villages?
These are, so in this case, this is a really brand new find from like a month ago. It's actually a hunting wall off the coast of Germany.
So it's really other camp.
Maybe just where they hunt them. But most of what's underwater are lithic scatters. Scatters
Gone
of
there
stone
for
tools.
further studies like this.
What do you have there?
I have a series of
studies.
Show them off a little bit.
Yeah.
So let me touch on that.
Yeah, sure.
How old is this?
years running.
These are all modern replicas,
Oh.
made by archaeologists. Some were made by my dad, and some have been made by
We're both from India. He used to do
That's what I thought. That's what I thought here.
I do have an ancient corn cob right here. From about 1,200 years ago, from the Southern Methodist University Archaeology Collection.
Have you much
John,
you think is
hold on,
actually-
I'll fucking.
when you're looking at these ancient ice age,
Have you ever
seen dog populations, or were they Homo sapiens as well?
These are Homo sapiens, this is from the, right at the end of the Ice Age, so they're modern humans, yeah.
So these would they just be
Oh yeah, that's a good movie. I like.
How much?
I know you're
How much underground do you think you studied?
I don't
That's
remember
that's
his
the
name.
goes to the ground.
Right.
That's true, we studied a lot, we actually put together mounds on how to find this stuff. And so, because it's very expensive to go diving, right? And so,
How many died?
It's a sad movie though.
Thousands.
yeah,
Well,
and lots of different sites have been found.
The
from all over
dog
the world.
And
almost
specifically, it was done to try to locate these.
To try to locate Stone Age,
Civilization.
Ice Age stuff, yeah. Yeah.
Like turn it over,
And then my second
Really,
thing
how
I'd
old
like
are
to
you?
focus on is food.
and
I'm an archaeologist who studies ancient food. I'm an environmental archaeologist that studied millions of animal bones from the past.
Oh,
I just collect thousands and thousands.
Shit out of me, bro. Don't do that.
And it's something that people don't
Don't
really
give me a
know.
heart attack.
We've developed some sampling methods, and we now at this point have evidence of archaeobotanic remains, so seeds from ancient civilizations and ancient societies all over the world. And I'm going to sort of show you how we understand domestication as a process, and we can see where it happened in real time, in real space, the sort of evolution from a wild plant to a domestic
He
plant.
is so nice.
Because that counters Graham's idea that this civilization introduced agriculture. It was not an introduction,
No way.
it's something that happened in a real space. And we'll track how eventually humans taking control of the reproductive life cycle of these plants is what I want to show
Can I
you.
pause you for a second?
Yeah.
Is that in a particular region, like right now on Earth, there are people that are living in essentially a stone age.
I wouldn't call it a Stone Age,
Well, okay, let's say people in uncontacted indigenous tribes on Amazon. I mean, they essentially are living in bows and arrows, and they're living very similar.
Yeah, it's basically like that, so like,
I think there's plenty of people living today in their traditional lifestyles, yeah.
But then there's also people that live in Tokyo. Right, so the world's huge. So it's agriculture dates back to a specific land, so you see this trend. Is a region. I think the theory about we don't even notice it, right? But somebody do something.
Yes, but it's.
Endless crosses, those dead soldiers lost into God wars. I just spit out some shame.
We can date these seeds. So we can date that transition from domestic to
Is this
overwhelming.
like real?
seeds that you found.
Seeds we have for about tens of thousands of years. The oldest domestic we have about 11,000 years. Syria, Turkey, the Fertile Crescent area.
Is it possible that there's domestication before that in other parts of the world?
I'm going to show you why that's not possible.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's kind of my
Yeah,
goal.
no.
Yeah, because it's not even a disproof of an advanced civilization. It's a disproof of agriculture, period, in the Ice Age. There's a lot of reasons why.
Yes, we were talking to you, Rabbi. Are you
the weeds on that? Let's say, yeah. So just to kind of go off, I also want to explain this. I know, man.
What are you doing to us here?
Hey, you gotta get the audience something right?
He doesn't want to talk to us right now.
Hey, what's
It's all right.
going?
Go back to what you're doing, Rabbi. It's all right.
No. Sorry, I had to turn that down. What's going on?
You weren't even listening to us. I love it. You're a Chad, bro. Keep doing you. You're golden.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Pipes, is that a pipe?
Yeah, they are. It's not pipe, it's land. Sorry, yeah. But so, archaeologists are cool. I think archaeology should be cool. But of course, in the 20th century, the mores of certain Italian museums, like here in Naples, they kept this stuff hidden.
So did they hide this stuff?
But if now, the last 20 years, go to the
Isn't my boy Billy alone?
It has all the erotic art from Pompeii, and things like that. We're not perfect. Our goal, most of us, is to publish it. And we have at this point millions of populities of archaeological records available.
Let me take that shit seriously.
Potential archaeological records, even the radio congregator with the Europe database. So we were talking
I just like that. I'm gonna come back. I'm thinking about you about change, bro.
From 13,000 sites.
You're already giving about to come back in here.
Like stop hunter-gatherers. And so the evidence is just enormous. So I think it's important to look at the existing evidence and see where it leads us if you see what
What is the
years or something like Homo sapiens. Yeah.
and so in terms of we consider Stone Age man
Wait. See,
early Homo sapiens.
I love you, no homo.
What is like the earliest buildings that we know of? What's the earliest tools that we know of? What do we have?
The earliest
No
tools
dating,
we
no
know of
dating,
are
no
the
dating.
years, right?
Nah.
Yeah, well, the bigger the problem is
Go the corner.
middle Paleolithic style core than the Yavin. But the earliest stone tools are quite large. Many of them. But as time goes on, they become smaller and smaller because humans become more efficient
Alright,
at
let's
using
take
this
the
raw
fat
material. Right? Because there's only a few different kinds of stones that you can map. It's what's called conchoidal fracture. I'll pass some of these around at some point.
You ready to show them, Billy?
And I'll show you how we can tell the difference between kind of a man-made stone tool versus just a piece of shaft.
I actually just watched the documentary on YouTube, I should say, and it was really fascinating watching them nap them.
You
They do it, they like a piece of leather on their leg, and they do one of those on the top of it. It's very interesting.
You even have some lovely deer antler that could be used for that, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so continue. So you were saying that we have a very clear chain. Essentially, you're saying there's a clear chain between what we know of in terms of like hunter-gatherers and then more modern civilizations. It's a pretty linear line.
No, I don't see it as a linear line. I actually know
yeah, that's a bad, but that you know at what time it started, I should say.
I think what we can say is we can understand and start pinpointing that it starts domestication and things like that. But I think that what this big data set that we now have shows is there is no linear trajectory to human culture. It's actually very heterogeneous what happens. It's different in different areas of the world, and therefore we need to understand the local context to understand that. And that's really what it's picturing. I mean, in many ways, like I think Graham's TV show is fun and interesting TV, but I think it misrepresents what we think of as the birth of civilization. We don't really write or teach about that anymore. It's very different in different places. Even the very term civilization is something that everybody has a different definition for, so we almost never use it. I never use the term civilization while teaching or writing, for example. It's a term that can be used to mean anything. And so it's like this grand narrative approach to military history. It's something that's from the 20th century, and not really a component of the 21st century archaeology, is what I would say. Yeah. And so I just want to end with a couple questions for Graham, if he's willing. At different times, he's described the civilization that he's looking for from 12,000 years ago. It was advanced to say our own civilization in the late 18th or early 19th century. And so, as an archaeologist, we study technology, we study the material remains of the past. And so I think what we're trying to look for, right? And so I know that this is kind of how the last conversation with Michael Shermer started. And so I get that, but I do want to just say, Graham, acknowledge that there's a good chance there's no metallurgy, for example, with this civilization. He said maybe a decision was made not to use metals. And I'd say we could definitively prove there was no large-scale metallurgy in the Ice Age. If you look at ice cores in the Arctic, right, you can track metallurgy of the Roman period, of medieval periods, based on lead emissions that end up in the ice cores. And there are no emissions from metallurgy in the Ice Age. So we can be sure that there's no global metallurgical civilization that's doing a lot of mining and smelting. Certainly they're not doing burning fossil fuels like they might be in the 18th or 19th century. So we know that could not have been around that early because it would show up in the atmosphere. Likewise, we can think about shipwrecks, right? Graham has mentioned that the bulk of marine archaeology is focused on shipwrecks and not the continental shelves. And so the thing is, at this point, we have something like 3 million shipwrecks from around the world. And so one of my questions for Graham is, this is a global civilization with ships. Why is it that we don't have shipwrecks from this global civilization? I see this as a big, big problem if we're looking for a civilization that's traversing the oceans. We should find these shipwrecks. And similarly, these shipwrecks are located near the coast. They're located on the submerged continental shelves. We don't actually explore the submerged continental shelves in detail. We're able to find the shipwrecks, but not monuments of some sort of civilization.
And the shipwrecks was the oldest one.
Well, there was one that was just published from about, I think it was about 6,000-7,000 years ago, close to Italy that I saw. Something around there was what I'd say is around the oldest that we have, yeah.
And at what point in time, these were mostly wooden boats?
Yeah, these are mostly wooden boats, yeah.
At what point in time would they deteriorate completely?
Well, so actually underwater environments are really good for the preservation of organic remains, which is why we actually get wood in underwater environments rather than on land, for example. Whether they need to be in a really dry environment for wood to preserve, or a really wet environment, or with those seeds that are showing that would in there. So in general, wood will decay. So no, in a lot of underwater environments,
this is why we all get along.
Which is why that
This is why Hondurans,
sank.
Mexicans, Indians, Canadians from Central America.
Famous explorer. It's this beautiful wooden boat. It's completely intact at the bottom of the ocean. I think it hit an iceberg.
Yeah.
And which explorer was that, Jamie? You remember that dude? There's an amazing video of it. It's amazing.
You don't even understand what he's saying.
This boat, and it just looks almost exactly like it looked when it sank because the water's freezing.
Don't gotta know these things. It's fucking vibe.
Ernest Shackleton.
Oh yeah, okay, I have seen this. Yeah,
it's incredible. Like the whole boat, just.
Also, if you know, do you know what Sutra
I mean, the preservation underwater is amazing. There's the shipwreck off the coast of Italy that I just presented was on the National Science YouTube about shipwrecks and stuff. And there's still the fine
entirely correct.
that was holding the cargo was still preserved.
I don't
So
say
this underwater preservation is just freaky. And it's a great
We didn't stay that way for 20,000 years.
Oh, yeah, at the end of the day, just the older they are. And that's really not true. It depends on the area and environment that they're in. So taphonomy is what archaeologists to study how things survive and how they're there. And so typically when things are buried, they're very stable. Or when they're sitting, it depends on where you are on the bottom of the ocean. But typically it's very, very stable.
Something like that.
The worst place is
Being an adultery.
so when sea level rises very slow,
Deserted
and they're stuck in that tidal zone,
to his family,
get battered. But if things are deeply deposited quickly, or sea level rises very quick, that actually helps preserve stuff. And so that's how we.
And then after that, because he was an observer
and ice age sites and other
and
settlements.
of course, how things.
What about the shifting of sediments
Instead
in
of
the
just
ocean?
will give himself his
10, 20,000
himself
years ago,
30,000 years ago.
Yeah, so that actually helps. She's talking to just like other Ross Bradford about this. And actually, so she's done some studies on the coast of Florida. Sort of hurricanes that are coming in today, because she's excavating some of these shell mounds there. And it turns out actually that the hurricanes coming in today. Yeah, she's posting that. Obviously, it's just more space to surface. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of a specific environment.
But other than that, I
So
think
certain environments,
of the
it's not
folk
gonna be
tale, it's based on the folk tale. I just don't know the name of
the
it.
reality of it.
So let me just do, was there any other questions for Frank?
I just wanted to end by saying, look, archaeologists,
The actual story of.
we are not trying to keep stuff in. If I found Atlantis, I would publish Atlantis. Klaus Schmidt found Göbekli Tepe, he published Göbekli Tepe. And so I think that that's really important to want to change and rewrite history. That's how we make a name for ourselves. Every article
This is.
I have published and most of the artists have published that is adding and changing our picture of the past. We're not locked in on a specific narrative. What we're trying to do is update the picture of the past for each other, for our parents, for people all around the world, to sort of give a sense of the culture, the diversity of it, the resilience of it, and how we've survived this long,
Right.
so that we can learn from it.
It's so beautiful.
Okay.
Flip, first of all, thank you for joining me.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
It's in a way
I miss Billy.
because as far as I know,
Yeah, Billy
this
did
is
shit.
the first time ever that
Is he saying what?
mainstream archaeologists have sat down in a public forum and debated.
Right, thank you. Shower.
I'm grateful to you for sitting in the hot seat and doing that. I think it's
Yeah, the bicycle is
Yeah, play.
really valuable, and
Hey.
will find it useful.
awesome.
I'm going to try and recall a few of your questions. The last
It's good, thank you.
I'm thinking of, it's like a black hole.
As far as
Space
I'm
to me. It's
concerned.
like something missing in the story of the past. To the extent that I can,
Is he gay?
I think we're looking at a civilization like all
pretty sure he's not
that
gay.
emerged
But don't
out
hold on that. He might have a girlfriend.
I believe that they
Like,
have
so
rather
he's saying that he's not
astronomers,
or sorry.
and
What
knowledge of
might not have a girlfriend.
So
So
when
then
I don't
but I
compare,
also know he's not.
when I speak of 19th century level of technology, I'm talking specifically.
Unless he's protecting his fucking neck because he
Longitude, the longitude problem was solved by our civilization until the middle of the 18th century.
But I have a pretty good gay. My brothers were gay and I live in Manitoba.
Very
I know
hard
gay
to
person
observe
a mile
astronomical
away.
phenomena such as the precession of the equinoxes. That knowledge is good.
Been wearing that rainbow shirt for the past 3 days.
But I think there's compelling evidence that it's much earlier than that. I'm not quite sure where to start with my first presentation.
We're not talking about rabbi.
You're telling us that archaeology is very
We're not talking about rabbi. He's
That's
That's why they should take a shower for.
Let's have a look at
He's a fucking legitimist.
now.
He doesn't have
clothes first.
20 black shirts. He doesn't have.
Well, when I was
not
undergraduate
black
student, I was talking to
doesn't
people
have
who
shit like this, bro.
and that was over 20
Like, don't make fun of him.
That's what
you have. He's not there yet.
early 2000s.
the early 2000s. So would you feel that?
But here's the thing, like,
the whole clothes first
I have.
Clothes first is the idea that it's a culture that archaeologists call the Clovis culture.
The reason that they call it the club's culture is because its artifacts were first found in
Now, this is just like one fucking collective of
and
culture.
by Rabbi Rothschild is the town club
Outfit.
So I'm going to just name this culture the club's culture after that. And it was for a long while one of the first culture human presence in the Americans. And the date that was put on that was around 13,400.
Pretty hard flex.
This culture across the Bering Straits, which were then around you can see from the same geography. I knew some of the Bering Straits, they entered into Northern America, and they came down the river. You saw the social through, often it was argued a nice way corridor, that's a great debate, and then they entered the main part of the Americas and gradually made their way further south. And this was a dominant paradigm.
Okay, so you might be able to justify that. You might be able to justify that. Are you able to justify the fact that he fucking around with
Coach girls first,
always?
still not haunting ideology. So let me just say,
One, I disagree with that. And two, I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
across the Bering
Because I've just been chilling here years ago and come through with some allegation shit. I don't know nothing about that. So how about
Oh, there's videos in that bag. He got fucking cum stains on his fucking shirt. He shows it on his fucking stream and talks about it. What?
there have been recent genetic discoveries showing
I don't know who Rabbi
in
is.
Australasians.
He's not been talking. He's hold on. Shut the fuck up, faggot. Here's the thing. He hasn't been talking the whole fucking time, man. I turned you all the way down. There's no point to fucking read my yourself. He's never been talking at all. So I don't know why you're in here trying to crash here. Nobody's even talking to you.
Despite the fact
Nobody's talking to him or a counter.
The word of the day is God. J-O-B.
since the 1990s.
The word of the day is God.
was debunked in the 1990s is weird to see this. Check your DM. 2000. Check your DM. Say something still there to be. Otherwise, check your DM. Somebody tell us check his DM. When I say giving consensus has changed to moral. It's from the 15th of April 2023.
I'm sorry, but if you're going to go on your stop and you don't understand that it's
apparently still needs to be debunked. It's like a zombie. It keeps on haunting.
And you know, right now, as a fucking conservative leading man, if you truly believe that it's guilty before they're innocent, you need to reconsider the
work as needed as like Monteverdi and Chile. And he found evidence that human beings have been there.
I'll tell you what, they're going to tell you it's been in the Academy
1,000 years ago.
It's innocent until proven guilty, motherfucker.
South of South America. You see what I mean for America to exists.
Something else, you gotta shake up.
That fight was not welcome. That fight was massively attacked.
There's a reason why I'm out here.
By American archaeologists.
You don't even know who the fuck I am.
But,
Anyway, that's what the DE's
Tom
a long time ago. I'm the only one here.
and that he was absolutely correct that human beings were in Monteverdi thousands of years before Clovis.
Again, my DMs are open. Here, I'll even go
He
to
was eventually vindicated. Now, what I want to
Yeah,
do
the sure did.
is just
Fucking
a funny little quote from Tom Dillahey himself.
I don't have audio set up for you to do that.
Can you send it to him?
I just have HDMI cable.
Right, but if he sends it to you, can you do that?
Okay, so two things.
How do I send it to you?
Can you give it over? I'm gonna give it back.
I didn't say send me a link. Say send me a fucking link. I said, like, you think I'm gonna click a fucking link so you can fucking do what?
Let's play this clip from
Here's no
my IP.
You can
This is an excavator.
water, swimming in water.
Dad's for it, and National Science Foundation.
And then you can stream the video behind
That went pretty
that
badly.
link.
We expected
Especially
it
because
because
you
you
sent me a video
sent
file, I would have more likely to just click it. But you sent me a fucking link, bro.
We had Australia,
Not out here, bro. Not out I took that link, you know where the fuck I am. You started that video that explains the verified land. And we'll all watch it. Unless this is that you're fighting isn't where it means the 299. I believe fighting for the children and to keep them protected is nothing wrong with the 299. Party in the street.
You got a twinkle in your eyes, I got something on me that I bet it'll make you more than a friend. Well, when we get to San Francisco, we get a little except the I was only riding like an F4. Got me hooking and hollering, begging for nothing but my boots on. Baby, let's get down on the floor. I'm out in the shed, maybe by the lake, the money come back to your bed. He got me singing when we get to San Francisco and we get a little fisty. I climb up on and ride like an F4.
There was no.
I can be a little straightforward, but I know just what I want. And when I saw you, I just couldn't help myself.
Here's the thing. You're defending it. All pedophiles need to be killed. They need to be fucking killed. She's speaking that you know Netflix shortly after the release of that show that Chad Pop does fucking Me Too shit. So unless you're gonna prove it to me,
Asking Netflix to cancel the show. Not cancel, this is quite cleverly put. They said, they said reclassify it as science fiction. Now, to my mind, whether it's the result of 30 plus years of work on my part, being reclassified as science fiction is as good as cancelling it. Netflix did not.
reclassified as science fiction, but archaeology, the Society for American Archaeology,
It's like,
says that it really sees no evidence for an advanced lost civilization of the Ice Age, and that my series is simply
I'm sorry I got heated, it's
just
just,
an ideological goal.
I've been
So I want to get into
everything's moving so
the
quickly
parts
in
of the
life,
world
I can't just believe people like more, because people tell me not to, you know, like the whole Me Too thing, like.
It's kind of interesting though from that statement, just the last thing, contrary.
Tell him to go to the fucking TikTok link that I fucking sent him, and he'll see the video of the fucking himself.
Interested in consider kill of action, but we just showed that.
Yeah, we just showed in the case of Tom Dillahay that his evidence was suppressed, but in the case of Jacques Sagraz, his evidence was suppressed, that archaeology was not open-minded about the work of these guys, that they suffered humiliation and great difficulty in advancing their work. And furthermore, I'd like to make another point clear at this point, Flint. I don't think there's an archaeological conspiracy against me. I'm not so conceited. I don't imagine there's a conspiracy. I don't think archaeologists are sitting together in a cabal conspiring against me. I think that archaeology is locked into a mindset about the past where my ideas simply seem preposterous. And I think it's very annoying to archaeology that those ideas have some resonance with the public. But I absolutely refute any suggestion that I've ever said that archaeology
Check your DMs,
conspiracy
bitch.
against me or is trying to suppress my work. That is not the case. Look, there's the Sahara Desert. A fair bit of archaeology has been done in the Sahara Desert, but we're looking at 9.2 million square kilometers of the Sahara Desert. You think is like
I said Benjamin has been surveyed.
how much is excavated?
It's not have excavation, it's eroded away due to the wind.
So that's your answer to my question. How much does archaeology really know about the past of the Sahara?
Well, we understand about the domestication of pearl millet in the Sahara. From when the
Rabbi, why do you like
kids?
kids?
Much of it was actually more habitable.
Some of these games with the joystick, it really does not fucking work.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Dude, I like MILFs. I don't like children.
Desert, so we can see the domestication of pearl
Like,
millet.
look, he's even telling you, he likes.
My question is related to specifically their own subject. Has enough of the Sahara being
I'm not a fan of mothers. I like
from
mothers.
archaeology to exclude any possibility that they've missed anything in their own in the
Some
Sahara?
people like
We
mothers.
just found thousands of sites of ephemeral hunter-gatherer.
Rabbi likes kids.
You know, I won't
It's
like.
still answering the question, how much of the Sahara has archaeology actually
That
looked?
could be like some
I have
serious
no idea, but quite a bit, Graham.
What do you mean by quite a bit?
What I mean is that during our census, the survey excavation, we actually have reasonable coverage across the Sahara. We understand that during green periods in the Neolithic, we see agricultural villages.
Put
And
the
we
fucking
find
link
where
so you
we
can
find
sorry,
ephemeral
fuck.
hunter-gatherer camps where they were napping stones.
But the fact of the matter is, right about 1% of the Sahara has been excavated, and 99% hasn't. So to say that there's no possibility of any traces of a lost civilization in the Sahara seems to be a bit.
So it says,
Particularly since during the African human period, and there were several of them, the Sahara was fertile and was a very enjoyable environment in which to live. I might come on to the ancient maps issue, but there's an ancient map up there which shows all the fertile Sahara. And normally it coincides very much with the
it says, do not see what the fuck I do. No, I don't see any of what the fuck you do.
river channels is exactly what is shown in that ancient map. I think the Sahara is a fascinating underserved area by
And
archaeology.
it says, what's a plane shoes on and lick your lips, bitch. Money for those lips between your legs, that makes no sense.
Very little work in the Sahara. Not more work,
Wait, you mentioned.
but very little. Not enough to write off.
So it does
the possibility that evidence might be found in the future. You know, you're missing a lot of technology now.
Okay,
Let's look 200 years in the future. Look how much archaeology has progressed in 50 years. 200 years in the future, the technologies might be so much more advanced. There's so much stuff
yeah,
that's
I
still
don't.
not being looked at. And the Sahara is one of those underserved areas, as far as I'm concerned. So is the Amazon.
See, like
7
something to
million
be a
square
cop,
kilometers,
or
about
because your
5.5
security and bail
by
enforcement, are you pretending to be a
it's
cop?
bigger than
Is that what you're doing?
and
Do you think you're a cop
well, yes,
because
I'm
your
absolutely
security
sure.
and bail enforcement?
95% of the Amazon
You think
cases
you're a cop?
are simply not been investigated at all, and those bits
I'll
of
tell you right now, any actual cop in the service
comparison
would tell you, or
investigation
others,
is
the
taking place.
police services will tell you that you are not a cop.
And these are in the Brazilian state of Acre. I created
These motherfuckers are
research something
retarded.
out there. And I've recently been with,
And quite frankly, again, you still not providing any evidence of anything.
as opposed
Tell
to
him to
my
click
work
the fucking link.
So it just looks like another fucking loser, another security fucking bail enforcement loser impersonating a police officer doing the most against people that he suspects
from Brazil,
are
and
criminals.
with Fabio Tavares Filho, who's a writer.
Do you know why they didn't let you through the academy?
Recently, actually.
Because you're fucking
And
dense.
we did some LiDAR work in that area.
Click the fucking link,
This
you
is
retard.
I actually didn't think they were annihilating that hard because I can only imagine how difficult it is to be a public security officer.
Where would you find them in the West? We
Click the fucking link.
almost as handy.
But you know, I know a lot of people that are making it work with families of like 4 and 5 security officers, so I can't imagine it's that
And they
difficult
are
for you to
each size and geometrical. You have squares. Here you have a square enclosing a circle.
Why do I keep doing that? You hurt you that hard.
More of the same. Taquino is a
Because you're a
gigantic
fucking
site.
Gen Z
This is
type.
just
That's the best fucking last year. We got that fucking
All you've done is fall into the inside. They just touch it more. You're right there with them, and all you've done is show
We got
that I know nothing
We
about.
put up a drone.
That's like
We found new geoglyphs that have not been found before within a mile.
Right now, you know,
Showing
you
the hurricane count.
look like a fucking hashtag Me2 Karen. You look like, because again, I'm not seeing any evidence. I see a fucking blinder flapping their gums. You claim to be a man, but you really just look like a bitch. Are you a coward like your father said you are?
And therefore, I do not
Shut the fuck up.
can tell us that
Shut the fuck up. I'm not done. I'm not done with the dust. We want to see all that in bag of chips. Are you a coward like your father said you were?
I'm convinced that there's
Is that the problem we're dealing with here?
thousands more. These geoglyphs, for example.
Because you certainly speak like a coward, and my DMs don't
The
even.
surface was
Mr. Coward,
water during the surgeon is underwater today. So yes, there has been quite a bit of marine archaeology. Planning says that about 3,000 sites have been investigated underwater over the years. It's, again, you're looking at doing
As a security officer,
1%.
believes they're a police
Some of the
officer.
areas that have been investigated. I was very excited when I saw
What
this.
do you believe
It
you are?
turned out it was just a research years.
What are you?
And fortunately, some
What
work is
security?
being done about this are beginning to look at the submerged area of the land, for example, between
Go back to your, you know, fucking 202,000 square foot building that you spent the rock one level on.
It's found that
I don't even know, really, I really don't even know.
in the
I
case.
don't know.
That's
All I know is you're
has been done to rule out the possibility of mass civilization seems to be absurd when we deal with 27 million square kilometers. And I just want to say that
I realized if I wanted his fucking Addy, I would fucking have it already right now, so I wanted to do.
Like, when people are talking all that bad shit with no evidence.
counts of underwater
So
sites.
actually, official rap,
Well,
like,
it's a bit-
Well, I just take
they want to know
A little
that.
bit further underwater, and you start finding structures underwater. A little bit further still, and you find this huge column underwater. This is a depth of 57 meters. That column has been submerged for more than 13,000 years. And it compares very interestingly with this column. If you see on the left, the submerged column at number 9, on the right, this column from Tinian, the island of Tinian, also in that region.
Okay, so he
I
says,
wonder if the
look at my
regoliths of
profile,
Tinian
sure,
have been
PIS, well,
That
you
what we're looking at here, and I apologize to listeners who are listening and not watching, but what we're looking at here are my fins
that's
disappearing
shit,
into a tunnel.
that's his.
And that tunnel looks to me, this is in Japan, by the way, off the island of Yonaguni.
So he just
That
wants me
tunnel
to
looks to
explain
me
this so he can.
very man-made, particularly when I get inside it and find
Now he's
two,
sending me,
each side,
invites
two
me to this
megaliths
for
on
sure,
one
that's
top
very
of the
clear,
other.
like some.
And then when you come to the end of the tunnel,
But here's the
you see
thing,
ahead of you these two
he sent
massive
me a video
megalithic
of Rabbi's TikTok, trying to say that that's evidence of what exactly?
That's a shot that makes sense of me diving beside those megalithic blocks.
Just doing the survey,
The sense of the scale.
now he wants me to click on the link.
Enormous. No, it did not feel
Right.
like
So he could put some really full of my
they're in context.
He's trying to
Looking at a huge
so
rocky
hard.
outcrop with these two
I know all the tricks of this, and
on the
he's
side. Let's go around to the right of that rocky outcrop. And we find
click the link.
Rock
I didn't click
area
even the photos.
with
It says
steps.
enlarge them or anything.
Those steps
I didn't fucking click
archaeologists
the invite search.
tend to argue this is all completely natural.
He's trying to.
I have done more than 200 dives at Yonaguni. Santa and I risked our
Oh,
lives.
yeah, I
We're
didn't
not
realize
in
that
the
you can't
camps.
get
We're
it.
in
That's
this
not
conviction. We're in this
legal.
passion.
Really,
For
it's
us.
that
Yeah, I don't try it. You know, get hands-on with this structure. They read the other structures around it. We're looking at a rocky structure that a natural rock
Send me a
base
this
that's
word
cut in shape like a human being on this.
like that.
Here, we're looking at a stone circle of it. This means
It's everything I was doing yesterday, like
32 meters, I think. Been submerged again at more than 13 meters.
you actually sent me. When I asked for evidence, you guys, I'm gonna expose this right now.
You can see
He sent me
down that
some sort of
central
TikTok.
magnet. You see no evidence of that being man-made. You see exactly what you see the
This dude's fucking
outer curve, the inner curve of the
so
outer
now you're
curve,
calling me
matching the outer curve of the center magnet. To you, that's not even the
Back
opposite.
up.
I mean, even the photos you were showing me, we showed a lot of natural fractures along straight
Also,
lines.
despite the fact that it is really easily accessible, they don't
What
fucking
can happen
go.
naturally.
They actually just wash their faces and their teeth.
But this does not look man-made to me. It does not look like anything I've ever seen.
But that's interesting, because I took a notice with Richard.
I'm myself a Catholic, I'm gonna be a Catholic, predominantly German and blooded.
This is a rock wall off again, something I went down there. That's a local diver called Steve Shear. He's showing us we can get in
He's Canadian, you'll have to
and then you get that place, you can find rocks put together. Let's go to India.
That's your
India.
problem.
My wife Santa was born in Malaysia, but she's Canadian, South Indian origin, so we had a great advantage in South India.
You want me
In
to
talking to local fishermen and divers because Santa speaks the Tamil language. Are there any structures underwater off here?
Do you understand that
There's a whole city
years required to
We
make
can
a
complain to the government about it because we keep catching on nets
actually
and fishermen have to go down and sometimes they die trying to free the net out of the way. So we said, would you take us out there and show us? It took some time to put it together. We also had some explanation with Sanchi, Exploration Society in Britain that I put together. As you can see, it's a very low-tech expedition. But when we got out there, tell me these are man-made.
like
Tell me
your
these are natural
actual
blocks.
I've never seen somebody's
Tell me they're natural blocks.
I cannot tell for sure from these photos.
Okay,
I've never seen somebody's life
between two
can't fucking spell. You think you're a fucking private detective? You think you're some type of fucking translocated?
Actually, the team that you're devotionography
Is
in
that the other
India,
thing?
who were with us,
You were not given treat by verified evidence or any misdoings or any misdeeds. You're not shown anything. All you've given are links that look like you're trying to show it.
Right, some of them do have characteristics of stone.
I
That's the top of the stone where the rest of it's buried in sand on the left there. On the right, the stone where with a standout feature above it. So, to suggest that these things are natural seems to be completely absurd. And my point is that if Santa and I, external funding, the only funding we have,
You may as well stop financial institutions. You're digging yourself a hole.
the only funding that we have is the kind readers who buy my books.
I really hate to
Allow us to
I've not
undertake
responded to you.
We first our lives,
As you sent me literally dozens of emails.
we can find
I've not responded to you one time in another thing. You know what it takes when you I don't want to fucking do that much.
So It's the British continental shelf, the Sahara Desert, and the Amazon. These are three underserved areas by archaeology, and I think it's premature for
On
archaeology.
top of that, if I start
Saying
saying
that
people like sugar,
well, there's so much of it.
that actually, if I mention those two names, I wonder if it clicks anything in your stupid fucker right now.
Developed industrial countries,
Is that what you claim to be? Is that what they are?
those countries have been investigated.
I mean, so look,
I can also go to the politics server and grab my CIA friend.
informed ways. I am not trying
My
to
CIA friend, and we'll put you in your fucking sites and have impersonating secret intelligence or a private.
Hopefully, archaeology needs to be done. I would say that other countries, our coverage is even better though.
Yeah, I've got friends all over the fucking place,
Quite archaeological excavations.
friends of CIA, friends of FBI, friends that are doctors, friends that are lawyers, biologists, chemists,
There's archaeology
all over
happening.
the fucking place. It's not the wrong one right now. I've got
There's
program
surveying,
friends.
there's excavation, and so
I've
on.
got
At this
just
point,
staff
our
friends.
numbers of archaeological sites are far in the millions, right? And billions of artifacts that have been found. And so, it's not, I'm not trying to say it's perfect though, and at the same time, the kind of excavations that happen sort of on a rescue basis before construction, they're not gonna have the same kind of investment that an academic, project will have. On the other hand, the academic project's gonna make a much smaller hole, because we are focusing on maximizing the evidence that we can get. And so, in no way am I trying to say that archaeology has perfect coverage, but we do have quite a bit of coverage that people are unfamiliar with. And we do have quite a bit of coverage of this late Ice Age period, where we have many, many thousands of sites from ephemeral hunter-gatherers underwater, above water, right and elsewhere.
As we do above all.
Yeah.
Would you mind showing me on Goody again? Because those other images aren't nearly as compelling to me as some of the right angles and the looks like passageways and that curved surface underground. That, to me, that's a wild one. See, the other stuff, I'm like, things look weird in nature sometimes, and I'm not an expert. And so I look at that, I'm like, that's blurry, it's green, it's odd. Yeah, it's odd. Maybe if you were there physically, you'd have a different impression of it. Maybe it would look more like a stone wall. But Yonaguni, to me, blows me away. This blows me away, but the other image blows me away of the curved front of that feature and what looks like steps to the right of it.
So there's that tunnel.
That's crazy too. That's crazy too because the lines line up. It looks like two blocks were cut and placed on each side, and there seems like a very clear passageway in between them.
Especially since at the end of the passageway you're confronted by this. This is what you look at.
These are crazy. Like, if these are natural formations, they are so bizarre that you have enormous straight lines and right angles that look like they're cut, and not just straight on one side, straight on all sides.
Do you want to go? Yeah, so look at this slide. You can see even to the right of those two blocks, what Graham is calling blocks, you can see these sort of straight angles that are made. You can see another, a vertical one to the left of that as
So
well.
how do you think they were placed in that manner?
Well, I don't know if they were placed. I think
So
this
it's
is
possible that they just broke off at some point in history and landed like that?
I think
Again, this is compelling to me, but not as compelling as the other one. Show me the other one with the front curved surface.
notice that
This looks crazy. Like the whole thing looks crazy. The steps look crazy. The fact that it's all this one uniform flat line. Yeah, some of these look bizarre.
nature sometimes looks bizarre though. I mean, I'm assuming that people have investigated this, like geologists and stuff.
Yeah, Professor Masaki Kimura has investigated it, and he's published extensively on it, and he's a geologist. He's absolutely convinced that Yonaguni has been worked extensively by human hands.
And have another geologist like Robert Schoch suggested that it's not.
Yeah, I took Robert there. His initial impression was that it was man-made. Later, he changed his view. That's fine. He did 3 dives there.
I mean, I don't know, I've seen a lot of crazy natural stuff, and I see nothing here that to me reminds me of human architecture, and I've seen human architecture all over the world.
Jamie, go to that one that we were just looking at with Graham. It's lower right, like below the main image to the right hand side. Yeah, the next one. That one.
It's certainly crazy, I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's
I'm not going to deny that. It's
bizarre how
impressive.
flat that surface is. Very bizarre. And how it juts off and it's flat below it in the uniform line. The curved surface of the front of it is very bizarre too. The other image that you had, Graham.
But stone oftentimes fractures in straight ways.
Right.
You know, that's how it fractures naturally.
Yeah, I get it. It's just the appearance of those stones stacked in a uniform manner in that tunnel. All these things, and that this exists somewhere else. It's very similar.
I mean, regardless, we still have no dates for this. We have no artifacts.
But isn't this from the submergence? You're looking at material that's more than 12,000 years old. This was a tough dive, massive currents there. This is Karama off Akajima in the Okinawa group of islands. To me, it's stunning that you see that as a totally natural thing, but I guess we just got very different eyes. The central upright surrounded by upright megaliths, all cut out of the bedrock, very similar to the chamber recently excavated at Karahan Tepe, where you have uprights cut out of the bedrock as well. It seems to me inconceivable that nature could have made this, that nature could have separated out this central upright and then created the uprights surrounding it in such a perfect way.
It's not totally perfect, right? Look at the back is much larger.
Yeah,
There's a piece on the side that seems like it's cut out, and then there's a piece in front that seems like it's cut out, but even the one to the lower left is not cut the same. It's odd that you have that passageway when you're looking down, and it's sort of uniform on all sides around the monument. That's pretty fascinating. It's interesting.
My point is, not really enough work has been done by archaeology.
And how long ago was supposedly this above ground?
About 13,000 years ago, somewhere of that order. Somewhere there. That was the last time it had been done above ground. Otherwise, nature, believe so, has done it. But I'm pretty confident we're looking.
What is the most compelling evidence you've seen in an underwater site of man-made construction or moving of stones?
I repeat, this is Karama. I'm only showing a fraction of the slides that we have from Yonaguni. Yonaguni isn't simply that terrace, it's a whole series of monuments which continue over a distance of a couple of miles underwater. There's a huge stone face carved out of the rock. There's a passageway. Down at the bottom of Yonaguni, there's rocks that have been cleared to the side away from the passageway. It's the combination of all of these different things across an area of 2 miles off the island of Yonaguni that make that one of my high priority sites for man-made workmanship. And the Indian sites are also extremely intriguing, and unfortunately none of that work has been followed up, which is a pity. And when we come to what you call rescue archaeology, if we come back to Northern Europe, for example, I mean, the last place on Earth that I would look for the remains of a lost civilization is Northern Europe. Because Northern Europe was a frozen wilderness during the Ice Age, and any lost civilization worth its salt would not have focused a lot of effort on Northern Europe in that time. The place to look is down near the tropics, down near the equator. It's in places that weren't horrifically cold and unbearable during the Ice Age. And when you talk about rescue archaeology, this is one of the problems I have, is that there is no targeted search for the possibility of a lost civilization, because archaeologists are really convinced that no such thing could have existed. So what we get is accidental discovery. Somebody's building a road or building a dam. They call in the archaeologists to see if there's any archaeology that's going to be disrupted, and some archaeology is found sometimes. That's how the Saluti Mastodon site near San Diego was discovered, because roadworks were being done there. But this is not a targeted search for a lost civilization. This is accidental discovery. I would maintain that in the Amazon rainforest, in the Sahara Desert, in the 27 million square kilometers of continental shelves, massively underserved by archaeology, and in other areas of the world, archaeology's focus is on very limited parts of those, not on massive parts of them. And then, I'm sure you know this, Flint, that when it comes to most archaeological sites, the amount of the site that is excavated is rarely more than 5%, and often less than that. And that's for good motives, to preserve the site for future generations of archaeologists to investigate. It doesn't, I think, allow archaeologists to lay such claim to the past that they can absolutely rule out any possibility of a lost civilization.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so if you want to, Jane, if you want to look up the site Pavlo Petri, Pavlopetri. This is a site in the Aegean, and this is an example of kind of what, I can put it up on my computer. So if you look at this, you have very clear stone courses, for example, underwater, and it's not just sort of stone courses and walls that we find. This is from a few thousand years ago. What we find actually are a ton of artifacts with it, right? They dive, they excavate, they pull up ceramics, they pull up stone tools, and they are able to therefore show that this was an occupied place. This is obviously not due to sea level rise, this is due to tectonic activity, that this is now underwater. Helike off the north coast of Greece also is another one that people have suggested might have inspired Plato's Atlantis, because it happened during Plato's lifetime that city was submerged underwater. And so we actually do find, from more recent times, actual underwater sites aplenty.
And Pavlo Petri, what year was that?
I think it's from about 3,000 years ago or so. So like 1000 BC-ish, I to be off.
Are you saying those are natural blocks in Pavlo Petri?
No, I'm saying you can see clear stone courses that looks exactly like the type of architecture we have above ground. And so the same kind of stone courses, what you have is
expect that from the historic period, no?
Huh?
You would expect that from the historic period.
Yeah, we would, and so I would expect, though, if you're going to make an argument for something like Yonaguni, that it would look like architecture. Maybe even the type of architecture that you have.
Looks like megalithic architecture to me. Looks like rock-hewn architecture. It looks like the rock-hewn areas at Saxe-Guaman, for example. Jamie actually.
No, we see many different blocks at Saxe-Guaman. We see multiple courses of blocks.
Do you know Saxe-Guaman? I've been there.
No, I've never been there, Grant.
So how can you possibly talk about it?
Because I've seen photos of it.
Well, I've been there dozens of times.
Wait, I
was there just a few weeks ago.
Second.
Okay, but let's look at the images.
Let's look at the images, because Saxe-Guaman is a very complicated site. Yes, there are huge blocks in the zigzag walls at Saxe-Guaman, but there are also huge rock-cut areas with steps in them.
I don't understand how being there lets you talk about it better than me. You've been there as a tourist to see how archaeologists have conserved it and preserved it, and presented it for people coming by. That is not the same thing as excavating the site. That is not the same thing with understanding archaeological literature.
Which is
telling you that I've not been there, so I cannot talk about
It's obvious that you're ignorant of the site. You're ignorant of the site because you don't know what the site looks like. You don't know. Instead of areas that are cut out of solid rock, let's just talk about blocks.
Let's like figure here and let's like look at it and discuss it. Let's look at it.
How do you spell that? Saxe-Guaman.
Sayhuaman. Now that's the blocky walls that you've been talking about.
Yeah, that doesn't look anything like Yonaguni.
But they confront another area. You were showing us some pictures of it earlier, Jamie. A whole rock-hewn hillside.
Oh, none of that looks like Yonaguni. This looks like actual architecture.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah, I agree.
But this is not the picture that I would like to see.
Do you want to find it, Graham, and put it up through HDMI? This is Jamie.
I know what he was asking for, but I stumbled across it though. It wasn't there on purpose or anything. It was probably in here somewhere. And like how I got there, I was looking around. So
Let's see if we can get.
And I mean, part of the goal though is to also have a date. So, like some of that stuff that you showed off the coast of
that was there.
Okay.
There's lots of this in Saxe-Guaman, as you would know if you've been there.
This still does not look anything like Yonaguni.
It doesn't look like a series of steps cut out of rock.
I mean, it looks like a series of steps, yeah, but it doesn't look like. It actually looks like a room there, even. Is what I see on the left, for example.
To me, it looks similar, but not similar in that whole room area on the left-hand side. I don't think anybody could look at that and ever argue that that wasn't made by humans. I think that's so clear. Whereas if you look at, go back.
But I also don't know if this is Saxe-Guaman. This is Ancora, right?
yeah, I don't know what it is.
Let's go look and see what it's photo by something. It is okay.
So the difference to me is like there's some like instances like in between the steps where you look at that flat surface and the uniform line across the flat surface, that does look similar to Yonaguni. Some of the stuff on the right looks much more refined than what you see in Yonaguni, but that also could be attributed to the underwater erosion, right? And thousands of years. Whereas how old is Sacsayhuaman supposed to be?
Well, that's an ongoing argument,
Well, Pedro Cieza de Leon mentioned it was only built 100 years before he was there.
The difference between, in my mind, Sacsayhuaman shows all those other things that are so clearly architecture, so clearly stone blocks fitted and piled onto each other. You don't quite see that level of sophistication at the Yonaguni site, but you do see some stuff that's very bizarre. It doesn't look like it's natural.
And I suggest if we were to look further and spend the money and investigate thoroughly, we would find a lot more. I'm simply raising this to address Flint's apparent point that archaeology has done enough already to rule out the possibility of a lost civilization. That's certainly what's said in the SAA's letter to Netflix.
And Flint, what is your position on that, specifically with what he's talking about South America? That South America would be a place where an advanced civilization would thrive because it wouldn't, during the Ice Age time, because it wouldn't be experiencing the brutal cold that Northern Europe had.
No, but I still think we want to find some sort of evidence of things like agriculture, right? And so we can look at the development of agriculture in South America and in Mesoamerica. I have slides on that. And we can see that we can see the transition from wild to domestic in real space and time.
In which areas, though?
So in Mesoamerica, we can see it with Teosinte. Further south in the northern part of South America, we can see it with a variety of different crops.
And these are all areas that are outside of the rainforest?
No, some of them are at the edges of the rainforest, yeah. And so, I mean, look, we've done a lot of work in the rainforest with LiDAR in particular, and that's been dated based on excavations. Stefan Grosstein just published in 2024 a series of LiDAR structures that were all connected with one another alongside major roads, and based on excavations of several of them, it dates to about 2,500 years ago. And so this is the key thing, is we want to understand clear dates for stuff. And that is the key thing. We have plentiful evidence. Do you mind if I show you some of our Ice Age evidence that we have?
It reset. I think the HDMI resets when you shut the computer.
Did I shut my computer?
Yeah.
Sorry. Should I unplug it then?
Yeah.
Okay. Technology.
I don't know.
Sorry, I have a cheap computer. I work for a public university and have a small grant.
I don't think it's the computer's problem. I think it's all good.
Let me pull up my actual one. So let's look at some of the Ice Age stuff that we can look exactly where Graham says we're not looking. And I want to show you what we do have.
No, I say you're not looking enough.
Okay, but I want to show you what we find when we do look. Because I completely agree, Graham. I actually hope that people who are interested in more archaeology happening donate to things like the Archaeological Institute of America, the European Association of Archaeologists, and the Society for American Archaeologists. That can help fund more surveys and
If
excavations.
someone wanted to do that, where would they go?
To their websites, saas.org, archaeological.org. I think it's archaeological.org. Can I give you guys the links to put it on the YouTube and stuff like that?
Sure.
Yeah, so archaeological.org for the Archaeological Institute of America, and I'll give you guys the links for that, so you can show that.
I just wanted to get it out there while it's still in people's minds.
Yeah. Look it up, Archaeological Institute of America, Society for American Archaeology, and European Association for Archaeologists.
Okay.
They are great institutions that support stuff. I just want to dedicate this quick thing to my dad. He was an Ice Age archaeologist. He innovated how to do mapping and how to look at stone tools, and please blame him for any of my mistakes, any of his colleagues that are listening. So I want to talk about one of his surveys that he actually did in the upper deserts of Egypt, above Abydos. Abydos is famous because that's where the pre-dynastic dynasty came from in Egypt. But up in the upper areas, Hamlet Devilshevsky and Shannon McFerrin, they went and they surveyed 2,100 different places where, based on sort of the geology of the areas, they thought there was a decent chance that people might have been there in the past because of it being not a desert environment, but more of a savanna, more green. And because of erosion, there might be stuff visible, right? So they targeted these areas and they found, nearly 200 different sites, all dating to the Ice Age, dense scatters, some of them dense, not all of them were dense, like this one on the right, of lithics, of stone tools that showed people working in place, and they mapped them out in the desert. They have 36,000 different artifacts that they found in this survey. And in many places, they could actually refit these back together so they could understand that people were doing this right here in this spot. And so, one of the great things about desert survey is because of all the wind erosion, we actually should have exposed more architecture, more artifacts, and because it's so dry, things like organic material preserved sometimes as well. And so we actually have this picture of stuff that's different than, say, in a more temperate zone. But if we start looking at underwater sites, I talked with Dr. Jessica Cook-Hale, who's now at the University of Bradford, who has done underwater dives and found ice age sites off the coast of Florida. So this is in the Gulf of Mexico. Jane, I have to give this to you. Sorry. I have a video here for you.
Good airdrop.
I
No, it's not gonna sound the flash.
Yeah. I'm no tech nerd.
Well, it's just Windows.
Yeah, no, I know.
Isn't that part of a big lawsuit right now?
And so one of the things that she does is she is an underwater archaeologist who focuses on the Stone Age and this period that we're talking about at the end of the Ice Age. And what we're looking at here, she'll talk about it, it's just a short 1-minute clip, is this site's underwater, they all date to the end of the Ice Age. And so they're lithic scatters, just like my dad found in the Sahara Desert, of hunter-gatherers underwater sites, though. And so let's see what some of these look like.
Can I ask you something? How do they go about choosing these areas to search?
Yeah, she's going to explain that.
Okay.
So what she does is she develops predictive models based on the geomorphology. This is her colleague, finding some stone tools. So they look at the underwater geomorphology, they take known sites above water, and then they predict where they might be able to go and successfully find material. And then they go dive, and often enough they do find that material. And they're able to find, here we go, yeah, good.
Has dentists, terminal plasticine and early Holocene occupations in the American Southeast, or definitely in Florida. We don't just do random dives. We go back from the known to the unknown. We look at terrestrial patterns. We look at cultural types. So periods where people were using shellfish as a subsistence base. It's really important to look at those sites on land and say, what are the factors? What environmental patterns or cultural patterns can we tease out of these larger distributions? And then we project it offshore, and if we're fortunate, then after we pull all those threads together, this is what we get.
And so, yeah, this is just like with my dad when he targeted areas in the Sahara. Now she's at University of Bradford, and they're doing dives in different areas of Europe. And they're specifically targeting this kind of Stone Age material from this period, and they're able to successfully find it. And so I think that that's important to understand, because this material is there to find, even though it's very much ephemeral material from hunter-gatherer camps. And this is oftentimes outcrops of stone for making these kind of stone tools. So that's what they're actually finding, is where they're making it, looking at the geomorphology to find them. And so if we, let's get past this. We already talked about this wall, but I also wanted to bring up other kinds of underwater finds that have been found from the Stone Age. Kosker Cave, it's a painted cave, it's 115 feet underwater off the coast of Marseille, found recently in 1985 by Henri Cosquet, and it's dated to 27,000 and 19,000 years ago, and dated by radiocarbon. It's actually the painted cave with the most radiocarbon dates from it. Right? And this is what we have. We have panels of black horses. It's one of the only painted caves with sea creatures. For example, these auks, I think there's some stuff that they describe as jellyfish. There's a black stag. And so we actually are looking underwater and successfully finding this kind of material. But it's not just underwater, because I don't think we need to stop there. If we look at this culture in Europe at the end of the Ice Age, this Magdalenian culture that's associated with most of these painted caves from about 17,000 to 12,000 years ago, the exact period that grand civilization should date to. We have radiocarbon dates from a large number of these caves, very clearly locked in time. And what do we see? They're actually, even with sea level rise, they're only a couple miles from the Ice Age coast. So these are very, very sort of empire there, or civilization. That's fine. That's just another way you misrepresent my work. Okay, I'm sorry for misrepresenting your work, Graham. But there's no use for some sort of large agricultural civilization along most of these coasts, because the way sea level rise has worked is it's variable in different places. And so we actually have a whole lot of coverage near to Ice Age coasts from the end of the Ice Age, not the glacial maximum.
Can you explain those lines?
Yeah, so these are lines based on 100 meters and 120 meters of sea level rise, which is about the amount that existed from the Younger Tribes. There's more from the glacial maximum, but that's 20,000 years ago. We're talking about 12,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age. And so they're only, all these caves on the north of Spain are only a few miles away from that Ice Age coastline. So just, short walking distance.
Right, so anything that had been submerged would have to be within those boundaries.
Yeah, exactly. And there's only a few miles there. It's not like a huge untapped landscape to look at, if you see what I mean.
Not in the Bay of Biscay.
Not in the Bay of Biscay, not in many
But
places.
take the Cinder Shelf, for example.
Okay.
Enormous amount of submerged material there. I'm not disputing that we're going to find hunter-gatherer sites underwater. I'm simply saying, and you seem to keep evading this issue, that not enough has been done to rule out the possibility of a lost civilization. There were hunter-gatherers all over the world during the Ice Age, and of course we're going to find hunter-gatherer sites underwater. But to say that we've done enough underwater archaeology to rule out the possibility that something very surprising might be found underwater, to me, is actually dishonest. There's just not enough being done. There's not enough being done in the Sahara, there's not enough being done in the Amazon, and there's not been done enough on those 27 million square kilometers of submerged continental shelves. The whole area between the Malaysian peninsula, the Indonesian islands, out over to New Guinea and Australia, the submerged Sunda Shelf and the Sahul area, to me is absolutely fascinating, and not enough underwater archaeology has been done there to rule out the possibility. I'm not saying that we're not going to find hunter-gatherer sites, of course we are, but I'm saying that for archaeology to claim and to quite viciously and unpleasantly attack me for suggesting the possibility that there might be a lost civilization, to make that claim while having failed thus far to investigate thoroughly the vast areas of the submerged continental shelves, the vast areas of the Amazon rainforest, the vast areas of the Sahara Desert that have not been investigated, that claim is premature and that claim is disingenuous.
Because we have thousands of sites.
I don't care how many sites you have. There's 3,000 underwater sites that have been found.
Graham, working with archaeology is working from the known and what we actually have towards the unknown. And when you say we're not investigating these areas, I'm showing you that we have. We have.
No, I admit you have.
Okay, so let me explain.
Don't misrepresent me.
I'm not misrepresenting.
Of course you've surveyed some of those areas, yes.
And we've surveyed quite a bit of them, and quite a bit of them are
What do you mean by quite a bit? How much of the submerged continental shelf?
Graham, I'm going to keep showing you areas that we have evidence for. Why do we have so much evidence for ephemeral hunter-gatherers, but not evidence from an advanced civilization that is global? Well, that should leave behind monuments that are far easier to find. Instead, what we get are plentiful sites outside and in caves that show coastal interactions. We have evidence of these hunter-gatherers interacting with the coastlines. They're collecting shellfish and fish. They're turning them into beads. They turn whale bones into points to hunt with and to other kinds of artifacts. And these whale bones and these shells don't just end up on those coastal sites. They end up further inland as well. So we can see all over the world this kind of coastal interaction. And it's not just areas like that. So for example, sea level rise is not even everywhere. Just off the southern coast of Crete, I've been here. Dr. Tom Strasser has shown me around the site. Very thankfully, I'm very much in debt to him. This is an area where the African tectonic plate is moving under the European tectonic plate, and so the land is rising faster than the sea level has risen. And so Tom specifically targeted it for a survey. He found dozens of sites, and then he excavated several of them. What this is an uplifted sea cave. It's a cave that was formed from wave action, before the Ice Age, and then with tectonic uplift, it raised up many, many, many meters above the current sea level. And what did he find? He found a Stone Age hunter-gatherer camp. He excavated it. He found obsidian. He found other kinds of lithic tools. He found animal bones, and he dated it to right at the end of the Ice Age, right?
None of that's surprising to me.
Okay.
Just
if you find this stuff so easy,
how much of the submerged continental shelves have actually been investigated by archaeology?
It doesn't matter. It does matter. No, it doesn't.
27 million square kilometers, the size of Europe and China added together, and you've investigated less than 5% of it. That doesn't matter.
The fact that we found thousands of these hunter-gatherer sites does not matter.
It does matter. Of course you're going to find them. That's what I expect to find in the world. Both things can be true. Both can be true.
Or we can go to North America where we have 12,000 different sites, I think it is, with Clovis points, and we can see where these coastlines are. On the eastern seaboard, yes, there's a large amount of submerged the continental shelf, including the area in Florida where we saw Jessica Cook Hale dive and found sites. If you look at the western seaboard, on the other hand, there is not nearly as much of a submerged continental shelf. And what's really interesting about the western seaboard is not only have we been exploring it for 40 plus years, and we have multiple sites dating to this period at the end of the Ice Age, sometimes with wood and cording, other times with stone tools, all of them hunter-gatherers. 1 second, Graham.
Sure.
And so you mentioned this Clovis first hypothesis, right? It's been decades. You bring up news articles and headlines that say that it's still being debunked. That's not what archaeology is. Our articles ourselves don't say that. Our articles instead present new hypotheses like the Kelp Highway hypothesis, because the scholars do not write the headlines for media articles. I cannot help how journalists portray what we do, okay? And so what we're looking at is this new migration pathway, the Kelp Highway hypothesis done by John Erlandson and others. And what we can do is we can specifically target areas that are above water. So what's happening along the Pacific coast, north in Canada, is the glacier is melting. And that causes sea level rise. But the weight of the glacier pushes down the land. So as it melts, there's less weight on the land. It's called isostatic rebound. So there's a whole chunk of the Pacific coast along Canada where it's above land right now for us to excavate. And people have been targeting that. At the University of Victoria, for example, Duncan McLaren has found footprints right there on what is an end of the Ice Age coast from about 15,000 years ago. These are footprints in beach sand from 3 different people from this analysis. And so we can get these ephemeral traces of hunter-gatherers moving into the Americas at this time. Maybe some of them have lived there for a few thousand years. And we can target these areas that are above land that were Ice Age coasts. Using our knowledge of geology. That is what we do. It's not that we're necessarily looking for one thing or another. We're targeting areas that are exposed, that we can understand coastal interactions at this early time. And whatever we find, whether it's footprints or something else, we work to publish it. And then we put together clear dates of the stratigraphy in order to get it at high resolution when these people were walking on this coastline, on this beach. There's 3 different people right here.
But how did you feel when you, Tom Dillahan is how did you feel when he was describing what was ultimately true, that was being dismissed and he was being shut off and people weren't willing to read the data? How do you feel as an archaeologist?
Oh, I think that's complete. I don't mean that what Graham's saying is bullshit. I think it's complete bullshit for any colleagues of mine that try to shoot down actual evidence. That is ridiculous. I'm not trying to say that all archaeology is like any community of people. There includes some assholes. I have worked with some assholes before, right? And so I would say that to represent that all of archaeology is kind of silly because most archaeologists don't focus on the people of America. Me, I do really genetic research. When people arrive in America, it's not impact research. All my Greek colleagues, all the people that do Chinese archaeology, people that do archaeology in Australia, none of those people really have a horse in the game for the people of Americas. And so if there were a few assholes archaeologists who went to them, I think that is a problem. You know, and I think that there are, just like in any community of people, whether it's politicians, entertainers, or in your neighborhood, there's assholes. You should say that's the wrong way to be. And if those people are assholes, I think that's a problem.
You were showing us a picture of Florida.
Yeah.
The submerged continental shelf around Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to that.
Sure.
I interrupted you. Apologies for doing that.
You're fine.
Now we're looking at the Florida Peninsula. And just to the right of that, we're looking at a large island that was above water during the Ice Age. It's in the light shaded green area. The dark shaded bit is the island called Andros. But what we're looking at is the Bahama Banks that were above water during the Ice Age. So this might be a good opportunity to get into the controversial issue of Bimini, which is one of the many issues that I featured in Ancient Apocalypse and that I've been attacked.
Do you mind if I actually finish my PowerPoint first, or?
Oh, go ahead. Yes.
Okay, sorry. No, you're fine.
We'll go back to Bimini.
Yeah, we can get to Bimini in a second. I do want to point out that right down downtown Miami right here is an archaeological site called Cutler Ridge, which also dates to the end of the Ice Age. It has shells, it has lithics, it has even, I think, human remains, and it shows that kind of coastal interaction not too far from the Ice Age coast, just a few miles away. Sorry, let me have images of that. No, I don't think I do. I'm sorry. No worries. We can Google it if we want. But I do want to just sort of end this little thing by saying that we have coastal Ice Age archaeology from around the world. From Africa, from Asia, from Australia, from the Americas. Everywhere you look, there are Ice Age coastal sites. For example, this set of beads from a burial of a child from La Madeleine. These are marine beads found inland. They were embroidered into the clothes that this child was buried in, right? It's about a 7-year-old little child buried there. And so you get these kind of pictures of the past, the people that lived in this sort of tough terrain and exploited the coasts all over the world. And so I just want to really emphasize underwater archaeology. We find things, for example, like a seawall off the coast of Israel, trying to combat the coast level rise that was happening in the Stone Age, right? We have lithic artifacts on submerged archaeological sites all over the world from different periods. And so we really are looking for this. Now, we're not just finding shipwrecks, and we are finding plentiful Stone Age stuff, hunter-gatherer sites, and it just sort of, it strikes me as unbelievable that we have so many thousands of sites that show coastal interactions at the end of the Ice Age from these hunter-gatherers, but we have no evidence of a lost advanced civilization. That strikes me as, maybe this doesn't disprove it, but it makes it very, very hard to swallow, if you see what I mean, because nobody really understands how much archaeology we have. We have a lot these days. It is a study of big data. It's not a study of just going to one site after another. It's about aggregating this to understand how people were living in the past, and sometimes zooming in to get pictures of individual people and how they survived.
To draw, I have to really repeat myself here.
Yeah,
We're looking at less than 5% of the continental shelves that have been studied at all by archaeology. I'm not surprised that we find hunter-gatherer traces underwater. I'm very glad that we do. I would be very surprised if we didn't. But what I'm saying is that not enough of that 27 million square kilometers has been investigated. Only a tiny fraction has been investigated. And that fraction is not enough to draw the conclusion that we can absolutely say there was no lost civilization. Same goes for the Amazon rainforest. Same goes for the Sahara.
But can we say there's no evidence for an advanced civilization in what they have studied?
In what they have studied, yes, we can say there's no evidence for an advanced civilization. But that brings us to another issue of what is studied and what is not studied by archaeology, which we can get into, and we will get into. But I would like to go back to Flint's inundation map of Guinness. It's here. We just beneath the compass rose there, can we highlight that somehow? Yeah, the submerged Bahama Banks, the Grand Bahama Banks, you're on them now. That was a big island above water during the Ice Age, and it actually stayed above water until about 6,900 years ago. So let's just talk, because I know Bimini has been a very controversial issue. I don't know if it's a controversial issue for you, but certainly for a large number of your colleagues, the suggestion that the so-called Bimini Road is a man-made artifact has been mocked and laughed at a great deal.
I'm not sure if mocked is right, but I've definitely heard it's a geological sand beach.
Yeah,
it's the beach sand.
Are you familiar with the general work that's been done at Bimini?
I am not a geologist, so I'll go with no.
Okay.
But I've heard from other geologists that it is definitely not man-made.
Okay. Well, can I put my HDMI? I got so many different pairs of glasses here. It's really crazy. Bimini inundation maps. Yes, I just want to say I worked with Dr. Glenn Mill, who's a leading geologist studying marine archaeology. This is the Piri Reis map, and change my glasses yet again. I'll tell you, old age is a bitch. So it's this map that I'm interested in. It's this large island and the possibility that that large island was depicted on as it looked during the last ice age, that it is the submerged Bahama Banks, and that running up the middle of it is a depiction of the so-called Bimini Road. Now, I'm showing, as it looks today, top left, where the Bimini Islands are, and the island of Andros. If you go back 4,800 years, bottom left, you can see that the Grand Bahama Banks were submerged. But up until 6,900 years ago, they were above water. And 12,400 years ago, they were above water. You can say that looks very much to me like the island that's depicted on. He worked with me on the inundation maps for my two-book Underworld. I think you have to agree that he's a very major expert in the field. These inundation maps that he has given us are documentation.
And those original maps, the ancient ones, how old are they?
That's a 13 Perry Reese map, which was based on more than 20 older source maps. As he tells us on his own handwriting. We only have a fragment of the map. It's full of inaccuracies and problems. But I'm just not what convinced me. What?
So I used to do a lot of GIS for archaeological projects where I take historical maps and I try to line them up with actual terrain like satellite imagery and stuff like that. You should work on geo-rectifying these maps to see how they line up in real space. Because right now what I see, I have to squint to see if it looks right or not. And so I think working with something like a GIS expert to geo-rectify this stuff and show how actually accurate it would be, where you could actually statistically measure that, would make it a lot more convincing in my mind.
No, that's a very good idea, Flynn. Thank you.
Can we see images of the Bimini Road itself?
I'll show you a couple of slides. If I can put this up. Come on. And that's me diving on the Bimini Road.
And so these are arranged in what fashion? I see the small segments of it.
No, there's a huge extensive area, runs for about more than half a mile right off the coast of Bimini, of these blocks. Now, what I want to get to here is the suggestion that this is totally a natural site. You're not familiar at all with the work that's been done on this, Flynn?
It's not my expertise, no.
Yeah. Because if you read the literature, you'll find that archaeologists constantly refer to work that was done by Eugene Shin and a couple of other geologists arguing that A, the Bimini Road is totally natural, and B, that it's pretty young. It's only 3,000 years old or so. But this is an area where there's a real problem. Because in the literature on that, archaeologists cite the 1980 and later work of Eugene Shin, which itself cites his 1978 article. But the 1978 article is very hard to find. I had to do a lot of work to get hold of it. The 1978 article is almost certainly that's said in the 1980 and later articles. The whole authority for are there any artifacts from the Bimini Road? Because I've excavated road surfaces and I've found lots of artifacts as an artifact. But let me just play you again, Jamie. I guess I'll have to airdrop this to you. Let me just play you a little clip from Eugene Shin, upon whose authority the Bimini Road is being dismissed as totally natural, very recent. Could we airdrop this, Jamie?
And then I'd like to show what a road surface looks like under excavation afterwards, from a project I work on in Romania.
So this is the guy whose work on Bimini is used by archaeology to dismiss it as A, totally natural, and B, totally recent. So we would hope that he would be an honest person, that he wouldn't disguise his own findings from an earlier period of time. How do I play it? Oh, you play it, okay. And this is just a little clip from Eugene Shin.
Yeah, I remember when I first met you, I was a young graduate student at Rasmus. And I remember running into you and you were carving this stone statue. And somebody asked you what you were doing with it, and you said you were taking it over to the Bahamas and throw it overboard and hope that the sheep would find it. So I really followed up on that.
Well, someone told me, and they saw it in a magazine somewhere, but I kept waiting for, something to really happen.
The guy who's planting artifacts on the Bimini Road is the main authority that is used to dismiss the Bimini Road as a man-made structure.
Did he actually do that, or was he just joking around about
It's not clear. I think joking about it would be in very bad taste as well.
Yeah.
And especially referring to the sheep who think that it might be.
Well, it's certainly not a scientific approach.
To my mind, it's not a scientific approach at all. I think this is the moment where I'm going to do my sort of second major presentation.
Do you mind if I quickly show some images of a road surface?
Yeah, I'm very happy for you.
Sure. Jamie, do you mind showing the HDMI?
I would like to see better images of Bimini Road, maybe,
Jamie, there's a lot of images of Bimini Road on the ground truth, our magnetometry survey, we opened up trenches to find these Roman roads. And so what you see when you look at Roman roads is you see pottery in the backing of it, you see animal bones. In fact, they specifically use these complete foot bones from cattle and horses, and amphora toes. Amphora are these kind of ceramic vessels used to transport wine and olive oil and things like that, as drainage. And so, as you dig into a road surface, you expect to find this kind of material everywhere. I've excavated roads in Greece, in Italy, and in Romania.
And how old are these roads?
These are from, this is about 2,000 years ago. Yeah. And so this is the kind of hacking that you get. You get plentiful artifacts associated with roads all the time. And there's no reason, I could see maybe the animal bones not preserving underwater, but ceramics preserve really well. Those thousands and thousands of shipwrecks that we've excavated, most of what we find is the wood from the ship and then ceramic vessels. And so that survives. Ceramic is virtually indestructible once it's high fired. And so, this is the kind of stuff that we find alongside road surfaces, and we find it everywhere in the world.
And at Bimini, how much searching have they done looking for things like that?
A great deal of work has been done by amateurs who archaeologists have poured really most unpleasant scorn on for several decades. But that work has, in my view, been highly valuable and has been worthwhile doing. I don't claim that the Bimini Road is a road. That's just what it's referred to these days. I do claim that it's a very large megalithic structure which was submerged by rising sea levels.
So calling it a road is an unfortunate term. You can't compare it to this road.
We don't know what it is, but what it is a series of megalithic blocks laid out side by side.
But see, better images of it, perhaps something more that gives you the scale of it, because there's a problem with looking at things up close.
Yeah, and I just give a quick shout out to UT Austin, which directs that project in Romania.
Yeah,
UT Austin, you guys rock.
Shout out. Okay, so that looks crazy, man. That last image, though, go back to that last one. That's crazy. I mean, that is, how big are these stones?
They weigh a couple of tons each. They're about 12 feet long on one side by about 15 feet long.
They're fairly uniform in size.
They're fairly uniform in size. In many cases, and again, the contrary has been claimed, in many cases, propped up on other blocks underneath them. There are multiple layers. And in many cases, the bedding planes do not, in fact, slope as one would expect if this were natural. They're horizontal. And this is one of the things that's been missed in the geological literature. Go on
the upper left-hand corner, Jamie, please. Yeah.
I'm just looking for some proof here. It's all
right, but
things look cool. I get that, but it's like a question of how do you tell the difference between man-made and natural, and that's not easy. And I've never really, again, seen architecture like this. We don't see stuff like this on the sites that Graham goes to in Ancient Apocalypse, for example. It doesn't look like this. It's the same culture in those places. We expect to see more sites that look like this.
What up, girl? How are you?
Yeah, which is like that it's not all one culture. Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
So this one's fascinating. Look at that one.
We are
That
brilliant.
doesn't
How are you?
Brilliant as well, girl, thank you.
really looks man-made.
I think it looks
You're
like
welcome.
Guinness. I've seen a lot of
Thank you, thank you.
I'm up, girl, just for you.
Looks man-made. Wouldn't that sync up?
What did you say?
I'm awake just for you.
This had been dated and everyone knew where this came
You're
from,
welcome.
and you saw this, and this was from an archaeological site that was well known and established. You would look at that and say, yes, that fits that.
It's
Yeah,
You
you love
would
it.
look at that. If it was in a well-known archaeological site and say, oh, this piece is man-made.
Yeah,
All the other stuff is clearly natural.
I mean, look, to me, I don't see anything to tell you.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
What?
I am Rabbi Rothschild.
Okay.
That's
Randy. What are you doing, Daddy? What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm linking all my social media. I have more content on YouTube than any person in global history.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a big deal, girl. Pardon me?
Can you sing me a song?
No, you lost out. I already sang you one this morning. You can't even know what it was. It was watermelon sugar. I sang you watermelon sugar. You didn't even care. Nope. Tomorrow I'll do it. Oh, hey, you want to hear my British accent? It stinks. No, it's only one word I can do. It's when the Beatles say little.
It's little.
It's little. It's little. It's little.
It's little.
It's little. Okay. So no, I can't. But I can do little.
Say in it, bro.
In it. In it proof.
In it. Do it again.
In it proof.
Not proof. Proof.
What's the last word?
Brother.
In it, brother.
Brother.
In it, brother. In it, brother. In it, brother. In it, brother.
Say bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Bottle of water. Bottle of water.
Uncle, there's a big ass uncle. Look. Uncle.
Do you want to hear my American
Yes.
accent? Hey, y'all.
Uncle.
Got that in it.
In.
There's a big ass uncle. Biggest uncle ever. Look at him. He's a uncle.
Do you want to hear my American accent?
Yeah, let's hear it. I want to hear it.
Wakey.
Wakey. Where is it?
The biggest one. The biggest uncle.
Wakey.
That's your English, that's your American accent?
Do you want to hear my American accent?
I would love to.
That's
The biggest uncle. The guy's the biggest uncle, dude.
That was good,
The
that
biggest
wasn't it?
uncle, dude.
What?
Hey, what did you
This
say?
guy, I mean, dude, biggest uncle, dude. You're listening, dude? Biggest uncle, dude. Biggest guy right here. Biggest ass uncle, dude.
Say,
Say something, dude. Hey, dude.
Here's a big uncle, dude.
What should I say? What should I say?
Rabbi Rothschild is an amazing person.
It's an amazing person.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That was a good attempt.
Rabbi Rothschild is a great person.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Good for you guys. You'll fit in the. You'll-
You're singing in an American accent.
You'll fit in Texas beautifully.
And in Texas. Oh, not the rest of it. I've got another song ready with the Demo. Could you miss? Take me in.
Hey, guess what? I just connected my social media to my Discord. If you have a chance, look at my social media on my Discord.
I was just singing for you, man.
Oh my God, what is that? What is that?
Sing it again. I'll sing it again.
What is that? Big ass tits, bro. Where were titties? This has some big ass titties, dude. Where was titties? Big. This is what we want.
Did you like it?
I loved it.
Where's Billy go? Where did Billy go?
Big ass titty right here, bro. Big titty.
You love it. You love Billy. Billy. Wakey, wakey, Billy. Wakey, wakey, Billy.
Big titty right here. Very big titty. Big. Look at this big ass titty, dude. Look at this big ass titty up there. Big titty on cam. Look at this big ass titty on cam, dude. Big ass titty on cam. Big ass titty on cam right here.
What are you watching?
Big ass
Is
titty
that
on cam.
what I think it is? What is it? Is that a
Joe Rogan? We're watching Joe Rogan. What is that? Hey,
you dirty bastard.
Big Dom.
Oh shit, that's a big ass honker, dude.
I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have 1,000 TikTok accounts.
Well done, you've got 1,000 TikTok accounts. Well done.
I do. Check them out. Look at my
I've got over 1,000 wrong.
look at my social media on my profile.
I could really give you shit.
Girl, you're gonna be in love with me.
I just said.
I'm already. I'm a little bit When Billy's gone,
What up, dog? Wakey, girl. I want you waking me up every morning.
You are?
I want you waking me up every morning. Wakey. I love it. I love it.
What did you say?
I love it. I love how you wake me up.
Alright, thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it, you know?
You're welcome. You're a nice person. Thank you.
Oh my God.
I'm really not a nice person, though.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear
There's
you.
a big ass honker behind me, dude. There's a big ass honker, dude. Big ass honker, dude. This guy's a big ass dick behind me. This guy has a big ass dick behind me. You guys hear me? You guys hear me?
I was thinking you so.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, dog.
Big ass dick behind me.
Wakey, girl.
No. This guy's a big ass dick behind me. This is
Wakey. Why do people do that?
It's funny. I'll do the same. Hey guys, we're on camera. You know something funny? Everyone, look at my camera. You know something funny? Hey, you have to listen to my camera. Yeah, I'm something funny. It's so funny.
Thank you.
No, it's something funny.
Thank you.
Oh, I can only find the ones I can in. So.
What did you say?
I can get no.
I've got a question.
You got a question? Go ahead.
Are you from Texas?
Am I? No, I'm from California.
Are you from Texas?
I'm from California, but I can do a mean Texas accent.
Go on then. Do the Texas accent from California.
You want me to do a Texas accent?
Yeah.
Okay. What would you like me to say?
This ain't Texas. Sing the Beyonce song, This Ain't Texas.
Oh, I don't know that song.
Yeah.
I could sing.
Oh, shame.
I could probably sing a Beatles song with a southern accent.
Yeah, go on then.
Okay.
Sing the beat.
Let's see here. Oh boy, that's hard.
Go on then.
That's good. That's difficult. I'm gonna have to put. Let me do a normal. Let me do a normal.
Let me try this. Does this work?
Welcome back. You have already logged in and will be redirected back to Reddit shortly. So let me get the lyrics for a Beatles song. Just one moment.
You know, buddy, I walked away, guys. Why am I still here? This is fine. I'm really outside my house.
I don't know.
Big Dom, you ready? Hey, Big Dom.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, ready? Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. Now it looks as though they are here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. You want to hear it all? Here we go. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Yesterday. Love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. That's the song.
Excuse me, could you please put the cheeks away? Did you hear that?
Yeah, sorry. Calm down, woman. No.
Please, can you put the cheeks away? I
No.
want you to put them away.
Big Dog. Big Dog's watching me. God, Big Dog.
Do you know what we're on about?
You liked it.
Put away your ass. What did you say?
You know what I said.
I can't hear you. I'm in a public space.
Oh, well, you're in a public space. Oh, okay.
What did you say?
I take these words to the grave, girl. Huh?
It's kind of hard to put this word right, dude.
What are you on about?
We got it, guys. We got it right. Nah, it looks like I'm fucking staring at you menacingly. Let's go.
You can know. Time to go. Put away your ass cheeks. Oh, we gotta go.
Right.
I'm walking off away.
Take care. Bye, Billy. Bye, Billy.
Remember that?
Well, they're fun.
Yeah, this is gonna be funny. Watch this. I'm gone. I know where you see. Hello? I'm gone. He's going loud. Again.
That it's man-made is all I can say.
I screwed up. What I had to say is,
I get what you're saying.
if you looked at this, you wouldn't say this is natural. If you looked at this at a known archaeological site, it's reversed it, sorry. If you looked at this at a known archaeological site, there was other structures there, and then there was this, you would say this is a part of that. You wouldn't say that this is natural.
Not necessarily. So there's a site that I work
But
with.
look at this right here.
I get what you're saying.
But you know what I'm saying? Like if there was other structures next to that, that would be man-made. You would assume, I would think, that would be man-made as well.
No, that was what I was going to say. Is there's oftentimes a lot of natural stones alongside archaeological stones at sites. There was this one example of a perfectly circular depression at this site in north of Kilos.
What is
So we kept saying it's in the middle of a stone structure.
Oh, it's
And
just.
so we went back and forth on whether it's man-made or not. This circular depression.
No one talks.
Geologists showed up. They said, nope, that's not that part's not real. If you see what I mean, we listen and collaborate with geologists who understand how to tell the difference.
But we definitely know that happens in sinkholes.
Yeah.
A great example, very circular sinkhole that goes, it was like hundreds of feet deep, right, Jimmy?
Oh, there it is.
Blowing up the building. And it looks crazy, like someone took an apple core.
Is this online or is this like?
Yeah, it's nuts, it's nuts. But that's sort
Is
of
it free or you buy
different thing than stones being laid out in uniform.
What's like? How much was it or when did it come out?
You know, what do you want, 21?
No, she was looking at Kilos, which is not right. So it was an early Atlantic segment.
Cool.
It's
Like another
$40.
It's just some pretty big fucking Tetris. So all the Tetris, any way you want it.
Yeah, it's got lots of interesting effects.
We believe in
This is cool.
outrageous technologies like lost civilization of the Ice Age.
Campaign move for Tetris. That sounds pretty.
The way that you
I've never been totally obsessed with Tetris, but I've always liked it. It's always been pretty, cool. I like Tetris.
Well, we know that it's very painful to go to the stake. And heretics were going to the stake until relatively recently. And there's Galileo.
You play any other games?
Heresy.
Yeah.
And here we have Flint Dibble, who's.
Multiplayer games?
Sorry if I'm being direct, Flint, but you do recently appear to have set yourself
Were you
up
playing
in
like
a wonderful position.
Either League of Legends,
Overall,
Overwatch,
investigating tests
Battlefield,
whether
where are these
outputs
games? Halo, CS.
fits into what is regarded as a
Halo is pretty good, but they have like
So I noticed your
issues. Like a lot of times, people's computers
controversy.
do weird shit when they try to launch it.
And that concerns the work of
Halo Infinite, there's a lot of like bugs.
residents with
It's a good game.
graphic. He was
They fixed it. When it came out, it was pretty boring. They had their like nose and shit.
But this guy, my friend Danny Hillman out of Majaja, he wasn't such a big target for you to bring down. And you presented this video on your YouTube channel where you referred to it as a pyramid scheme, which is an insult in itself. And I'd like to take this opportunity just to play a little clip from Flint's YouTube channel, if that's all right.
Yeah, feel free.
Okay, Jamie, another bit of airdrop here. This is a clip from your YouTube channel.
This was an interview with Dr. Luffy.
Yeah, now you very, very smart that you brought on a couple of Indonesian speakers to join your assassination of the work of Danny Hillman, not Majaja.
Dr. Luffy Yondri excavated the site of Gunung Padang. He did major excavations there.
Indeed so. And there's a conflict of interest between him, and that's the bottom there. There's a conflict of interest between him and Danny regarding Gunung Padang and work on Gunung Padang. But I'm more interested in the way that you guys present this and the mockery that's involved in it. Let's just play that little clip.
Terry, do you want to expand on any of your comments? Your thoughts?
I will criticize about the outdoor first.
Okay.
If you see the outdoors, there is a Danny Hillman and the others is you can see only one archaeologist.
Who is the archaeologist? The one archaeologist?
Archaeologist is the only
Akbar.
one.
Okay.
So it's
And everyone else is-
yeah. 11 is the geologist. All the geography and the geologist. It's not the archaeologist.
Wait, they have one sentence. They say, on top of this very decayed rock mass, a unique stone artifact resembling a traditional Sudanese dagger called a stone was discovered. That is all they say. Is that how you identify artifacts?
In Indonesia, the oldest pyramid was, I think it's only Ali Akbar who supports him for this one.
He's the only one. There's only one.
The only one, I think.
Wow.
Because I don't find any person and Hancock too. Is a symbol of the pseudo science for me. So it's not his symbol is not the archaeologist, the ordinary people or people in the outside. They waiting our research and they waiting what we say because they always believe what we say. The archaeologists say we say is the civilization. Okay, it's civilization. It's like that because we are the researchers, we are the archaeologists.
Now, I'll continue with my little bit of presentation there. If we can pull that up, okay.
Hey, well, we got
Still.
Joe Rogan.
Hell yeah, baby, we got Joe Rogan.
So here we have,
We got Joe Rogan,
you have
yeah.
great influence on media and culture. You said you just have a small YouTube.
So why are you listening?
That's true, Flint. You do have a
Why am I what?
small outreach on YouTube, but you have a much
Well, that's
larger
what
outreach with
we got the
journalists. And you
Oh,
put yourself
the recent
in
one
and
with Graham Hancock and this archaeologist.
So this concerns Gunung Padang.
Do you enjoy listening to Joe Rogan? I used to enjoy.
Yeah, we like Joe Rogan, dog.
Pyramidal structure.
I don't enjoy listening to Joe Rogan now. I don't know why.
Which the work of Danny Hillman, who's a very experienced geologist, has suggested might be as much as 25, 27.
He's a fine dude, huh?
I think so. I agree.
And here we have the Guardian. Well, there's Bill Farley on the left. He's strongly
Guys, you guys have any accent like any fake accent like have you done any
There's
fake
Bill Farley saying it was not worthy of
Nope,
publication.
I really do want that one.
Danny Hillman and
apparently.
his team published a peer review.
How about you?
Do you guys do any accent?
Peer review.
Do you?
Yeah, I know.
Until Flint and his colleagues
I know
Right.
what people accent like.
put pressure on.
Let's hear it.
Here's the claim being rubbish by
Hello, my friend.
others.
Do you need any petrol?
Point out that not legitimate
Oh, very
Do you
good.
need any petrol?
materials made by humans
Do
actually.
you need any petrol? Send me your
Danny's
evidence. I'm sending you petrol.
estimation, what the remote sensing shows is rock structures that have been cut and shaped and not replaced by human beings.
Who told me that I attack is wrong? I'm
All this
bombing.
pressure was the
Right now.
archaeological inspection. The journal
Bombing you right now.
came under such huge
Let me
pressure.
put it
Such
down,
huge
you try to
amount
find
of
out
media
like
fuss
now.
about this, and I do think actually that all right, I think poor Danny suffered
Because I am a dictator.
findings were featured in my show. I think the
I am the
national
worst
archaeology in my show.
dictator you can ever find. That's the dictator.
At the end of the day,
I am the brother of King John Hunan.
and the piece was retracted, causing massive humiliation for Danny and his team.
Brother of King. No man, I'm just impersonating the accent.
Outside the article, but that the article not be
I'm
retracted.
just
And that seems to me
trying to imitate that.
fair enough.
I'm
Flint
trying to
and his
mimic them.
colleagues have really created a huge fuss in the media about me. And this
No,
is
I'm not. You know, Robert.
Satan loves Graham Hancock the most.
But wait a minute,
Now,
they did, but hold on, they did,
Can I get a ball, wall?
Right.
Can I get a ball?
No.
Say
I'm talking about Flint's influence on media.
Can I make a quick comment? I said, can I get a
you
ball,
can't
ball?
connect Flint to that, go back to that image again, you
Yeah.
can't connect Flint to this.
Well, I
Can
can.
I make a quick
But,
comment?
but
I'm
even
gonna leave
if,
right now.
but this Satan loves Graham Hancock the most is either one of two things. It's either an insane person or it's some sort of propaganda campaign. It's someone who's trying to dismiss you or get the fundamentalist Christians against you.
It followed the onslaught on my work, following the release eventually.
I understand, but this person might have gone after you anyway.
I've talked about.
Can I make a quick
the
comment
influence
about
on
my media influence? A lot of my media influence has to do with you announcing this conversation. The media rarely ever got in touch with me about you until you announced this conversation over a year ago. And then since then, I've had plentiful journalists get in touch with me to comment on things related to your show. So you're the one that's actually giving me this media platform. I do not go to these journalists at all. They contact me and
Well, which is great, because that's why you're here, and
Yeah.
I'm happy you're here to do this, and I think we can do this amicably, we can discuss these things. The issue of whether or not this site has any evidence.
I'm moving on from doing that.
Okay, but
Talking
I
about-
think that's kind of important, so for the people listening, like, what evidence is there?
The evidence is
Can we see some of this?
of dedicated work that's published in that paper, which eventually was retracted.
Why were you laughing when you saw that tool?
because it wasn't a tool.
You don't think that's a tool?
No.
What do you think that is?
I think it's natural again. That looked absolutely nothing like any human-made tool I've ever seen. And to be honest, the excavator of the site agrees. And so, that it was never described in
Can
the
we
article.
see that again? Can we see that image again?
I don't have it on me, but you can go back on there.
We'll have to play the video again.
We can Google it if you want.
I just want to see that image.
I can Google
But actually, that's the least important part of it.
Right, but the image is, okay, that piece right there.
there.
That piece right there. Boy, that piece looks like a tool to me. It looks like it's been shaped by human hands.
If you cut out the part where we go into it in a little more depth and we compare it to the Kuchang daggers. Which
Okay, I'm not saying it looks like a Kujang dagger. I don't even know what that is. But if someone showed me that in the museum, I would say, oh, 100% that was made by human beings. Does it mean it 100% was? In the weirdest of circumstances, could that be naturally formed? Perhaps, but boy, it doesn't look like it. Look at the right angles at the base of it, how it looks like it's carved and worked. Look at the line down the center of it.
That's not how we identify.
I understand, but that looks very similar to the touch of modern humans or some humans that we would recognize as human on stone.
And that's the importance of people that are familiar with the millions of artifacts that do exist. So
Right.
we can look for
That
things-
doesn't look to you like it was worked.
Not really, no.
No, it looks like just a natural
Yeah, it
stone.
just
that
looks
looks
like a
eroded
weird
like that.
eroded stone from a slope.
So like maybe thousands and thousands of years of a channel passing underneath the base of it has eroded
Yeah,
that
rolling
part of
around,
it.
sediment, stuff like that, abrading against it.
But how do you, what about the uniform peak, which is fairly uniform, the peak of it, the way it expands at the base, and it looks like there's
It's just not how we identify tools, though.
the line down the center of it. I understand, but
Yeah.
that nothing about that?
No, and in fact, part of what we were laughing at is that they don't describe it or go into any detail about it in the article. They just describe it in half a sentence, and then they show an image that's about the size of my, like a quarter or a nickel.
How large is the actual artifact?
I think it's something like this.
So you're making about 12 inches?
Yeah.
Okay.
The artifact is the least important part of Danny's work.
I was just fascinated by the dismissal of it, that you guys were laughing, because I just don't know if
Part of
that's a thing to laugh at. I mean,
Part of that was in the context of the fact that Luther Yonder had been snubbed. He'd been working at that site for several decades. He published a book on it, and none of his research was ever acknowledged in this article, and the media never ever went to him, which is why I got in touch with him, because there's all this publicity around this site, the Padang. Part
show. And nobody's paying attention to the fact that major excavations that happened there.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but this image looks much less man-made.
Yeah, and that's just another image of the same thing.
But the other side of it is probably what we're looking at previously. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. That looks man-made. So one side does and one side does not. Just to my untrained eyes. The bottom right-hand corner, Jamie, click on that one. Yeah. Make that a little larger. That looks odd. That looks very odd. That looks like somebody worked it. The other side does not.
There's not another artifact in the world like it.
Can I be clear?
Yeah, please.
That the issue here is not that.
I understand. I mean, we're probably getting lost in the weeds here on this.
Danny Hillman and his team have done years of investigative work with seismic tomography, with ground penetrating radar. Using their expertise in those technologies, they are of the opinion that we can see the image second from roughly in the middle at the top there.
Those are photographs from Luc Villondry's book, not from Danny Hillman's article. This is the excavations that he did.
No, I'm talking
he has clear radiocarbon.
Sorry, I'm talking top left.
Okay, sorry.
Top left.
Where
you see the red and the blue. Yes, this is an example of resistivity tomography work that Danny and his team.
In the article, there's a question mark after tunnel/chamber.
And my view is that this work needed to be taken much more seriously and not rubbished and dismissed in the way that it has been. And that I do feel that the retraction of the article, rather than the publication of opposing comments, is important. And thirdly, Luc Villondry has not done any of the work looking into the deep depths of Guinness. His excavations have only been in the top meter or so.
Can I pause you for a second here and explain what we're looking at? So the people listening, we're looking at an analysis of the ground structure and what type of instruments were used.
Seismic tomography, which sends sound waves down into the ground and bounces back a reflection of what is seen, low resistivity, high resistivity, and ground penetrating radar. We don't have time to go into all of this in depth. The information has been extensively published. I've published on my website a massive article by responding to the retraction of his article. And I suggest that we don't waste a lot of time going on this.
Okay, but what evidence is there that this is man-made?
The evidence is the interpretation that Danny and his team, who are largely geologists, have put upon the imagery that they received from their remote sensing work. And their suggestion is that there are man-made tunnels and chambers in the depth of Gunung Padang, that the stonework in Gunung Padang is not in its natural formation or natural shape, that it's been placed by human beings. And when you go down and you take up soil samples associated with that stonework, you find that they date back to about 25,000 years ago.
None of those cores came from that tunnel or chamber or any of those features that they described.
None of this is a reason for the article to be retracted.
I never called for the article to be retracted,
say
and
you
it's
did.
still available online in its full text and all of its images there.
Do you think having the word retracted across the top of an article helps the credibility of the
Yeah,
article?
but they did not do an honest job of presenting the archaeology of the site by ignoring the major excavations that have already taken place there. And I think that that's very important. When
The
you
excavation-
What were the
The excavations have been in the top
Hold on.
meter.
What was the findings of those excavations?
Yeah, can I get the HDMI really quickly, Jamie? Okay, so on the left is actually the book published by Luc Villondry, and I'll show you some of the trenches that he's done. So there's this megalithic architecture there, and he's gone down in all the different terraces and along many of the different walls and excavated below them, so that you can get datable material from under the walls that are visible, the same walls that Graham featured in episode 1 of Ancient Apocalypse, right? And so in the case of all of them, he has carbon charcoal that he has taken and that dates to 2,500 years ago. It's impossible for there to be clear charcoal underneath all of these walls. Here, let me get a photo. Also, he's found plentiful artifacts, groundstone. This is for grinding sort of plant products. This is pottery that he's found. And then charcoal found underneath each of these walls where there's sterile soil. Date that, and that tells you that the wall dates after that. And consistently across all of them, the dates came back as about 2,100 years ago. So 100 BCE
is when the walls that we see on the site were built.
And it doesn't dispute any of that for the depths to which Lutfri Yondri excavated.
But he doesn't demonstrate that anything
It's the
on
15 to 20 meters below. He does demonstrate it.
And he claims that there was a reorganization of the site. It was reorganized in an earlier layer, but these photos from this excavation demonstrate that this was not built on earlier architecture. This is built on soil. And so there's no architecture directly underneath these terraces. None of the areas where Danny excavated or dropped the core into have anything to do with the standing architecture
Okay,
that's
so
there.
to summarize, these particular excavation sites are very clear, 2,000 something.
100 years, yeah.
2,100 years, very clear. Now, Graham, what evidence is there that there's man-made structures or any evidence of man-made construction that's older than that?
It's the interpretation of the ground-penetrating radar, seismic resistivity, seismic tomography, work that's been done. It's the interpretation made by Danny past a year.
Which is just this that we're looking at here?
No, there's much more. Past, but we just actually giving a presentation on Flint's influence on media and culture, and we're getting drawn into it.
But it's important because it's something that comes up that I want to clarify. So what evidence that you can show us?
Is it what?
Structures, man-made tunnels,
Is it FYM pieces
The
again?
assumption is that these deeper layers are older, but why?
They're definitely older because of the carbon dating of the soils that have been brought up beside them. What comes to question is whether those soils were associated with anything worked by human beings.
Right, and what evidence is it that there are?
The evidence is the interpretation of Danny and his team from the remote sensing, that we are looking at stone work that has been manipulated and maneuvered by human beings.
And how do they make that
They
decision?
never claim anything was manipulated in the house. They never claim that.
They claim
I've read it
at
times.
the depths of Gudum Hadam that the stone is not in its natural formation.
They claim that that's a tunnel/chamber question mark.
Question.
They have another area where they claim there's a step question mark. And I have never seen evidence for a pyramid where you're saying your question marks for these.
But this is not This is not, so when we talk about all the conflict involved in something that is clear as day, like the Bimini Road, right? So he disagrees, he says it could be a natural formation, other people agree. This is less evidence than that, right? Because we're not seeing the actual stone structures, we're not seeing the actual work, we're interpreting this ground penetrating.
Yeah, exactly. And so with
seismic.
archaeology, we'd often do what we call ground truthing. So I showed you that road at Eastria, excavated by the University of Texas at Austin.
Uh-huh.
The first thing we did was we did remote sensing. So we did magnetometry. And before we could figure out exactly whether the magnetometry was accurate or not, we put in trenches to test it. And that's always what you do when you do remote sensing, whether it's remote sensing with satellite imagery, LiDAR, magnetometry, GPR, ground penetrating radar is here. You always want to make sure that you test it because you have to be questioning that your interpretation of it can be wrong, because that does happen quite a bit of times. You know, it's like if you go out with a metal detector, right, and you get some signals, it's not always going to be what you want it to be, if you see what I mean.
Right.
And so you actually go and you test it. That's just the way that all archaeology with remote sensing works.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. This is, okay. Obviously, we don't have time to get into depth, but.
Yeah, what else? It's all his evidence, which addresses the issue of what he regards as the unfair retraction of his paper. And I don't believe his paper would have been retracted if Gudum Hadam had not appeared as episode 1 on Netflix.
Is that evidence to you as compelling or less compelling than Bimini Road?
It's at least as compelling. But we don't have time to get into it yet. I want to complete what I was saying, which is the influence that Flint and his colleagues have on media and culture. And if we can put my HDMI back on, yeah. So this was the next slide. This is Benjamin Steele from the SEO journal, Search Engine Journal. Thank you, Flint Bill, for speaking with him. And we're learning that how algorithms are rewarding good faith critique by legit scientists and creators. people ask is just a Google search. Archaeologist Flint Dibble says Hancock's claims reinforce white supremacist ideas, stripping indigenous people of their rich heritage, and instead giving credit to aliens or white people. Actually, did you really say that?
No, I said that this idea of Atlantis, the way it goes back 200 years, it has been used for those reasons.
So are you saying your quote is incorrect?
I think that it's editing me out of context, Graham. I've never called you a white supremacist or a racist.
No, you said hang on, that's because you're very, if I may say so, very slippery in the way that you deal with it, because you know perfectly well that saying that my work encourages white supremacism and encourages racism is going to end up with me being tarred as a racist, and you know very well that tarring somebody as a racist in this day, look, the results there, down there, make no mistake, Hancock is a white supremacist like Trump. It's racist fiction pretending to be.
These are not my words, but
no, I'm talking about your
you cite 19th century sources, you cite 16th century sources, I label those as racist. And I see it as a problem to readapt those kind of sources without critiquing them. Because this idea of a white Atlantis is what existed in the 19th century.
I have no such idea.
But you might not, but you're citing those sources on
Why should I not?
And I never make that the foreground of anything that I write. I put that in there as a paragraph, and I say he should not be citing these kind of sources without critiquing them, because they do the harm. There's a lot of harm in the history.
Can you be specific about that? Like, what are these sources that
Yeah,
you say
sure.
about Atlantis, and why do you think that they reinforce white supremacy?
Yeah, sure. So the reason is because for a long time, Atlantis was used as a colonial justification by the Crown of Spain for claiming land in the New World. And so this idea of Atlantis from the 16th built up into the 19th century with the book on Atlantis by Ignatius Donnelly, it described this as this kind of global superpower that was, European, and that was responsible for these monuments in indigenous areas. It stripped credit away from local cultures of their heritage.
Right, but he's not doing that.
I never said he did. I said that he's citing these sources.
But this is something that is a very nuanced subject. Mm-hmm. And when you say that it reinforces white supremacy,
again, I said the sources.
Right, but go back to the quote, Jamie. Go back to the tweet. But listen, this quote here. Reinforce white supremacist ideas, stripping indigenous people of rich heritage, and instead giving credit to aliens or white people. None of those things are true.
I know, Graham doesn't even talk about aliens.
Right, but
and so
did
that's
you say that?
I said that not in specific relation to Hancock's claims, but in specific relation to this narrative of Atlantis that has gone back hundreds of years.
Right, but that...
Here's the Guardian. So they're misquoting you, are they? As Dibble states, such claims reinforce white supremacist ideas. They strip indigenous people of their rich heritage and instead give credit to aliens or white people. Why didn't you get the Guardian to put that right?
Well, I don't...
Did you actually say that, though?
I did not say that Graham reinforces white supremacist ideas. As I've said...
So this quote is not real?
They stripped the stories of Atlantis? Yes. And I think that that's an issue. So, Graham, you go around the world to megalithic sites, right?
So the quote reinforce white supremacist ideas, that's not yours.
No, that's not a quote.
Right, it was in the other article. That's what I'm getting
and
to.
Again,
they strip indigenous people of their rich heritage and give credit to aliens or white people. In short, the series provides ideas of race science that are outdated and long debunked. Now, this is your own set.
Right, but this is
your own article, Flint. Here you are. I'm quoting from that's a quote from your article published in the Conversation. This sort of race science is outdated and long since debunked, especially given the strong links between Atlantis and Aryans proposed by several Nazi archaeologists. You are associating me with this, and you are attempting to get me...
I'm asking you to distance yourself from that. Is actually what I'm trying to do.
That's not what you're doing, though. You're associating him with that, clearly.
I don't think that.
You don't think that? Look at the way it's phrased on your article. This sort of race science is outdated and long since debunked, especially given the strong links between Atlantis and Aryans proposed by several Nazi archaeologists. That's like a part of the headline.
So you want me to show you some tweets I've gotten from people that are fans of Graham Hancock?
No. Listen, stop. Don't do that. They're not connected to him. They're just humans. There's a lot of crazy people in the world. This is you. We're talking about you.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that people misinterpret Graham. There's lots of people on the internet that think that he's talking about a lost white
Right,
civilization.
but this is something that you chose to highlight at the top of the page.
No, I did not highlight that at the top of the
Why
page.
is that? Why is it up there like that? You did it. Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
I did not put that there
I'm
like
just
that.
taking an
Okay.
extract from Flint's article.
Okay, but you did print it. You did print that this sort of race science is outdated, long since debunked. What were you referring to when you said that? If you weren't referring to Graham?
I was referring to his take on the Olmec heads, where he described them as from an African culture. And he specifically took that from Ignatius Donnelly, who also described them that way, almost in the exact same words based on their facial appearances, despite the fact that Ann Cyphers has done excavation there and demonstrated with DNA and artifacts that these were indigenous people from that area in Mexico. And so that was an older essay that Graham has written, and that was what that quote was specifically relevant to.
But how does it reinforce white supremacist ideas that they were seafaring Africans?
Well, because again, it strips credit away from the people who actually did that.
So it doesn't reinforce white supremacy. It reinforces, like, if anything, he's trying to say that it was black people from Africa that were able to seafare and create these structures.
Silly stereotypes is what I'd
What are you
say.
talking about, facial features?
Yeah.
There's many people that have made those connections. Looking at those, they look Polynesian
And yet the
graphs.
people that have excavated it and done the DNA right at that site at San Lorenzo have shown that none of those people had African descent.
Right, but what are those structures representative of? Are they the people that were there?
Of course.
But is it possible?
No,
that those
we have no
structures
evidence of African.
We don't have any evidence of it, but we do have the actual structure of those faces, and they do. I mean, be honest, they look either Polynesian.
I can bring up some.
They look fascinating.
Excuse me, I can bring up some imagery on that.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll do that next. But I would just love to just complete this little point.
Yes.
Thank you, which is the influence of Flint and his colleagues on media and culture. And again, we've got the Society for American Archaeology, 5,000 members. Flint is one. Flint's co-author, John Hoops, actually helped to write this letter. The Society of American Archaeology, they're saying that I am bold and extreme voices that misrepresent archaeological knowledge in order to spread false historical narratives that are appropriately misogynistic, chauvinistic, racist, and anti-Semitic. I mean, you apply those labels to somebody and you're going to get that person hated by a lot of people. I did not. No, your co-author, John Hoops, wrote it. We urge Netflix to add disclaimers that the content is unfounded. They want it to be called science fiction. In other words, that's a very clever way of cancelling me. Cancel culture at work.
Go back to that. Why would
Here's Flint. You're so much more of a celebrity than me.
Here's Flint. Netflix. Correct. I'm sorry that I am Flint. That's not really my problem. Hey Netflix, correct your mistake and reclassify Ancient Apocalypse as fantasy. Netflix, correct your mistakes. This is you pushing this, Flint. And then the general media fishy Netflix show, Ancient Apocalypse, that it is the most dangerous show on Netflix. You use the word dangerous repeatedly in your conversation piece.
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever called you dangerous, Graham. I've not told you these things. You're misinterpreting me.
You don't think I'm dangerous. You don't think that...
I think that the way that you refer to archaeology as, you say that you're number one enemy of archaeology and things like that, you are promoting people to dislike what we do. We are doing our jobs. No, you started off Ancient Apocalypse by calling us patronizing and arrogant.
Archaeologists see me as public enemy number one.
But you started off by saying we're not sitting around thinking about you. Most of my dad's colleagues, when I mentioned I'm coming on here to do this, they had no idea you talked about the Ice Age.
I'm speaking about archaeologists like you. The media. Right here. Pseudo-archaeology, as Dibble calls it, acts to reinforce white supremacist ideas. Flint Dibble interview Ancient Apocalypse, Graham Hancock, and conspiracy theories. What the fuck is the conspiracy theory? That archaeologists are conspiring against me, which I've never said or ever suggested.
You claim we're trying to hide the evidence.
No, I don't.
Like with Clovis first. We shut down alternative narratives.
Tell me
where
I've claimed that you hide the evidence.
You have claimed many times that we try to shut down alternative narratives, that we try to silence.
What up, baby?
That suggests there's an archaeological conspiracy where we're
So,
all
what
working
are you
together
watching?
to have one
Joe
narrative.
Rogan?
It suggests that there's a strongly held point of view, there's a paradigm, and that those who go against the paradigm are likely to be attacked, like Tom Dillahay, like Jacques Saint-Mars.
All of them still had successful careers for many decades. But Jacques Saint-Mars excavated many other sites.
Right, but are you denying that he was attacked for the very thing that you're saying archaeologists don't do?
No, but I'm denying there's a coordinated attack. There
But
wasn't a
there's
coordinated
attack.
I said there's a coordinated attack.
On Dillahay, it was not an attack.
No, of course
Was
not.
there more than one person?
I have no idea. This was before I was even a
How many
scholar. I was a
architects were
kid.
involved in this? How many, when the people they criticized Dillahay, they went after him?
Oh, very large number. The Clovis First Lobby, the Clovis Police, as they used to be called by.
So it's not, it wasn't
Well,
one
think about
person.
how many people actually study the Clovis period. That is a tiny period in one area of the world. The majority of archaeologists do not study that. Even American
That's completely
archaeologists,
irrelevant.
most American
It's
archaeologists
fundamental to
study
the
much
issue of
later periods.
It's fundamental to the issue of the peopling of the Americas.
But it's direct, it's also direct evidence of a group of archaeologists going after this one guy for saying something that turned out to be correct.
It's evidence of an academic argument, which happens, yes.
That's not that simple, right? Because he was correct, and they dismissed him, they wouldn't listen to his evidence, and he turned out to be
What
correct.
do you mean? He kept excavating that site. He invited people down there and convinced them that he was right.
If they didn't listen to him, they didn't take the data, and they did dismiss him, and publicly, they still did all those things that you're trying to obfuscate.
I'm not trying to obfuscate anything. That's not fair at all.
But that was
He
what
invited.
they did
It's
to
a famous
him, is
event from the
thing that you're saying.
1990s where he invited down a series of Clovis First people, and he convinced them at Monteverde. They came down there, they had a conversation, he showed them the evidence, and what resulted from that conversation was that entire group changing their mind on stuff. It was I'm not saying there were not a few bad actors. There's assholes everywhere. But what I am trying to say is that it's not some sort of conspiracy of everybody in archaeology against Dillahay,
But nobody
against
said
Graham,
everybody.
against
Nobody said
whatever.
everybody.
And nobody's saying conspiracy. I don't believe there's a conspiracy against me. I've said that 1,000 times. What I do,
Public enemy number one.
yes, I am clearly, Flint, to you, because you and John Hoops, for example, from the University of Kansas. I can play you some stuff from John Hoops too, if you want.
So what is this right here? It says to Graham,
So-
Jimmy, and others, we see you and will share with the world just how you try to bully and censor us. Who's trying to censor you?
Well, I'd argue that when people swarm me,
This is a quote from Flint Dibble, by the way, from his tweets.
well, there's times when people swarm me, and they,
People online.
yeah, of course.
Cool tweet people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't read that.
Okay, I try not to, but I have a small Twitter account.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do, it's just people. It's just
Yeah,
random
I
people.
agree.
When you're public, okay, and you post something public, and you get involved in a discussion about some contentious issue that's public, the whole world can attack you. So try to connect that to Graham or connect that to anything. You're just dealing with people.
Mhm.
He's not responsible for that.
I
You're
agree.
responsible to engage and read it.
Flint, do you believe that there's such a thing? You know, we've all heard the word big pharma. Do you think there's such a thing as big archaeology?
No.
Oh, how odd. Because here you are, Flint Dibble, January 23rd, this 2023.
Scare quotes, it's hard sarcasm.
The reality is we live in a period where we're seeing an increased distrust of scholars and scientists. As an archaeologist, I think we have to respond by engaging with the public, and we do. In many ways, the reach of big archaeology is way beyond that Graham Hancock. Think about the millions of school children and parents who visit museums, etc., etc. You just told me you don't believe in the big archaeology, but right here you said there is a big archaeology.
That's in quotes for sarcasm.
Oh, sorry, you lost me there. Because you were saying, so you don't think that the millions of school children and the teaching of archaeology, what archaeology teaches us about the past, forms the basis of the education system about the past. Not people like me, people like you. That forms the basis of the education system about the past. Now, you like to present yourself as this small, lone voice, but frankly, by comparison with big archaeology, as you call it in your so-called scare quotes, by comparison with that, my outreach is very small, even on Netflix.
Graham, I was hoping we'd have a respectful conversation.
Yes, I was hoping that you would not disrespect me in the way that you've
I
done.
came here to
by
present actual
associating-
evidence, and I've done that.
Here you have Dibble exhorted colleagues to mobilize worldwide in the battle against pseudo-archaeology. If there's any conspiracy here, who's it against? Let's move on. Next one.
Are you having fun?
The ball's in your court.
The ball's in my court.
Yeah, go ahead. Say something interesting. Say something new.
say something interesting.
Well, this is.
Like, I came here to have a respectful conversation. I want to be very clear about this. I have critiqued the sources that you have used, and I've critiqued the evidence that you use. I have only met you for the first time today, so I do not know how you are as a person or how you treat other people. And so, to be honest, I think that you've just tried to go and smear me back for what you see as a smear on yourself. Fair enough. That's okay.
I'm just presenting facts.
Yeah.
What you actually said.
I'm presenting facts as well from archaeology.
Yes.
And I showed you the kind of big data evidence that we actually have,
in the
which
areas of the
disproves
world.
your entire civilization.
Let's have a look at it doesn't disprove my entire civilization. How could you possibly do that when you've only investigated less than 5% of the continental shelves, 1% of the Sahara, 1% of the Amazon? How can you possibly disprove?
How can you claim there's an Ice Age civilization and ignore all the Ice Age evidence that we have?
The Ice Age evidence that you have, I don't dispute it. Of course there were hunter-gatherers in the world in the Ice Age. There's hunter-gatherers in the world now. I'm sorry, there's hunter-gatherers in the world now. There's hunter-gatherers in the Amazon rainforest. There's hunter-gatherers in the Namibian desert.
I mean, you
we
start
coexist
off
with hunter-gatherers today. Why shouldn't an advanced civilization have coexisted with hunter-gatherers in the past?
I mean, look, as I've said, I think you have an issue with the sources that you cite, and I think that you have an issue with the evidence that supports your civilization. I think we should probably take a break and
I'm deeply unhappy that you have associated me with white supremacism, racism, misogyny,
I mean, if you didn't notice, it was always the same quote recycled. So I said something once, and then it gets recycled in 15
I understand, but you said it.
I did say it, and I said that there's this history of this idea which has been used by white supremacists, and that's an issue.
Right.
And I would like Graham to separate himself from that history in a stronger way, because he goes around the world to different cultures, and he claims that instead of their ancestors building this stuff, it was done by his civilization. They were the ones that taught people around the world how to do that. But does he do that in his own backyard? Does he go to Stonehenge and say that Stonehenge was built by this lost civilization? No, he says it was built by Neolithic British people.
Because I wouldn't look for a lost civilization in Northern Europe during the Ice Age.
Why not? We have hunter-gatherers there.
Yes, a lost civilization would not be choosing to live in Northern Europe during the Ice Age. It was a frozen fucking wilderness.
Not everywhere.
Why would they want to live there?
Not after the last glacial maximum. We had people in the UK living there.
Well, it's not where I look. I look in areas, in underserved areas of the world.
And so this is an issue. We have
we talked about these mysterious strangers.
The lovely aspects of humans around the world, and then he goes around and tells people it wasn't their ancestors that did that.
No, I don't tell people that.
Well,
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't.
He doesn't
I don't
cite a civilization that created it.
I don't
cite
very
civilization
well
as teaching
the
you how to do
ancestors
it.
of the people that were there before.
let
in the
me-
exact same area.
Let me summarize in very brief what I am actually saying. I'm saying that there was a cataclysm at the end of the last Ice Age. It's called the Younger Dryas. There are arguments about whether this cataclysm was caused by fragments of a disintegrating comet. This is the Comet Research Group. This is the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis. But I'm saying there was a cataclysm at that time. There was a civilization. Now, it's you, not me, who say that that civilization was an empire. It's you, not me, who say that that civilization, had temples and was highly advanced in every. I don't say that. I don't say that. I'm looking, in my view, what we're looking at is a civilization like all others that emerged out of shamanism, but that went a little bit further than some other civilizations, than some other shamanistic cultures, that developed a highly advanced knowledge of astronomy, that was able to explore and map the world. And I'm saying that at the end of the Ice Age, that civilization was largely destroyed, that a very small number of survivors settled amongst hunter-gatherers as we would today. I've made this point before, but if there was a cataclysm on our planet today, people from our so-called advanced technological civilization would not survive it. We have absolutely no hope of surviving a global cataclysm like the Younger Dryas because we are spoiled children of the world. We do not have the survival techniques. The people in the world who know how to survive are the hunter-gatherers in the world today. And if I were a survivor of this civilization, I would head for hunter-gatherers and I would try and make my home amongst them so that I could have some hope of surviving. And that's all that I'm suggesting, is that a civilization which had quite advanced astronomy, which was able to map the world, had a knowledge of longitude. I'm not saying they had machines. I'm not saying they had motor cars. I'm not saying they sent spaceships to the moon. I'm saying that they were destroyed at the end of the Ice Age, that there were a very small number of survivors, that those survivors settled amongst other hunter-gatherer peoples and benefited from their knowledge and exchanged knowledge with them. I am not saying that they introduced agricultural products to those people. I'm not saying they brought agriculture from where they came from. I'm saying that they helped to nurture the idea of agriculture amongst those people.
I suggest you take a little bathroom break, clear our heads, relax, come back, and let's discuss some of the ancient construction. Let's discuss.
Before we do that, can I just, the issue of the Olmec heads?
Yes.
I have no view actually on what they are, but can I just show some pictures?
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are the Olmec heads. I'll photograph these in Mexico way back in the early 1990s. They're certainly intriguing looking. I'm not sure whether they're Africans, whether they're Polynesians, or whether they're Maya. They could well be Maya. I'm just interested. Yes, they're Olmec. We have a strong connection between the so-called Olmec civilization and the Maya civilization. Maya, in the sense of the inheritors of the Olmec civilization. I'm interested by things like this. I don't know what to make of them. These are Olmec figures from Trezopotes. In the center is a picture of Pharaoh Khafre wearing the Nemes headdress, and I'm just intrigued by the fact that these Olmec figures wear a very similar headdress to that. I don't know what to make of it. I'm not saying that ancient Egyptians went to Central America. I'm not saying that Central Americans went to ancient Egypt. What I'm suggesting is that maybe both of them inherited a shared idea from an ancestral civilization that was ancestral to them both. And then in the same Olmec culture, we have these images. On the left, the figure that's often referred to as the ambassador. And on the right, the figures called the danzantes, the dancer figures from Monte Albán. I'm interested, what do you think of these figures? What sort of ethnic group do you think?
I don't identify ethnic groups like that, man. Like, it's a stone carving. That's not how we identify ethnic groups.
No, I'm not actually interested. So good. So you don't identify an ethnic group. But what do you see beards on these people?
Yeah, and people all over the world on every continent have beards from different ethnic groups.
It's just curious that amongst the Olmecs we have this, and we have this, and I'm just intrigued by that. I don't know.
People look different.
I don't know what it means exactly, but I do find it intriguing.
And I see this as actually an example of the problems here, because you cite Spanish colonial literature about, say, a white Quetzalcoatl coming. You talk about this as different kinds of people. Yes, you do.
We got to get correct on this. We've got to get correct on this. Are you saying that the whole story of the bearded, pale-skinned Quetzalcoatl was a Spanish invention?
Yes, I am. I can show you a depiction of Quetzalcoatl from the pre-Spanish period.
I can show you pictures.
Wait, no.
Pictures too.
No, can I please get the... Here we go. This is Quetzalcoatl on the Borgia Codex. This is from before any Europeans arrived in the New World. Yeah. This is on a hide. The ink has been analyzed, the hides have been analyzed, and this individual has tan skin, no beard, but a feathered headdress, because this is the feathered serpent.
Well, actually, we can't see anything from that image, but that's not the point that I want to make. The point that I want to make is, do you think that the Spanish deliberately imposed an idea of Quetzalcoatl on the...
I think that every single source that we have of white skin in the indigenous Americas comes from Spanish sources, and therefore I see it
quoting indigenous sources.
But quoting them inaccurately, because people quote things in biased ways. This
How
happens all the time.
do you know they're quoting them inaccurately?
Because again, we have earlier representations
is there a
of these
document?
individuals
Is there a
that show
document?
they don't have white skin. This is the documents, Graham.
Is there a document about this Spanish conspiracy? Do you regard the peoples of Mexico, the peoples of Colombia, the peoples of Bolivia as so stupid that they would simply accept an imposition upon them by the
So,
Spaniards.
no, I think that interpreting these kind of sources is difficult. And so, Jamie, do you mind playing my video by Curly Tlapoyala? He's an indigenous archaeologist here in Mexico. He is a co-host of the Tales from Atlantis podcast.
How old is that image they were actually
It's from like the 14th century BC.
14th century AD.
AD, sorry, yes. I misspoke. Chill.
So this is.
Oh, yes, I know, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's been dated and studied, the hides and eggs.
Is there authors of Quetzalcoatl from that period, or?
Yeah, there's other Quetzalcoatl
And they are
images, and
similar?
they're all very similar. Yeah. If you go on Wikipedia, there's several images of them.
Okay, please.
I'm Curly Tlapoyala, an archaeologist and cultural consultant specializing in Mesoamerica. I want to briefly touch on why expertise is so important when it comes to researching our ancestral cultures. And I'm going to use the example of a mistake involving the feast of Anquetzalism, a Mexica ceremony celebrating the rebirth of the sun during the Anquetzalism is translated into the raising of the banners in the Nahuatl language. This refers to the multiple banners that are constructed to decorate the various temples and sacred centers associated with this feast. Now, when the Spanish word Anquetzalism to the first three letters, P-A-N, Pan, leaving us with La Fiesta de Pan, or the Festival of Pan. This shortening of words in Spanish was
Good morning.
was in short supply, and this was an effective way of saying Spanish.
Oh, yes, hello, how are you?
Entire method of shortening.
Fine, thank you. You, my friend?
Well, the problem arose.
Oh, man, I'm doing really good.
Looked at these writings and
You're really good.
shorthand. And La Fiesta de Pan became easily translated.
What up, Crunchy?
Oh, come on, man.
Pan is Spanish. This
Hello, man.
because this individual's research into Mexica festivals spoke entirely off the rails, and it completely distorted the actual meaning of the festival.
All right, hello, Rabbi, are you there?
Right here, baby.
Training decided to create something.
What are you doing today, buddy? Nice to meet you.
Living like a pimp. Thanks, dog. I appreciate it.
It makes sense to me that if a group of people were conquered by white people who showed up on boats and dominated the society, that they would have a great influence on a lot of the myths.
I'm sorry, what are you watching?
Not only that, but that they would
Joe Rogan,
heavily
dog.
discourage deviation from the changes that they've made to those myths. And if you did that
Damn,
over
you know, here we are.
one generation, you would have
JRE.
different narrative.
What intrigues me is that whether he's described as having white skin or a beard or not, we have a tradition of a civilizing hero, Quetzalcoatl in Mexico.
Is anyone else in here, or are these just PFPs?
Viracocha, depicted as a bearded individual. He comes in time of chaos, who
There are a bunch of people.
teaches certain skills and then leaves. This tradition is a Pan-American tradition.
No,
David Carrasco, I think you have to respect the work of David Carrasco. He has drawn attention to this and to the notion that the magical pen of Cortez could somehow have hoodwinked an entire continent into making up myths. And I just don't think that's credible at all. I don't understand what your video is telling us either.
My video is trying to explain the complexity of difficulty of interpreting Spanish sources. Can I show a different video that talks about the complexity of Quetzalcoatl as a figure?
Sure.
Can you play the video by, the one by Marika Stoll, but not the hallucinogens one, the other one?
Hello, everyone. My name is Marika Stoll. I'm an archaeologist and research associate at Indiana University. I also live in Oaxaca and work closely with the It's been claimed that archaeologists cannot engage with myths. This is simply not true. Once again, context matters. For example, the
So the key thing I'm trying to say here is that Quetzalcoatl, all these different figures, they're not all one thing that you lump together. There's a variety of different traditions. You pick and choose the one that you prefer for your story, which is fine. I think that your investigations and your beliefs are totally cool. I'm not going to convince you otherwise. Same with
Yo, how do I get that guy's
I'm
hat?
trying to show the facts here and just how
I know, isn't it sick?
the situation is of indigenous myths, of archaeological evidence. We have a lot of
Who is
different
this?
Pan-American myth of a bearded civilizer
What up?
not being imposed on the indigenous population. Entirely West Indies. So that's
I'm streaming 24/7, baby.
as well.
I got other stuff to do.
Again, if you look at my response to the SAA's attempt to get Netflix to reclassify my show as science fiction, you'll find detailed information.
Somebody called me. I don't know. Somebody wanted who saw me on here.
Are colonized, that they try to at least alter their beliefs and if not indoctrinate them into whatever beliefs they have. And we have recent evidence for that in North America. Americans were treated when they
I
were
know, dog.
observations.
I'm very much loved. Everyone thinks I'm amazing.
Christianity
And
and told that they
I agree with them.
We have very recent evidence of human beings trying to impose their ideas on the it makes sense to me that that would be something that
what up, pimp? I live in.
by the Spaniards that entered.
I just woke up and had my morning shit, so far so good.
That's tight. Did it smell?
In this case, the myth is too widespread.
I don't know.
Constant reference to
Phantom.
I didn't know.
Oh, fuck, son of a bitch. This motherfucker's gonna call me all goddamn morning. Son of a bitch. What in the fuck do you want?
I'm intrigued by that.
How do I shut off? Like, I don't want fucking calls.
So easy.
You can block a certain person.
I don't want to do that. I don't like blocking people.
And I also think it's a lot more complex than that. So I study
They're gonna call you, block in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
You get warrants in.
I'm excited for it.
Right?
Let
You
them.
see, for example, the weapons, the
Let 'em.
spears and the shields that Homeric.
They should know.
Boxer.
Thank you. They should know I'm trying to fall asleep right now.
You know, you can
So
see
the
how
best thing to do is probably calm them down.
Big Bronze Age style spear.
That would be a
Bronze
good
call.
Age graves.
I don't know, I'm gonna say like 4 a.m.
There's a small
Where you
Iron
are?
Age style spear, the kind of thing
Yeah.
you see
Early
in
morning.
It's like 7 a.m. where I am, so I figure it's almost morning.
It's
And I
true.
think that that's important to recognize here.
Wake the fuck up, sir. You need to have your cup of joe.
Now, by
Yo, dog.
Spanish and educated indigenous people,
I
and by
will.
Spanish priests as
And
well.
also, that you must take into consideration, I would imagine that a lot of these people can't read. And that they're actually probably not only being conquered by the Spaniards, but they're also being imposed upon with their language, which we know to be fact. Which is why Mexicans speak Spanish.
Some of these traditions were recorded by Bernardino de Sahagún within 20 years of the conquest. Bernardino de Sahagún is relied upon extensively by archaeologists.
In other years after the conquest? Right, but don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
And again, there's just evidence for these.
Shut the fuck up.
With this kind of
Let's take a bathroom break.
I don't care about the color scheme. I do care about the culture.
Okay, we'll take a bathroom break, come back.
Thank you.
All right, we're back.
I'd like to pick up on this issue of Quetzalcoatl, Sahagún, and on the interpretation of indigenous traditions. And this is in my reply to the Society for American Archaeology, their attempt to have my series reclassified as science fiction, where they suggest that all these stories were made up. David Carrasco is a leading scholar of the Americas. He writes, I have no doubt that Cortez was striving to impress the royal mind with his extraordinary management skills, but that his literary craft was elegant and profoundly political. What is challenging to me is Glendinning. She's just another one of these archaeologists who say that it was all made up. Glendinnings's claim that this Spanish political fiction of both Quetzalcoatl and Moctezuma's vacillation and collapse was picked up by Sahagún, who powerfully reinforced it, erroneously thinking it was an Indian belief, when in fact the ruler's gesture of abdication was a very late dawning story, making its first appearance 30 or so years after the conquest. The stunning implication is that this Spanish fiction, the story of Montezuma's paralysis, parades down the years through the literature and scholarship and is internalized by commentators less wary than Clendenin, all the way to Leon Portilla, who falls unconsciously under Cortez's charismatic pen along with the rest of us. This means that Leon Portilla's extensive Nahuatl training and sense of the Aztec ethos, not to mention Sandwin's profound familiarity with Spanish native exchanges, contribute no effective critical stance in relation to the Spanish literary craft, which later Spaniards were not aware of and which a number of Indians internalized as their own. I'm quoting from David Carrasco here. I'm simply stating that this issue about Quetzalcoatl is more complicated than perhaps wishes to believe.
Well, no, I've stated from the very beginning that it's extremely complicated, that there's a lot of different versions of Quetzalcoatl mythology, and so I think that it's wrong to say that there's only one version of that. And
I don't say there's only one.
Well, you only use one in your argument, and so I tend to think, though, also that this is fairly irrelevant at this point, because I think what we're still missing is any kind of accurate archaeological evidence with dates. So when you go, for example, to the Olmec heads, or you talk about Quetzalcoatl, or when you talk about any of the kind of evidence that you have in the only being underwater, we're still missing dates and how this relates to your larger hypothesis of a lost Ice Age civilization. And so I think that that's important to think about well-dated evidence. So do you mind if I go into my argument about the domestication of plants and things like that?
Sure.
Okay.
Could I just, since we talked about Danny Hillman and Gordon Padam, I do have a major article on my site where Danny refutes the retraction of his paper. And there are some images with that, which will perhaps help us to understand what he's talking about. Sorry, I'm having to scroll through an enormous amount of material here. There's a very long article on my website.
Like you, I've probably created like 500 slides for this conversation.
This is not a slide. I'm live on my website here. I don't know how to get to the bottom of this enormous piece of work.
And you don't have a slider on the right-hand side?
I tried to use it, and when I used it, it did something weird with the screen. I'm very old tech.
Can you do like a search for a text?
I just want to get to the end of it. Yeah, I just want to show some of these pictures that Danny puts up.
Okay.
And I would urge those who are interested in getting into this matter in depth to look in more detail at what Danny has to say in this article. There's that so-called Kujak stone or man-made artifact. But it's really, these are the different units that have been identified with the remote sensing.
Not actually with remote sensing. Those units were identified from a scarf that was exposed. That's okay.
I'm not finding the pictures.
What are you trying to find?
I'm trying to find the imagery of an actual column of rocks. I'm going to down column of rocks. It's the way, when you get down deep, that this material is referenced. Danny and his team have concluded that even in the 27,000-year-old part of Guadalajara, we are dealing with man-made workmanship. I won't take it further.
Which flats are these? Are you talking like B8, B9, B10?
Yeah.
And those are at 27,000 years?
But he's pointing out that as we go deeper, we get material which is not in its natural formation, but is in a formation that was placed by him.
We sort of covered that before, but like, yeah, what's showing that it was placed by human beings? Is this what they're? What was that last image that you had up there? A little higher up above that? What is not above that? The one that showed that the outline of the area. What is that?
That's the 5 terraces. It's a terrace slope.
Right, so that's what has been.
That's what's been excavated by Lupion.
And at the base of that, it's been dated to about 21.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right, and Danny doesn't dispute that. It's the deeper material that's
right. But what evidence is it that shows that the deeper material has been manipulated by humans?
Well, if we could pause for a minute, let me run through this enormous article. Let's see if I can.
Is any of the evidence visual?
Yes.
So is it the same sort of thing that, like the imagery that showed?
Yes, it's like that Rorschach test.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's.
I'm sorry, it's too big an article for me to go through. It's there on my website. It's Danny's retraction. It's Danny's refutation of the retraction.
Well, what are you specifically looking for in this?
I'm looking for his ground penetrating radar and his seismic.
Why don't you just do a search for ground penetrating radar on this page? Just, was it Command F? Okay, ground penetrating radar. Okay, how many versions of it is two? There's only two.
Yeah, this is the correspondence between him and the editorial team from Archaeological Prospecting, which unfortunately ended up in the article being retracted.
Which I want to point out, when I interviewed Dr. Yondry, his goal talking to me was to write a response. Like, we never got in touch with the journal to retract. It was other people that did that. We wanted to write a response, and I think we're still aiming to do so. So that's our goal. Like, I don't know
About,
about
this.
this.
While we're on my website, I'd just like to say that I've recently put up a major article. Concerning the Göbekli Tepe, the issue of transfer of technology.
Hey, what's going on, baby?
Hello, Rothschild.
Hey, how are you?
Archaeologists have suggested.
Rothschild, do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Appreciate
Yep.
my argument that Göbekli
Are
Tepe
you
was a transfer of
unemployed?
technology.
No, I have a job.
Investigating that research in depth. My view is
What do you do for a living?
I'm a certified project management professional.
material that's too far.
At where?
I was just like,
I was just
Oh. Fortune 500 company.
Well, I start off.
What is your salary?
Series by saying
6 figures.
you can't just wake up one morning with no
Yeah.
prior knowledge, no
Vad sa han
background, and create something
Det är så
very
säkert.
There has to be a long history behind it, and that history is completely missing. To me, it very strongly speaks of a lost civilization.
Hey, dog. Hey, dog. Look at my social
What
media.
I've done in this article is
Look at my social media. Go to my social media.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
How do I search the two people?
How do I check your social media?
Click on my name and look. I've got all my links there.
Kuinka sen maksetaan sanoa?
I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts.
Shut the fuck up for a minute. Mitä? Nämä muut tyypit se on pedofili.
I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts.
You find that
Kato sitä kolmia. Joo.
there is an interesting
Täällä oli joku toinen tyyppi, joka sanoi, että siellä on breeding fetish.
in Israel.
Missä ne lukee nää jutut?
Some kind of geometric
Joo, tää pelaa Valoranttina tietenkin vittu.
but bulk of the I hate to use the word that archaeologists dislike, a Neolithic revolution.
Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, baby.
After the end of the Neolithic.
Are you Jewish?
That's why
Yep.
you think it's evidence of a transfer.
Yes, I do.
Are you circumcised?
Yep.
Are you taken?
Am I taken like from a girl?
Well, there was actually
No,
there was
I'm
actually
single.
agriculture in
No, ei se ole
But not Herrera's Egyptian site, which was occupied before Göbekli Tepe.
Would you find agriculture around Notre Dame?
How much do I have to PayPal you for you to show you?
Hunting gazelles by the thousands in parts
Oh,
of
you can see that for free. That's on Instagram.
Ad nauseam by people like Laura Dietrich, who have talked about the kind of plants that are
It's like for ceremony and ritual, and perhaps not at all for to be for people to live in.
No, it seems more like they were there about half the year. So they're there during the warm months. If you look at the harvesting season for the plant remains we have, and then the wild plants that are gathered, and then if you look at the isotope evidence and the mortality profile from the teeth of the animals that they're slaughtering, we see that they're there basically during the warm 6 months of the year. So this is
But
still
not at Göbekli Tepe.
yeah, for about 6 months out of the year, that's when people are there harvesting these. And so I sort of say they found an ecological niche and they've learned how to exploit this. And to sort of stay there for half the year, they probably went to the lowlands during the other half of the year, which is a fairly common mobile pastoral or hunter-gatherer strategy, which is where you move to where the food is in different seasons, right? And so that area is a very naturally abundant area during the warm months. And so, there's so much more that's under excavation right now by Lee Claire and other colleagues that shows sort of domestic spaces around this ceremonial center that we have. I sort of think of it as like Washington, D.C. We have the ceremonial center in downtown, and then we have the less nice-looking areas outside.
Is it possible that there was a sophisticated culture that also was hunter-gatherers because the resources were so rich that they didn't need agriculture?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing in this period. It's sort of
There was no need to grow plants.
I think they found a successful niche and they really exploited it and did a great job with it. And so I think that that's what's going on right in this period. And it's also the period where we can start to see the start of domestication.
And so do you think that also explains the resources that were structures that they had
I am.
Yeah, they had abundant food 6 months out of the year, and while they're there, they had the time to build those kind of structures.
Were they the first of those kinds of structures, you think, that were?
Well, I mean, that's a tough question to ask. So, I mean, we certainly have T-shaped pillars from other sites in the region. In fact, there were some that were found by Klaus Schmidt before he found Göbekli Tepe at Navali Chori.
It's a younger site. Navali Chori is a younger site.
It is a younger site, and so I think there's more investment. But what we do have is good monumental architecture from that period that we've known about for 60 years. If you go to Tel Es Sultan or Jericho, there's a pre-pottery Neolithic tower there. And so it's an enormous, not megalithic, but an enormous monumental structure that we've known about in that area from the exact same period. And so
this is pre-metallurgy.
This is all pre-metallurgy.
Pre-wheel.
Yeah, well, yeah, probably pre-wheel.
And where are they getting these stones from?
From the area, most of them seem to be local. The quarries at Göbekli Tepe are right nearby.
And how do you think they move those things?
There's so many different ways to move large stones. There's been so many different experiments that show rollers or ropes. You can get enough people and know-how, levers, and you can do that. And so, there's so many videos on YouTube of Wally Wallington and others that show you how you can move stones weighing many, many, many tons.
I don't think there's any mystery around stones.
Yeah.
I don't claim that there is. I think what's intriguing.
I go back there, but there certainly is an Egypt.
Yes, Egypt's a bigger mystery, and we can go into that.
Show us that.
But what intrigues me about Göbekli Tepe is the precision, the underlying geometrical plan of the site, and the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe. And I think that the transfer of technology that I referred to did take place. It took place gradually.
Hello.
What up?
Cal Caramal. You spoke of Jericho, the Tower of Jericho.
How are you?
It's sort of Neolithic skyscraper in a way, but it's after the Younger Dryas. There's Tal Caramal, which has got 5 towers. Kotik Tepe. Tara, Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira is a fascinating site, and it was hit by an airburst. According to the team working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, Abu Huraira, the destruction of Abu Huraira took place because one of those comet fragments, 12,800 plus years ago, exploded over Abu Huraira within 100 or 200 miles of Göbekli Tepe.
Certainly a controversial point. I'm not an expert on this particular topic, but I know a lot of people that believe that the evidence is not there for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Yeah, there's a huge dispute going on about it. It's
not my
interesting,
specialty though.
it's an interesting discussion in science.
I would like to say that destruction is an archaeologist's best friend. So when sort of a site is destroyed suddenly from earthquakes, from volcanoes, from warfare, from fire, it actually helps preserve
What's up, baby?
And so when there is this kind of global catastrophe, that should make things more preserved and easier for archaeologists to find.
But it's not dependent on the scale of the catastrophe.
Well, no, because even like it's not going to be incineration everywhere because we still have hunter-gatherer evidence everywhere.
Right,
And
but
so
it could be incineration in a lot of places. And the hunter-gatherer evidence.
What up, baby?
no, the hunter-gatherer evidence we have is from well before the fact as well.
As well.
Yeah, we have hunter-gatherer evidence going back hundreds of thousands of years.
Right, but
And
when
then
you
all
look
those
at it,
periods.
have you seen the evidence of the dryas impact theory in terms of like iridium levels, nanodiamonds?
I'm not someone who's qualified to be able to comment on that. I'm more thinking about it from an archaeological point of view, which is that if there was a destruction, just like with Pompeii or Herculaneum with the pyroclastic flow, that stuff helps preserve material for us. Same thing with earthquakes knocking over buildings.
Right.
Would an atom bomb preserve material for us?
Yes, because the atom bomb, the very center of it might vaporize stuff, but then the whole area that gets abandoned afterwards because of the radiation, that actually is going to make that area an archaeological paradise for people once that radiation goes away.
But Randall Carlson's work on the impact to what was the ice that was covering North America.
In one small landscape.
What do you mean?
Meaning he talks about it in the scablands, right?
And not just the scablands. He talks about that, but he also just talks about that there's massive evidence of intense erosion, so very quick water flow that happened through an area that was absolutely devastated.
I mean, look, so the more rapid the destruction is, the better it preserves forests, just like the sea level rise.
Right, but depending upon how strong the force is, right?
It's just something.
But if it's a global catastrophe, how is it so strong everywhere, yet it's not wiping out our evidence from hunter-gatherers at this exact same time? We have ephemeral traces, footprints, campgrounds, fires, and hearths.
Right,
We have
because
litmus.
human beings did survive, right?
Yeah, but we have it from this exact same period.
Right, but human beings did survive at that same
And it
period.
didn't wipe out the traces of them from that period.
But the traces you're talking about are stone tools and
Hearths, footprints, things like that that are extremely ephemeral, animal bones and seeds. We have all of these things from the period around this supposed destruction.
But do you have them in the area where the supposed destruction
We don't know where the supposed destruction happened because nobody's ever found that.
But with Randall Carlson's descriptions of this massive floods of water, just hundreds of millions of pounds of water.
Let's go to J. Harlan Breaths long before Randall Carlson. I mean, the Channel Scablands are massive water flows. I don't think anybody's disputing that massive amounts of water flow through there. It's a question of exactly when that happened and why.
Also, what was he left over in that area? There's not evidence of hunter-gatherers in that area from that
Well, I remember he showed, when he was here last, he showed sort of mammoth bones from that kind of period.
No, that was from Siberia, though, wasn't it? Was it from Siberia or?
I don't remember. But it certainly was from the Channel Scablands. But let's cut to the chase here. Between 12,900 and 12,800 years ago, a very dramatic climate episode occurred, and that's called the Younger Dryas. The world had been gradually warming up before that, and then suddenly it went very, very cold. There is evidence of a 6-meter sea level rise at exactly that time, which is very hard to explain. But it looks like the suggestion is that that was due to impacts on the ice cap, on the North American ice cap, or perhaps on the European ice cap. The evidence for the Younger Dryas impact is found in what are called impact proxies, and that's iridium, nanodiamonds, platinum, melt glass like trinitite, found in sites across a vast area of the Earth's surface. 50 million plus square kilometers is an enormous area. Abu Huraira, next to Göbekli Tepe, happens to be one of those areas. And what they're suggesting is that a fragment of a comet blew up in the sky, and it was an airburst. Exactly the same thing that happened over Tunguska in Siberia on the 30th of June 1908. That was an object that fell out of the sky, almost certainly out of the Taurian meteor stream, which is thought to be the progenitor of the remnant giant comet, because that's the peak of the Beta Taurians. It wasn't big enough to hit the Earth and create a crater. It blew up in the sky. When it blew up in the sky, fortunately over an uninhabited area of Siberia, it flattened 2,000 square miles of trees. It was absolutely catastrophic. If it had,
No, there is evidence.
there is evidence.
No,
Compelling evidence.
There's not?
no, Vance Halliday and his colleagues just published a huge refutation of this entire hypothesis.
Of the Tunku, what do they think?
No, not
Tunguska,
Tunguska, we're talking about the-
You're talking about the, I'm sorry, calling something a refutation doesn't mean it's a refutation.
No, but it still is not being replied to. That's currently the.
Well, actually, it
record.
has been replied to extensively by Martin Sweat.
But are you referring to Abu Huraira? Are you referring
I'm referring to the entire idea of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Right, but Tunguska, you're
No,
not.
I'm not debating Tunguska.
But that's what you were saying.
Then I
He was
misheard
talking-
him.
Okay, you misheard him.
Yeah.
He was talking about the amount of forest that was flattened by the Tunguska
I
thing.
misheard him. I thought you were
Right, and
talking
it
about.
did happen during the Taurian meteor shower.
Yeah, I guess it happened
Yeah.
recently, like 100 years
Yeah, but it did happen, but it did happen during the same time as the year where the Earth passes through.
Okay, yeah. I'm not debating to lose.
Okay, yeah, that's what it seems like.
I
You're saying that
I think this would be a good moment for me to just give a little bit of information about the Dryas impact hypothesis.
Okay.
Can we do that? Because it's very important to my feelings about it.
Okay.
God, these short sight, I tell you, being 73 is no joke. So the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, since 2007, it's been a compelling and thoroughly documented case. It's been put together by more than 60 eminent scientists. Of course, some scientists oppose them as well. It was hit 12,800 years ago by multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet. Mark Boslow is one of the authors of that refutation piece that you just put in. Here he is saying that Graham Hancock's use of impact hypothesis in Netflix is all wet. Here we have a post responding to that. Graham Hancock is a charlatan and a fraud. Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is widely debunked. I'm sorry, it's not. If you want to learn about the work done, go see Mark Boslow. Here's that paper you're talking about, Flint, the comprehensive refutation of the Younger Dryas hypothesis. Because something is called something does not mean it is something.
Have you read it? It's very detailed.
I have read it in great detail, and I've also read James Lawrence Powell, who the authors of this paper largely ignored. Prematurely rejected. Bill Napier is a member of the Comet Research Group. He's the person who's connected it to the Tauride meteor stream. Creating a wide debris trail through which the Earth passes twice a year. And it's a catastrophe of celestial occurred around 12,900 BP, before the present. Now, you're referring to a refutation, but would you really so quickly accept it when you look at the credentials of the people in the Comet Research Group? I mean, James Kennett, marine geologist professor at the University of California, he's a world expert in paleoceanography. Dr. Richard Firestone, James Whitcomb, Albert Goodyear, Alan West. There I am with Alan West at the Younger Dryas boundary in Murray Springs. The Younger Dryas boundary is full of the signatures of a massive cosmic impact, probably an airburst, rather like the airburst that took place over Abu Herrera. I'm not expecting anybody to read these papers I'm putting up here. I'm just saying that the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been widely published, extensively published over the last decade, that there's a huge amount of information in support of it. There we're looking at the Younger Dryas boundary field, extending on the right as far as Abu Herrera, and on the left covering most of North America. It's also found in Belgium, by the way. It's found in the deep south of Chile. It's found in Antarctica. It's found all over the world. This platinum anomaly, documented at the Younger Dryas onset, is particularly important. But the evidence of the cosmic impact at Abu Herrera, that one, I mean, we know that Michael Shermer is an opponent of my work. But even Michael Sherman, in my view, by the way, I want to thank Michael for this, a true gentleman. When he realizes he's got something wrong, he says so. And here he says, in the light of the work at Abu Herrera, he says he's going to address his priors about my theory in the light of this evidence from a massive cosmic impact over Abu Herrera. So the fact that a paper has been published which claims to refute the Younger Dryas impact is really not anything at all. The question is, what's the depth to that refutation? Is it a solid refutation? Does it really work? And why is it that the same team who claimed to have refuted the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2023 also published a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2011? Clearly there was something wrong with their 2011 requiem.
I am not a scholar that focuses on these kind of questions. I focus on archaeological evidence. So I'm going to try to reply from that perspective. And so one of the examples you give is if this is Abu Herrera, for example, the site is still there for us to excavate. We understand that it has some of the earliest domesticated crops there. And so the entire point is that this kind of, even if this hypothesis is true, it would not have wiped out the evidence for the civilization that you're looking for. Because we can see very clearly that if it's true at Abu Herrera, it did not wipe out the entire settlement. It's there, we're excavating it now.
Isn't Abu Huraira one of the first places that show evidence of real agriculture?
Yeah, so let's talk about some
That's
real
part, that's
agriculture.
part of the evidence.
Yeah, so can we talk about some agriculture?
Sure.
All right, cool. Can you boot up my HD?
No, I'm excited.
Yeah, this is like my stuff finally. I did my dad's stuff earlier, now I get to do some of my stuff. In fact, this is some of the sites I work on. Okay, I want to be clear that we have a lot of evidence for ancient plants and seeds, right? I'll show you the statistics, we have hundreds of thousands, millions of these, just from the time period of thinking about domestication. So how do we even collect tiny little seeds of grains and beans and peas? Any idea, Joe? Okay, so you know how wood flows? So does carbonized plant material. So basically we collect samples from every single unit that we excavate, and we put it in what's called a flotation tank, where we pump up a bunch of air to separate any charred plant material from the soil and sediment. And then it sort of drains out right around here into a mesh, and then we can start to study it under a microscope. So all right, big question. What the heck is the difference between wild and domesticated wheat? Any ideas? No? Graham?
Yes, the domesticated wheat depends on human beings helping it continue.
And how do we identify that?
Sure.
Okay, that's important though. So all right, let's go to the bottom here. It's the scar, right where that wheat kernel or the spikelet the wheat seed is attached on, it attaches to the plant. And the reason for this is in wild plants like weeds or beans or peas, it's going to propagate itself by falling off the plant easily. If birds or humans are harvesting it, it's not that it wants to, it doesn't have agency, but it propagates itself more easily by shattering easily off of the stem of the plant. On the other hand, as soon as humans start gathering it, that does nothing, because some seeds fall, it replants itself in the field. But as soon as humans start gathering it and planting it in new fields, then all of a sudden there's an evolutionary sort of impact on the plant itself. And so what's selected for is the mutation for a seed that hangs onto the plant. Do you see what I mean? Because you're cutting off the plant, taking it with you, and then planting it somewhere else. And so this is a shift in grains that we call a brittle to a tough raucous. And you can see it's kind of a clean scar right here on the left in wild wheat, while it's a much sort of tougher scar on the right.
Do we know what the evolutionary mechanism is that would cause it to do that?
Yeah, so there's two different genes that actually control this in wheat, for example. And so we actually know, just statistically speaking, and by sampling wild wheat today, that this is going to exist within any field of wild wheat. There's going to be a few seeds with this genetic mutation. And then as soon as humans start collecting it and cultivating it, planting it somewhere, it's going to automatically put evolutionary pressure on that. And it's over time. And we see this shift from shattering to non-shattering in barley, in wheat, in rice, in every single grain species that we have domesticated. And so you can see this statistically, for example, in China, where over time, A, we have 35,000 of these now that we're studying. B, you can see the population of rice at archaeological sites. It starts off mostly as brittle, meaning it shatters easily, and over time it takes about 1,500 years for rice to evolve to become fully domesticated, where it hangs onto the plant more easily. And so we see this repeatedly. We can see this later on in the Holocene. So we're talking several thousand years later, like 5,000 years ago, in sort of the Sahara Desert during the Green Sahara periods, where we see the domestication of pearl millet. Same exact transition is what happens. And you can see these statistics of it happening, changing statistically over time, the population of millets in these regions from, a brittle raucous that breaks off easily to a tough raucous where the seed hangs on.
How does it figure out that?
It's just selectionary pressure. It's the pressure of humans now collecting it and then planting it. So as soon as there's one seed that's like that with that mutation, it slowly proliferates every single time humans replant it in a new field.
And it just takes
thousands of years, yeah. And we see this in wheat, barley, rice, oats, teosinte, which becomes corn. We see it in millet, sorghum. We see it with the pods for beans and peas. So the pod changes how it breaks off the plant. And again, it goes from shattering to tough. And so we see that with lentils, chickpeas, peas, common beans, runner beans, soybeans, fava, vetch. All of these species, dozens of them, is the first sign of human domestication. And so that's what we can see. The second sign is actually
How many thousands of years does it take before this starts showing?
something, well, it starts showing up fairly quickly, immediately. So you get small percentages of it. For example, you can see this with the rice graph here. Yeah, it slowly starts changing over. In fact, Gordon Hillman first worked out this would happen really rapidly, that it would take just a few hundred years for the population of these plants to change over. Now we know it takes a few thousand years for it to the full population at archaeological sites to go from wild, breaking off easy types to domesticated, hanging onto the plant
That
types.
is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating how the plant somehow or another adapts and figures it out. This is the way to survive.
It's really cool because it's not human selection either. In fact, 40 years ago when we first started studying domestication, we thought that all this was due to conscious human selection. And now we know that it's actually the plant adapting to us and what we do. Yeah, it's cool as hell, isn't it?
I agree with you on all of that. I don't want to stop you with your presentation, but how does that, what bearing does that have on getting rid of lost civilization?
I'm going to get there. Like, again, it's not about getting rid of the lost civilization. I'm actually here to show that there's no agriculture at all in the Ice Age. It doesn't have to do with the lost civilization, but that's a key component of your civilization. So the second
Well, there's no agriculture at all amongst the Inuit either, right?
No.
Right.
But
They survive.
in his books and in his Netflix series, he describes the civilization as introducing agriculture. He talks about seed banks and things like that. And and the Magicians of the Gods. I have to quote him here.
Show me.
Okay, you want me to?
Yeah. Say it. Don't say it.
Give me a second. It seems fanciful to you want to do it? I can't do your accent.
You want to read it?
It seems fanciful to imagine that we might, in an almost high-tech sense, be looking at the specifications of the seed bank. Oh, this is from Guinness.
No, it's from Magicians of the Gods.
Oh, maybe I repeated it in Magicians. This is about the underground vara that Yima is said in myth to have created following a disastrous capitalism.
But it's impossible that this cycle of domesticating wheat and beans and all these different things has taken place many, many times. And that if you left them alone, they would go back to the wild form, where if there was a disaster and people stopped growing them in this particular region, how long would it take for them to revert back to their original state?
Thousands of years.
Thousands of
Yeah,
years.
thousands of years.
How many thousands of years do you think?
Well, I don't know because I have to look that up because I know that we've observed this kind of stuff. Feral, domesticates going feral, but I don't have that on.
And you said how many years from the original till the whole?
Something like 3,000 years. Dorian Fuller's actually published a lot on estimating the time range.
Right. So if you had agriculture in 12,800 years ago, around the time of the Younger Dryas impact theory, and then people are resorted to hunter-gatherers again, it takes a long time before they start using agriculture again. Is it
That's
possible?
not what he's claiming. He's claiming that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking, is it possible that those plants
One
would
thing I-
revert and then the
one thing I-
process would happen again once people started growing them intentionally?
That's tough to tell because what we see is it's exactly at that time, at least in Southwest Asia, where this domestication starts.
Right, we haven't seen the reverse happen.
No.
But is it possible?
Well, I mean, it would have happened a lot earlier.
If people weren't cultivating it anymore, wouldn't the natural selection revert back
Yes,
to the
it
original
would.
state?
I agree with that. It would revert back.
But it would take a long time.
It would take a long time. And so I want to get into how the next trait size takes thousands of years after that, which is the selection for large seeds. So we measure these seeds, and we can see their change over time. And I have here a really cool.
Is this a selection by farmers and by people that are?
That's such a great question because actually we think at first it's not. So this is the plants adapting to the fact that they're being planted in plowed and tilled and cleared fields. And so larger seeds actually grow faster. So they outcompete their neighbors that might have been planted with smaller seeds.
Because it's monocrop, because they're constantly surrounded by other plants that are similar, and so they're competing for resources.
They're competing for resources, and the ones with larger seeds on average grow. So this is done from a lot of experimental archaeology. Yeah. Glennis Jones, Dorian Fuller, and others. Glennis Jones at Sheffield, who's retired now, is talking this
guy. Just the fact, I mean, I know we're in the middle of this crazy debate, but just the wonder of nature itself. The complexity involved in these natural life forms adapting to their environment is so fascinating. And the fact that it's such a contentious issue amongst biological creatures, specifically human beings, because of religious implications. But if you just look at it in terms of what we know for sure with plants, It is such a bizarre process. It's so fascinating and complex, and there's so much going on. Just with our understanding of the communication that plants have with each other through mycelium and the different organisms that exist in the earth and that they're sharing resources, and like, what a bizarre, fascinating world.
Almost mysterious.
There's a lot to learn.
So mysterious. Well, there's a lot to learn for sure. But
I think that's what's cool because we have this kind of stuff. So you asked about selection.
yeah.
So this is maize cob from about 1250 AD. This is part of the Southern Methodist University Archaeological
That's how
Research.
little they were back then.
That's how little they were. So if you want to hold it, you can.
Sure. How old is this?
That's from about 800 years ago. Yeah. And so I'm gonna thank
Is this
Matthew
a
Wilson.
full,
Yeah, that's a full cob. Yeah.
folks, this is like a thumb. Not even my thumb. It's like one of my smaller fingers.
And just to get a
It's
sense
crazy.
of,
Like, you think of a corn cob today. It's just, I mean, I had one over Thanksgiving. It was massive. It was like this big.
yeah, exactly. Now that's
Like
human
an
selection.
arm now.
That's human selection at that point.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. That's amazing.
And to give you a sense of just how much we find, this is our chart. Again, Southern Methodist University.
How old are these?
So this, they're not exactly sure where they come from. They think they're subsampled from collections at Papa Creek Pueblo in New Mexico. So several hundred years old for sure. But yeah, they were collected a long time ago, so they're not sure. Yeah,
Just the kernels are so tiny.
And the only
it's
way-
like dehydrated.
they're charred.
They're charred, right? But would
That's
they be
how it's
larger?
surprised. Yeah, they probably would have been larger. So we study how charring impacts these things as well. Yeah, so we do a lot of experiments to understand that, so that we can see the shape and the size and stuff like that. So to get back to your question though, because I think you asked a good question. When we think about sort of this change over time with domestication, we also see a change in time in the kind of stone tools that people are using. So it takes thousands of years before we start seeing these sickle-type blades associated with harvesting these crops, right? And then the next step we can take is this introduction, this sort of transfer of technology that agriculturalists do when they move to Europe and elsewhere. And we can track this in real time. So this is from a project, I was actually doing the flotation of planting this project when I was a student here. This is in Albania, directed by University of Cincinnati. So these are the trenches that we excavated. But this is one of the earliest agricultural sites in Europe from about 6400 BC, right? And what's really cool is we can see what this kind of introduction looks like. We see a full package introduced at the same time. We see multiple different domesticated plants, multiple different domesticated animals, as well as new types of artifacts like stone tools and pottery of different types than what the hunter-gatherers were using there. And so this is kind of a parallel. This is where we see this transfer of technology, is when agriculturalists spread out and they take a whole package with them. We call it the Neolithic package, right? And so that's one of the key things is we have parallels for this. And so when we go back to this sort of end of the Stone Age type period, where we're maybe looking for something like a seed bank or a shelter that's keeping these Noah's Ark or something like that, what we can also look at is it doesn't look like anything's introduced. These plants and animals get domesticated in the natural regions where their wild progenitors were grown and living. And so there's not like an introduction of a new species that was not there. Instead, we already saw these wild plants in place in the Ice Age in these spaces, and then we can date directly these with radiocarbon, right? There's no reason to assume anything else. We date plant remains and bones directly. And then lastly, I just want to talk about not archaeological evidence, but paleoecological evidence. So these are kind of cores taken in lakes, lagoons, swamps, on the seafloor, and this is what palynologists, so those are people that study pollen, look at. And so this map is from an article that I was actually a co-author on, looking at different paleoecological proxies around the Greek peninsula. So
Was that a real image of pollen?
yeah, this is pollen under an electron microscope from Dartmouth College, I think it is, this image. And so, we have these kind of cores that give us a sense of the landscape. And, we can track, for example, the rise of different agricultural societies from pollen that flows through the air. We can track, for example, tree crops when they start getting introduced and when they become common. We can track grains and when they come in and become very common in these different regions. And the key thing I want to draw your attention to is
Hey, how you doing?
and some are even taken from the water. So we have underwater filtration.
I missed you.
Sunken landscape.
landscapes and the sort of ecosystem that is there.
Thank you.
Hey, I do have a job.
An ecosystem of agriculture, arboriculture,
What like you were?
landscapes, the type of landscapes that hunter.
I'm a contractor. I'm
What
a,
did you say?
I'm a contractor. I'm a certified project management professional.
Then why do you sit with your ass cheeks out on this call? Why did you get sign a contract or something?
I did. That's what I did all day yesterday. I made thousands of dollars yesterday.
You were sleeping yesterday. I had to keep waking you up.
I know you did.
No
Thank you for
problem.
doing it. Thank you for doing it. I made 4 figures yesterday.
You mean, then why you doing that? 4 figures. I made 4 roses.
Cool. Excellent. I like you.
Texas, I like you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Good talk.
And so this, I think, is really important. There really is, it's not just that there's no evidence for agriculture that early. We have evidence, yes, from those pollen cores, but also
Hey, girl. What you doing?
knowledge points out that
How are you?
agriculture, it was probably too hostile.
How are you? What's on your head?
The reason why is because there's too little
hat?
sunlight. Plants need
I
carbon
have a
dioxide,
hat.
to be able to propagate.
Is that hat got a tea towel?
Be grown.
What's a tea
You
towel?
know what a tea towel is?
It's
No.
also a period
You don't know what
of
tea towel is?
dry.
What is that?
There's so much of fresh water is.
It's what you do giving birth.
It's what?
When a woman's giving birth, they use it to hold the baby and then rip it out.
Oh, very cool.
You know when the feet are on the stirrup.
Yeah.
I never, they are vastly understanding, right?
I gotta look at this up.
You have to imagine that a pollen core is actually.
How do you,
Do you
girl,
understand it now?
Because pollen
how do you spell it?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
TEA POWEL.
A tea towel.
Well, this is not what she's yeah, he doesn't know what tea towel is. He's American. Where's Harry and go? I'm getting put some TV.
I do look
Have you
like,
got it?
I do like to look at him in a tea towel. You're right, girl.
Can you do some more karaoke?
No, because you don't listen to me.
I did.
What songs did I for you?
You sang Harry Styles.
What song?
Oil and Sugar.
And what's the other song?
I don't know, I couldn't hear the other one.
Okay. Just,
Oh, he's got on.
girl, I'm gonna tell you what.
Did you take requests?
Yes, I do. What would you like me to sing?
I'm sing Believer by Imagine Dragons. Yeah, can you sing Believer by Imagine Dragons?
One moment.
It's my favourite song, you know.
Is it?
There's nobody there, guys.
Dude, that's my homie. What's going on, dog? That motherfucker and I go way back. Yo, dog, that's backwoods, son. That's backwoods, son. Alright. Are you ready? Y'all ready for this? Three, 2, 1.
Oh, no, let's hear it.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way things have been. Oh, the way that things have been. Oh, ooh. Second thing, second, don't you think you think that I can be? I'm the one at the sea, I'm the master of my sea. Oh, ooh, the master of my sea. Oh. I was broken from a young age, taking myself being to the masses, but the down low into the view. Taking me, but I was from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, speaking the beauty through the veins. Make me up, believe.
You missed the bit. Well done.
Make me up, you make me a believer, believer. Pain, I like to go to fire on the rain. And I love my jacket aching crown. Pain, you made me a believer, believer. Third things third, then prayer to the one who's up above. All the hate that you've heard as you jump into a dove. Oh, ooh, your spirit up above. Ooh. I'm choking in the crowd, living my brain, I'm cooking the top. From the ashes to the ground, open the view and spin the down. Taking everything over and down. Like, you make me out, you break me out, believer, believer. You break me down, you build me up, believer, believer. Pain, yeah, the public sky and let it rain. Then I found out the sun became a pain. Pain, you made me a believer, believer. Last things last, the grace of the fire and the grain in the fire and the future blood in my veins. Ooh, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh. Rain down, it rained down, like you make me down, you build me up, believer, believer. Hey, you build me down, you build me up, believer, believer. Hey, let the bubbles fly in the rain, you let the love the pain.
That was good. I've got one more request.
Yes, ma'am.
Two more.
Two more. Okay, what are they?
The request started Deep Throat by Cupcake and the winner takes it all by ABBA.
Okay. I don't know Deep Throat, but.
Do you hear it? What did you say?
I don't know the Deep Throat song. We're getting ABBA. Winner takes all. No.
You can look at the lyrics. Look at the lyrics.
I
It's
will.
really easy to sing.
I will.
No, it's one of my favourites. You got to.
I'm singing ABBA right now, girl.
Hey, I'll be cool.
Yo, dog.
You up? What did you say?
I'm singing ABBA right now. Winner takes all.
Yeah, sing ABBA. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about the things you've done through. I don't know the song. Through it's hurting me. I know it's history. I played all my cards, and that's what you've done too. Nothing more to say. Nothing more is to play. This makes love. your arms. Building neon fence. Building a neon home. Making us be stronger. Let everything go.
When we rest the day, we get involved.
Raising
Oh, we gotta go.
Bye, girl. Goodbye.
Your thing is great.
I love you. Bye, girls.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, we'll be back in like an hour.
Excellent. We'll sing the Beatles.
Bye.
The Beatles. The Beatles. The Beatles.
Travels really far. And so you're able to, with one core, track a much larger landscape and put that together. And so, I just cannot emphasize this enough. We need to, I have a phrase I like to use about archaeology. Work from the known to the unknown. So this is true when we excavate. We come down on the stub of a wall, and we change what we're doing to follow what we know, which is that wall, and we expose it. When we found the Griffin Warrior tomb of Pylos, for example, we found the corner on the very first day. And by the third day, we already expanded the trench so that we could catch what we know is there. And so it's the same kind of thing when you dig a layer. It's the same thing when you sort of test a hypothesis like Graham's, which is we want to work from what we do know. What we do know from the Ice Age and what we do know from right after this period of domestication. And so what we do know is all this kind of natural evidence about the climate, about the ecology, and about how domestication actually happens. And so that's why I think that, unlike the other part with the Ice Age sort of coastal stuff, I think that's sort of like, why do we keep finding tens of thousands of Ice Age sites that are hunter-gatherers? It's a bit of a coincidence we don't find your civilization. Here,
It's not tens of thousands, it's 3,000 sites.
that's not true. We have 13,000 different sites in the Paleolithic radiocarbon database.
I don't know, I'm talking about underwater.
Okay, but we have 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped, according to UNESCO, and they're on the continental shelves.
Can I pick up on some points you've made, or are you not quite finished yet?
Sure, you can pick up, Graham.
I don't ever claim that very small numbers of survivors of my proposed lost civilization introduced plant species. What I'm saying is that they introduced the concept of domesticated plants. There is evidence of very early agriculture, more than 20,000 years ago at Ohio.
Gatherers.
Yeah, of Ohio too.
Yeah.
It never reached the stage of domestication.
Yeah.
And
Gathering, not planting.
that goes back 24,000 years ago. They gathered, but they did not domesticate. And there are a number of attempts at domestication, but it's after the Younger Dryas that we see this sudden surge in domestication. Now, I'm not saying, and I've never said, and you will not be able to find a quote where I've said that they introduced agriculture. They introduced the idea of agriculture. And we're talking about a very small number of people. The myths speak of 7 sages, again and again, in multiple locations around the world. Bringing the idea of agriculture, but the agriculture is then applied to locally available plant species. And we do then see the long process of domestication beginning after the Younger Dryas, not before it. We don't see that domestication occurring before 12,900 years ago. We see some attempts at gathering crops. We see some sheen on sickles that show that people were cutting wild grasses and using the seeds. We do see all that, but we don't see domestication. The steps that begin to lead us towards domestication begin after the Younger Dryas, and I think that's the elephant in the room. I think that what happened there during the Younger Dryas is extremely mysterious, and I don't think we have the whole story. And I'm simply proposing that the survivors of a civilization who were in very small numbers, traveled around the world seeking refuge, sharing their knowledge with those they took refuge amongst, and sharing the knowledge of those they took refuge amongst. It was an exchange, not a one-way trip, and they did not bring plants and seeds with them. They worked with what was locally available. And that's precisely what we see happening after 12,900 years ago in this whole area of hundreds, thousands of square miles around Göbekli Tepe, going right down into the Jordan Valley. Abu Huraira being a particularly interesting example, very close to Göbekli Tepe, is the first steps being taken towards domestication. There have been multiple attempts.
She brought in this different dick-sucking training, BBC dick-sucking training. The reason why she brought in...
plants. I've never said that they introduced plant species from elsewhere.
But if they're introducing the technology
terminology of agriculture that would imply that they had agriculture beforehand. Which, as I'm trying to show, it doesn't make any sense. You need to invent new species of plants. You need to go against all the evidence that we have.
What new species of plants? Why do you need to?
Well, because
they were using wild grasses in the area of where they are too, in the Jordan Valley. They were using them 23,000
in the area of those wild
but
plants.
they did not domesticate them.
But then what was your civilization growing?
I don't know. What I do know is I don't know. What do you not understand about the word lost? I don't know what they were growing. But what I'm mystified by is this sudden surge towards domestication, which you rightly say is a long, slow process. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time, but we see those first steps being taken after, not before the Younger Dryas.
And that's not so sudden. We're talking about thousands of years when agriculture starts in different places. So, it's very early in Southwest Asia, but it's thousands or possibly lag in East Asia or Mesoamerica. So when people say suddenly, I think that's a misinterpretation of things. In terms of human generations,
what I'm referring
hundreds of human generations.
What I'm referring to suddenly is the transition from harvesting wild grasses to setting in process a project that will lead to domestication of wild grasses. And that cannot be demonstrated before the Younger Dryas. It can only be demonstrated after the Younger Dryas.
And that's it's just planting them in the ground.
And that's why I think that there's something odd about the Younger Dryas episode. And to me, that's something odd when I combine it with mythology from all around the world about the destruction of a great civilization in the global cataclysm, about the fact that there were a few survivors, about the suggestion that they traveled around the world sharing their knowledge and ideas. That's why I think that the spark for the agricultural revolution that we see in that area was introduced. Not the agriculture itself, not the plants themselves. They used locally available plants. They'd be daft.
But to play devil's advocate, if they did do that, wouldn't it would immediately show up as agriculture?
No.
Why would it take thousands of years for it to take?
Because it takes a long time to domesticate plants.
Well, you see the shift starting immediately.
You see the shift in 150 years.
You see it.
What up, Joe Justin?
Yes, and then elsewhere not as early.
But is it also possible that the Younger Dryas impact theory affected the climate and it made agriculture more possible? And then they figured it out after that because it was colder before that, right?
Yeah, we've had lots of cold periods in the past. If you go back through the Ice Age 400,000 years or so.
Right,
that's a different species of human almost.
No.
They hadn't 400,000 years ago.
400,000 years
Right,
ago.
but they hadn't figured out anything.
The earliest evidence so far for anatomically modern humans is from Jebel el-Hud in Morocco. It's about 320,000 years old, 315,000 years old, something like that. Anatomically modern humans. So I think it makes sense.
But my point is they hadn't figured out anything that we figured out.
No,
so it makes sense that at one point in time, the human species would figure out agriculture. And if that transition would take place for thousands of years after a massive shift in the
POVs of the sky sitting in bed.
That's right too, Doug.
I don't know if this is the VC for us, bro. Bro, this one's pretty bad. I don't know, bro. Let's just create our own vibe, bro. Let's ride down to 24, or not 24, 20, 25.
It had to be the trigger for something, right? Whenever there's a massive change in the environment, people adapt to that change. And if you look at the sophistication levels of societies over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, they always move towards a more sophisticated, they figure out new ways, new methods, they get better at things. It just makes sense that they would eventually figure out agriculture.
In this area, there were multiple attempts to figure out agriculture.
Right, but there was also probably multiple attempts to figure out how to make a boat before they figured out how to make a submarine.
Yes,
right?
I mean, so I tend to think that what we see with our record is it's very heterogeneous. So that's why we see agriculture showing up at different times in different places. And so I think that that's really key to get across. I do think that this climatic change, it introduced more CO2, it introduced more humidity and rainfall, that it made agriculture actually possible, sort of as an intensive undertaking to do.
And so I think that that's really important to acknowledge, but I don't want to sort of say that human agency didn't have something to do with that, because humans were the ones that chose to change from just gathering to planting.
Right.
And so I think that's really, really key to demonstrate.
I want to get to Egypt because I think it's one of the most bizarre accomplishments of human beings. And the age of Egypt is a fascinating piece of discussion, because whatever it is, I mean, one of the more fascinating things is Robert Schoch at Washington University, the geologist who examined the erosion in the Temple of the Sphinx and determined it to be thousands of years of rainfall, and which would predate the Sphinx by quite a bit, because this is all stone that has been moved by human beings, and it had been used to construct the Sphinx. And this Temple of the Sphinx has been carved out. It's very clear that it was carved out, and you see these massive fissures that look exactly like water erosion. He specifically said that he showed these images to other geologists without telling them what they were looking at. They almost unanimously said that it was water erosion over thousands of years of rainfall. And then when he would show them exactly what he was telling them to describe, then they didn't want to have any part of it, because they're like, okay, now you're saying something that's really crazy, because now you're saying that this structure is 11,000 years old as opposed to 4,500 years old.
Surprise, surprise, I'm going to disagree with you.
Shall we look at
Not me. It's
No,
Robert Schoch.
Robert Schoch.
Shall we
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at some images?
Yes. Yeah.
I,
Let's look at images of the water erosion,
Yeah.
because it's.
and then I'll show some images of the quarries nearby. Let's do that. Yeah.
Sure.
So if you could. Yeah. And again, credit to my wife Santa, who has taken every risk with me, every step, every dive for the last 30 plus years. This is her aerial photograph of the Sphinx enclosure and of the Sphinx temple,
How'd you
so-called,
get that vision?
in a helicopter.
Wow.
Back in, the mid-90s somewhere. The Sphinx temple directly in front of the Sphinx, so-called, and the Valley temple to the left as we view it. And you can see that the Sphinx is a rock-hewn structure cut out of the bedrock with a trench around it. And if we go in here, the notion that the Sphinx bears the marks of precipitation-induced weathering is an evolution of an idea that the late, great John Anthony West had many, many years ago. You've had John on the show.
Yeah, twice. Yeah.
He's a dear friend of mine.
He was great. Magical Egypt, I can't recommend it enough. It's such a fascinating material. He has two of them, two series. I think there's like 3 DVDs in each one, and it's just incredible stuff. Just on the undisputable things about the construction methods and how fascinating it is that they built these things.
Marvelous, out of the box thinker. I miss him so much. He was a dear friend. It was he who brought Robert Schoch to the Giza Plateau. And Robert took a look at the erosion around the Sphinx and eventually came to the conclusion that the best explanation for it was that this Sphinx enclosure had been subjected to at least 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And Robert Schoch right now puts that back to around the 10,000 BC, dating 12,000 plus years ago, during the Younger Dryas, when indeed there were heavy rains in Egypt. And it's these deep vertical fissures in the side of the enclosure wall, which most clearly demonstrate what he's talking about, that rainwater pouring off the edge of the plateau would have carved it, would have selectively cut out the softer areas of rock and created these fissures that we see through it, and this rounded scarp profile, in Robert Schoch's view and in mine.
I've had Robert Schoch on as well.
Yeah.
We talked about it for a long time.
And I want to pay tribute to Robert Schoch here. He and I have had our differences, but Robert Schoch, in my view, is a hero. Robert Schoch is a mainstream academic who has stuck his neck out for an idea that is very unpopular in mainstream academics. He's taken all the risks for his career, he's put himself out there, and he's spoken his truth. And I want to respect Robert Schoch. I want to express that respect and kudos to Robert Schoch for everything he's done. He's helped to advance this field enormously and to allow people to think previously unthinkable thoughts.
And I've seen him attacked mercilessly.
Mercilessly. This happens again and again with archaeologists, unfortunately.
So,
Now, I'll just complete this point because it's often said that the Sphinx was the work of the pharaoh Khafre. and that these two temples would work at the Pharaoh Khafre, particularly the Valley Temple that we see on the right there. There's no inscriptions in the Sphinx Temple, but when we come to the Valley Temple, what we're looking at is a limestone core. And those limestone blocks were actually taken out of the Sphinx trench, which was then faced in a later time with granite. And there's a quote from Rabbi Rothschild there, who's saying that basically the original temples were limestone and that they were faced with granite. Now, that's the interior of the temple. You can see that there's definitely two phases of construction there. There's the granite, no dispute that that's Old Kingdom Egypt. And then there's the limestone massive megalithic walls behind it, which are heavily eroded, as you can see even from here. Now, interestingly, is that temple really associated with the Pharaoh Khafre? In 1947, I.E.S. Edwards, who was one of the leading Egyptologists of his time, wrote this. Around each doorway is a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king. No other inscriptions or relief occur anywhere else in the building. That's been taken to assume that the name of the king was given as Khafre. Actually, Edwards corrected himself in 1993. Around each doorway was carved a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king, but only the last words, beloved of the goddess Bastet and beloved of the goddess Hathor, are preserved. No other inscriptions occur anywhere else in the building. In other words, there's nothing in that temple that directly connects it to the Pharaoh Khafre. But what's interesting is the way that that granite facing, which certainly was done in the Old Kingdom, has actually been, the interior of the granite has actually been cut to match the heavily weathered limestone that it's covering. It's been cut to shape that, but they're honoring and respecting that ancient structure. And so in my opinion, the geological evidence on the antiquity of the Sphinx is strong. There's no doubt that the ancient Egyptians were there, that they did work on the Sphinx. The head of the Sphinx was recarved into a human head. I and my colleagues believe it was originally the head of a lion, that the Sphinx was an entire lion.
But the evidence that it's been carved is that it has far less erosion than the rest of the body. Correct.
And also the head is way out of proportion to the rest of the body. That's an issue, because one thing the ancient Egyptians were pretty good at when they put their minds to it was proportion.
Yeah.
And the disproportionate size of the head of the Sphinx in relation to the whole body of the Sphinx.
I mean, if you look at other ancient Egyptian sphinxes, they also have small heads. If you put my head on a lion, it would look small. They all look relatively small.
It would look small. That's the point. It was a lion before, and it was cut. It was heavily eroded, and it was then cut down into a human head.
But it does have a distinctly different form of erosion.
No, that's actually where I come and disagree with you. I have some photos as well.
What's your evidence that it was connected to Khafre?
The head. Oh yeah, and I can show you why. Yeah, because
less eroded.
it's a different stratum of the natural limestone. So if you look at the geology of the area, are you finished, Graham? If not, I'll put up some slides.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let's do this. So first off, I want to show you this is what it looks like, even the neck. You don't see the neck today because because they expanded the head traps as a support for the head. And so the point is that there's these different layers of this limestone here that we can understand geologically. And so there's this very dense limestone that's up by the head, and then the rest of the limestone is much more fragile and porous. So I do want to be clear, how do we date the Sphinx? What kind of evidence archaeologically are we using? And so what that comes from is largely radiocarbon dates from the pyramids themselves. So pieces of wood that were in between the blocks of the pyramids have been radiocarbon dated and definitively tell us that the pyramids were built during the Old Kingdom, right?
Didn't they do work on the pyramids at multiple stages where they would probably like reseal things and surface things and clean things? If they were constructed 12, 13, 20,000 years ago and people were still inhabiting them 5,000 years ago, wouldn't it make sense that they would do things to them?
Well, we have inscriptions in there from areas that are sealed off from the actual construction graffiti from the workmen, referring to, for example, friends of Khufu and workmen gangs that are in there. Exactly. Versions of Khufu's name that were not known until later by scholars. And so that's one version. I don't read hieroglyphs.
Where do you get that information?
Egyptologist.
Where do you get that information?
I got that.
How it forms.
No, Sadia was. I've never met Sadia was. I got that information from reading, man. But okay, so let's go back. How do we know that these radiocarbon dates with the blocks in the pyramid relate to the Sphinx itself? Because the Sphinx is just hewn out of natural stone, right? These different layers here. So the reason we know is because geochemists have done stone sourcing on the chemistry of these stones in the pyramids. And they've been able to trace them to different quarries at Giza. And so this is photos of different quarries and cuttings for the quarries. And so they've taken samples from the quarries themselves and from the stones in the pyramids. They do different kinds of geochemical analyses to show the ratios of, in this case, magnesium and iron. And then they trace them back to specific quarries there. And so they know that a bunch of the stones from Khafre, for example, come from the area of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is from a quarry. It's a quarry site for those stones. And so one of the things...
Go back to that slide.
Yeah. Okay. And so this is a photo of some of these quarries, and I want to point out that the quarry walls look a lot like exactly the walls of the Sphinx itself. It has the same kind of erosion on it. It has the same kind of rough working on it. And so what you're actually seeing with the Sphinx is you're seeing this roughened shape from quarry, which is then built with nicer stones around it.
Right, but we're talking about the temple of the Sphinx, the outside structures, what Robert Schock was discussing. That shows much more clear indication of the water erosion. Not necessarily this, which shows a lot of kind of different erosion.
By the way, this restoration on the pores of the Sphinx is modern.
Yes, that is modern. I'm not going to deny that. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that we can't. I don't think that anybody really agrees with Schock that it is erosion. B, if it is erosion, a lot of geologists do not know that.
Many geologists do. Many geologists do agree with that.
Very few.
I think it's quite a bit. Graham, you would know more than I do.
I think it's quite a bit too, but it doesn't really matter to me. I think whether geologists agree with him or not, whether archaeologists agree with him or not, he's spoken his truth. He's made his case, and I think it's a strong and compelling.
And what I'm trying to do is present the evidence that goes against him, right?
But when you look at those fissures that are in that wall,
you see the same thing on quarries there. You know, it's the same exact kind of fissures on this. Is just a completely different quarry and a different.
That's not the most specific example of it, though. If you show other examples of that wall.
And so, I mean,
there's other examples of that wall that are much more rounded out.
So I have been to Giza, by the way.
See, this doesn't look the same to me.
Wait, but I have a reason for saying that. I've been to Giza. The one time I went to Giza, it rained. In fact, the taxi got into an accident because the oil on the road got so slick that we were hit from behind.
Right, it does rain.
Very minor fender bender, but the point
you're
is,
not denying
but how do you
the climate radically changed
how
that
do you
area.
date erosion like this? That takes a lot of experimentation, and I've seen no evidence that shows how to date this kind of erosion to 12,000 years ago or something.
Are you in control of the thing now?
I am, and I was going to show
Graham, can you show images from what you were looking at when it shows the water erosion? Because it looks very different. The images that Graham was showing from where Robert Schock did his work, it's much more extreme. The ones that you have are from a distance, and the other ones are kind of blurry, and you're looking at it and it looks similar. But like
I was
that,
there in 2003. So
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were. But this is different. The fissures in there are different. They really look like water flow. And if you're talking about the different layers of stone, which are softer in some layers and harder in others, if you did have that kind of water flowing through it, it would make sense that the softer layers would be more eroded. And that's Robert Schock's contention.
And how are you going to date that, though, to however long ago? One of the other key disproved...
Don't you date it, though, by the amount of rainfall that we know took place at a certain time?
Because a small amount of rainfall can also cause erosion, especially in a dry environment. So
Right,
in very
but
dry
if you're
environments, a
that-
tiny amount of rainfall can actually damage things even worse because things are so dry.
But that level of erosion?
Well, but you need to come up with some independent way of dating it, right? And that's where the issue is. What we do have is independent confirmation that the blocks in the pyramids came from the quarry right there.
Right.
And we have dates on those blocks from radiocarbon dates of wood in between those.
There's an area where my work is misunderstood. I strongly support Robert Schock on 12,000 euro Sphinx and of the megalithic temples in front of the Sphinx. I've never claimed that the pyramids are 12,000 years old.
Oh, I know it didn't say you.
I didn't say
I know
you
some
either.
people do.
Yeah, some people do.
Yes.
I've never claimed that. I do not seek to divulge
That's why I brought up the notion that they've been resurfaced, because that's the claim.
Yeah, I've heard that claim as
That
well.
people have been living in them for thousands of years, and so that the material that you're dating is from that time period.
Yeah.
And what do you make of the hieroglyphs that show kingdoms going back 30,000 years?
I've never heard that, so I have no comment.
It's in all the king lists.
Oh, you mean the dating of that? Yeah, well, so there's a lot of issues with the way that those are dated because they're not precisely dated, it's just generations. So it's about how you interpret that kind of stuff. But it's still, it becomes an issue of mythology. Are they adding in extra generations there and stuff like that?
Or are they actually reporting their truthful memory of their public?
Well, but we want to have directly dated evidence of that. We do.
Might want to have that.
Well, yeah, I think if we're going to talk about archaeological evidence, we need directly dated stuff.
And one of the things that's fascinating about Egypt is the discovery of older construction methods below, and very sophisticated, below the surface, that the different temples were built on previous construction.
I mean, that happens in every culture, right? You see sort of spaces being reused in different ways.
Right.
Temple of Horus at Edfu, where the Atlantis story is told in an ancient Egyptian context, is a good example. Temple of Horus at Edfu was just the latest incarnation, a series of older temples that are still that site. It's a regular issue.
Right. And so how much time are we talking about that? So if we go back to 4,500 years ago, which is the established date of the construction of the Great Pyramid, right? Somewhere around there?
Edfu dates to the Ptolemaic period, so it's actually after Plato. So can I talk a second about that?
But
We'll come to that. I think it'd be really good to talk about Edfu and Atlantis.
All right, briefly though, we've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I know. That's great. Everybody's hanging in there. But these temples that were built on these older temples, what time period is ascribed to them? Like, what's the oldest construction?
Oh, in the case of Edfu, it comes into the early Old Kingdom. It's not prehistoric.
So what year?
Maybe 4,000 years ago.
And so what is the oldest construction that we're aware of in Egypt?
I mean, we have Neolithic buildings that go back, 8,000 years, 9,000 years.
I think the oldest construction we're aware of in Egypt is the megalithic temples. That's my view.
But we have no evidence from the Giza Plateau of any occupation that early, and that's one of the most intensively explored archaeological landscapes in the world.
In terms of food,
In terms of anything, yeah. In terms of artifacts,
What up, pimp?
we have nothing that dates back that old.
and the question is,
How you living, slut?
Now we find stuff just like we find stuff everywhere. I mean,
is there a point of no return though? Like is there a time period where there's 20,000 or 30,000 years ago where all the stuff you're looking for would have already been consumed by the earth?
no, because when you work in stone, this survives. Stone tools.
What about
Fire pottery, bones themselves are going to survive in that kind of
what do
environment.
we think they used to transport these stones, cut these stones, place them, and how did they have a mathematical understanding of geometry? Where they could put together this immense structure of 2,300,000 stones. If you think about everybody else that was alive 4,500 years ago, you don't think of anything remotely sophisticated as Egypt.
I don't know. I think what we're starting to see is that there is a lot more stuff that's very
Right, but there's nothing like the Great Pyramid.
Look, in terms of like visual striking stuff, I agree.
Also accomplishment.
Yeah, and I mean, but the Egyptians tell us that they do it. They tell us the names of their engineers that design it, like Imhotep, and they have depictions of them moving enormous stones and statues that take 50, 60 people. They do it on sand. Here, I have to put it up in my Google if you want, Jamie. This is from later, but sorry, I hate Google sometimes. But this is from a little later. I think it's New Kingdom, but it shows people moving this enormous statue. And so what they're actually doing is doing it on sand.
And what year is this image from?
Oh God, I think it's New Kingdom, so maybe more than 500 years ago. No, more than that. 3,000 years ago-ish. But what they're showing is they do it on a sledge right here.
A sledge.
And then they pour water on the sand so that it can actually help move it. And so it makes it actually doable to move something that large. And so, I mean, I just want to get back to the point that, look, humans are smart.
Can I ask you this, though? Is this is 2,000 years ago?
Probably more like 3,000.
Isn't that after these things were made?
No, because the Egyptians kept constructing large things.
So they did have things like this that they made during this time.
They stopped building the pyramids, but they still built enormous enormous temples like a Karnak.
And these enormous statues.
Yeah, exactly.
Sliding megalithic statues on wet sand. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm wondering is how you get a series of actually dozens of 70-ton granite blocks up to 300 feet above the base of the pyramid to form the ceiling of the king's chamber and the floor of the ceilings of the repeated chambers above the king's chamber. No matter how much wet sand you've got, you're not going to get them 300 feet in the air.
And that's how they go.
Yeah, levers made of wood. You can find this.
Hang on, levers made of beat geese, you know. We're envisaging a round,
It's possible, yeah.
bring stones up to that.
I'm envisaging very smart people with large labor forces and the equipment.
Me too. I'm envisaging that too, but I find it difficult to see how you wet sand these on.
No, this was an example of how
70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air.
But you've got to make the concession that there's such a jump between what these people were able to do and what everybody else was able to do. There's such a difference. There's such a
doing
difference.
something different is how I put it.
It's not just doing something different, it's doing something on a scale that no one is doing 4,500 years ago. That scale's insane. I mean, it's cool as hell, but it's also, it's so different.
Yeah.
It's as different to the rest of the world as to hunter-gatherer civilizations that are in the Amazon to people that live in Manhattan.
And that's
It's
why
so
during the
different.
Roman period, Egypt was a tourist destination. You know, to go there and see these marvels. And so ever since they've been built, it's become a tourist destination because they're so visually striking and they really grab at everybody's imagination, right? And so there's something very enigmatic about that. But I don't want to sort of say, just because it's enigmatic and mysterious, that we should not give credit to these people. Because they
No,
were
it's the same
smart
people.
people.
No one's saying don't give credit to these people. I think even people that are dating Egypt back, like if the hieroglyphs that date it back to more than 30,000 years, it's the same people. No one's saying it's different people that did it. What everyone's saying is, like, how did they achieve the level of sophistication that they absolutely, undeniably had at the very most recent 4,500 years ago? So just that alone, like, what the fuck was going on there?
There's a name stamp at Giza. And this concerns another issue between archaeology and me. Is what counts as evidence? What can we regard as evidence? Archaeology dismisses the Great Sphinx as evidence for an older civilization on the grounds that but can't be presented as evidence for an older civilization. And the other thing that archaeology tends to dismiss is mythology and tradition. Can I give a small, quick presentation which has much to do with Egypt and much to do with what impassions me about this subject, and then we'll come back to. So this is another one of Sana's amazing pictures of the Great Pyramid from the air. The ancient Egyptians spoke of a time called Zep Tepi, the first time, when the gods walked the air. If we're going to find out when that was, you need to have knowledge of an obscure astronomical phenomenon called the precession of the equinox. Now, we all know that everybody's heard the song, we live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Actually, this connects to this idea. Because the Earth wobbles on its axis and is the viewing platform on which we observe the stars, it changes the times that particular stars rise in times of year, and it changes the positions of those stars in the sky as they intrude. Right now, at dawn on the spring equinox, the sun rises against the constellation of Pisces. We live, if you like, in the age of Aquarius, and we will do for the next 100 years or so. Because of the precessional wobble, we're going to move into the age of Aquarius in about 100 years. That just means that the constellation of Aquarius will house the sun on the spring equinox.
Guys,
Precessional wobble. These shifts take place.
Let us watch One Piece.
The discovery of precession is attributed to a Greek astronomer and mathematician called Hipparchus. And we're looking at 120. But these guys, Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen, in an amazing piece of work, strongly dispute that. And they suggest that we're looking at an extremely ancient knowledge of precession. Worldwide heritage of a lost civilization to which all subsequent civilizations in all parts of the globe were forgetful of the sources of precious legacy they received on the ungrateful heirs. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of the history of science at MIT. Peter Van Deschen was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. So they know likewise. They refer to the fact that a series of numbers keep cropping up in ancient myths all around the world, associated with imagery. And those numbers are all based on the number 72. I have to be quick about this, but 72 divided by 2 is 36. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. There's a whole series of numbers in ancient mythology, far more ancient than the Greeks, which deploy these numbers. They go back into the Rig Veda in written forms and much, much earlier than that. If we go to Angkor in Cambodia, an amazing site, again, I took this from a helicopter way back in the 90s, you'll find at Angkor a myth displayed on the walls, and that's called the churning of the Milky Ocean. And here we see the great serpent wrapped around the body of Mount Mandara, and teams of demons and angels are pulling on the body of the serpent, and this is seen as an image of precession, of the precessional wobble by Santillana and Van Deschen. And they point out that it's not only expressed in myth, but also in architecture. So in Angkor Thom, we've got 108 statues on the bridge. That's a precessional number. It's 70. It's 72 plus 36, 54 on each side. And it's the churning of the Milky Ocean by Mount Mandara that's being displayed there. Angkor Wat is, like the Great Pyramid, is aligned to within a fraction of a single degree of true north, south, east, and west. And on the spring equinox, if you go to Angkor and stand at the end of that long causeway right in the center, you'll observe this, and you'll only observe it there. You'll observe the sun rising directly over the central tower and sitting on top of the central tower of Angkor Wat. This site, nobody disputes it, is an equinoctial marker. It's designed to celebrate the spring equinox. And that's what you see at that time and at that time only. Let's jump over to Egypt now. When we come to the Nile Delta, here's the Great Pyramid. Now, I'll give you some statistics. It's 481.39 feet high originally. It's a bit lower today. It lost some 30 feet from its top in an earthquake. Footprint at the base, 13.1 acres. Weight, 6 million tons. 2.3 million blocks. Lost casing stones also came off in that earthquake. 115,000 of them weighing 10 tons each, covering an area of 22 acres. Angular slope is 52 degrees. And this monument is aligned to within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. Why do I pick 3/60ths? Because degrees are divided into 60 minutes. So we're talking about 3 arc minutes, a tiny fraction of a single degree there in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid seems to be speaking to the earth. It's not only aligned almost precisely to true north, it's placed very close to latitude 30, 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. And most mysteriously of all, if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, which is a precessional number, it's one of those numbers, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So we have a monument that is perfectly aligned to geographical north, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale based on a key motion of the Earth itself, the precession of the Earth's axis. This to me is very clever. Now, I'm not going to support that here, there's not much time, but if anybody wants to freeze the frame and look at this slide, all this information comes from I.E.S. Edwards about the statistics of the Great Pyramid and the calculations of it. Now, there's the Giza Plateau, there's our 3 Great Pyramids. It's hard to, can you see the Sphinx in this flip? How about you, Joe?
Is that in the left-hand corner?
Yeah, it's in the left there. It's in the left there. It's 270 feet long, but you can see how it's kind of dwarfed by the pyramids in the background. Great Sphinx looks over the Nile Valley. That's the Nile Valley we're looking at. The Great Sphinx is oriented perfectly due east. We talked about the erosion of the Sphinx. This is the view from the back of the Sphinx's head. If you were there at the summer solstice, you would see the sun rising very far to the left, far to the north of east. If you were there at the winter solstice, you'd see the sun rising very far to the south, southeast. But if you're there on the spring equinox, you see the Sphinx is looking directly at the rising sun, just like Angkor does. It's an equinoctial marker. It's clearly there to celebrate the equinoctial equinoctial moment. And we find the same kind of metaphor of a whirling, churning process taking place in ancient Egypt, for example, here. The question then becomes, was there a time when the lion sphinx looked at a lion in the sky? And yes, there was a time when the lion sphinx looked at a lion in the sky. And that time is around 12,600 years ago. It's not a single moment, it's an epoch of several hundred years. But the constellation of Leo, it was the age of Leo, was rising, housing the sun 12,600 years ago. Precession can be used to fix the date of what it still is today. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, which freezes the skies above the Hoover Dam. And the reason that is there, the architect said, in remote ages to come, intelligent people with knowledge of precession would be able to discern the astronomical time of the dam's construction. So let's use this precessional tool to consider the age of the whole Giza Plateau. I strongly reaffirm, I do not insist that the pyramids are 12,000 years old. I do insist that the Sphinx is 12,000 years old. I think it's a very strong argument that Robert Schoch has made. But I do think the ground platforms for the Sphinx were there. I think that for the pyramids were there 12,000 years ago, and I think the project was completed much later by the ancient Egyptians. You need to know a bit about Egyptian mythology. The god Osiris, who walked the earth in the legendary Zep-Tepi the first time, murdered by 72 conspirators, another one of those precessional numbers, eventually becomes the ruler of the ancient Egyptian afterlife kingdom, which is called the Duat, which is both an underworld and a region of the sky. And here's Robert Laval's Orion correlation. And one of Robert's strongest critics is Ed Krupp from the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, who doesn't accept the correlation. Nevertheless, he does accept that according to the pyramid text, the pharaoh rose to the stars as Orion. Egyptian astronomy recognized Orion, at least his belt, as the celestial incarnation of Osiris. And I want to pay tribute to Robert Laval. He's another researcher in this alternative field who has suffered massive, heart-rending attacks by the academic establishment, and yet who has contributed a key idea that is worthy of further consideration. One of the reasons I don't separate the Great Pyramids from the ancient Egyptians is that there are 4 shafts cut through the body of the Great Pyramid. This is not disputed. The southern shaft of the King's Chamber points directly at the belt of Orion, specifically at the lowest of the 3 stars, as it crosses the meridian, which is the north-south line in the sky. In the epoch that the pyramids are supposedly built, around 2,500 BC. And so do all the other 4 shafts also target stars in that epoch, the epoch of 2,500 BC. But when we come back to the Sphinx, we have to remember this alignment is slow. It would have remained recognizable for more than 1,000 years, roughly the Younger Dryas, roughly from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. What confronts us at Giza, in my view, is a 3-dimensional representation of the sky of about 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. We have the Sphinx looking due east at the constellation of Leo. At the moment the sun bisects the horizon, we find that the constellation of Orion is sitting due south on the meridian with its 3 belt stars in the same pattern as the 3 Great Pyramids on the ground. And not only that, but precession has caused the orientation of the belt stars to change. In 2,500 BC, they were in the wrong orientation. In 10,500 BC, they're in the right orientation. And I'm just asking, are we looking at the date stamp of Zep-Tepi, the first time written in the astronomical language of precession? And lastly, in case anybody doubts that we've made up these images, these are shots from Stellarium. This is 10,600 BC. This is the due east view from Giza, looking at the constellation of Leo, rising in direct line with the gaze of the Sphinx. As the sun breaks the horizon, Leo is a bit higher. If we look due south at that moment, we'll see the constellation of Orion sitting due south on the meridian. And finally, we have Orion and the Sphinx in this single image. These are genuine images from Stellarium. Anybody can have a computer software program and go look at the ancient skies. And the ancient skies tell us that there's this astonishing connection between the Sphinx in its equinoctial alignment and the constellation of Leo, and between the Great Pyramids and the constellation of Orion as it looked 12,500 years ago.
what is your take on this, the understanding of the precessional equinoxes? Do you buy it?
Unsurprisingly, no. So let me explain. So my issue here, there's a bunch of things that Graham talked about, and I have replies to a few different ones. And then I'd like to do a quick presentation of, this has been a long conversation.
Yeah.
I think the issue with the lion facing Leo rests on that assumption. So obviously it's facing the sunrise. It even aligns reasonably well with the equinox. But we don't have any examples of, say, a constellation sign facing another constellation sign. It's a one-off example that, as I started at the very beginning, archaeology is built upon patterns. And so a one-off example to me is not convincing that that's the intention of that, is to have it facing Leo, because we only have this one example. And it's an interesting idea, but I don't see it as proven at all. If we want to get into some of the math, so look, I had surgery this last year, and I was listening to one of your podcasts, Graham, while I was zonked out of my mind on painkillers. And and so it wasn't a Joe Rogan podcast. It was a different one you did. But so I wanted to check out this math about the pyramid. And so I know that you did not originate with this math, but you use it a lot to explain how cultures see the precession. And so in a sense, you take the height of the pyramid, 146.5 meters. You're trying to see how it relates to the polar radius of the Earth, 6,356,000 meters. And then you're using this precession number 72, which is the amount that the Earth's wobble changes by 1 degree in 72 years. And so you multiply it by 43,200. Why is that a precessional number? Because that's 72 times 600. And I checked it. I checked it in different kinds of things. If you do it in feet, if you do it in a metric system, it works, right? Because that's how math works. So with multiplication, it's going to be transferable to different kind of units, and it's 99.57% accurate. But then I thought to myself, wait a second, can we find this elsewhere? And sure enough, as Graham states, you can. So I went to my own backyard, the Parthenon in Greece. And the Parthenon has 46 inner columns plus 23 outer columns for a total of 69 columns, which I think is a pretty cool number in and of itself. You got 69. And then you can multiply 69 by 576,000, which is also a precessional number of 72 times 8,000. And you get 39,744,000, which is 99.17% accurate to the global circumference of the Earth. And kind of my point here, though, is that this will work for everything, because you have such a large number. You can solve it yourself. So let's take 420. We all love 420, right? So you just do this backwards. You take the polar radius of the Earth, 6,356,000, divide that by 420, divide it by our precession 72, and you get the solution to this problem, which is 210.185. Let's round that to 210, which is pretty cool, because that's half of 420. Plus it's 3 times 7 times 10. And then when you do it in reverse, 420 times 15,120, which is that precessional number of 72 times 210, and you get 6,350,400. It's 99.91% accurate, more accurate than the height of the Great Pyramid. So every time you smoke a joint, you are connecting with the Earth mathematically. The reality is that math is there to find relationships between numbers. And so we can go and find those very easily if we work them out. And I'm not saying that you did this in reverse. I'm saying that we're always going to find mathematical relationships between such numbers. And so that's what I think is really important here to think about, that it's always going to be there if you look. It's not something that the Egyptians necessarily encoded in there. That's a large assumption, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is, how do you think they were able to align the pyramid to true north, south, east, and west within such a slight degree of error? And do you think they had knowledge at all about the precessional equinoxes?
For the second one, I'd say I see no evidence of knowledge of the precessional equinoxes in ancient Egyptian architecture. In terms of the first question, aligning it with true north, there's different ways you can do that with the North Star, or by even on an equinox, if you hold up an obelisk or a stick and you trace the shadow that it makes, you're going to end up getting true north, east, south, east, west. And so there's different ways that they could have worked out what true north was. Which one they used, I'm not sure.
The level of accuracy.
Smart people.
Yeah,
Smart
but
people.
just kind of beyond smart. That's what freaks me out about the subject. It's like, how was this, regardless of the argument about the date, whatever it is, humans built it. They did somehow. They made something that is so immense and so mind-blowing that today people scratch their heads and say, how?
Yeah, and I think that that's such a cool thing when you think about the past. You know, they didn't have TV, they didn't have Joe Rogan to listen to, they had the stars above them. And so, you know, I fully agree with Graham that a lot of ancient cultures are looking at the stars, and we can track different times when they're aligning things with solstices, equinoxes, or different.
What do you make of the what looks like ancient drill marks and all these different bizarre ways it seems like they were carving the stones out? That's kind of inexplicable.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure if I say it's inexplicable. You oftentimes see those drill marks, and so they're not as precise as some people always claim online and stuff like that.
Not just that they were precise, but that it required a drill that moved at an insane speed.
Well, I think it required a lot of sand. It was the abrasion of the sand that actually did that. And so it's the sand itself is just slowly breaking down the granite.
With a core, but coring it. Like, what would you use to do that?
A drill made of copper or bronze, and then sand and water.
Yeah, that's really possible.
Oh, yeah.
Scientists
against myths on YouTube that
they've done those core samples. They dug into the stone
they
like
drilled into
that.
granite like that.
Yeah, I know that they tried to cut them, and it took a long ass time.
Oh yeah,
sawing back and forth.
I think that's what we need to think about. Is this takes a long ass time? It's a huge achievement of human energy and things like that.
I'd like to just finish on this point of the dates now. It's not one thing, it's two things. It's the three pyramids on the ground, their relationship to the line, the same moment, the Sphinx, equinoctial time, very precisely, not slightly, but perfectly. It's gazing at its celestial counterpart in the sky. And the Milky Way is in position over the Nile River as well. Sometimes a picture of the sky, looking at Giza, picture of the sky 12,600 years before our time. Looking at Giza. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's a deliberate, intentional date stamp that's being placed on that place. It's not just one monument. It's a whole complex of monuments on the Giza Plateau and indeed the Nile River as well, which are being put on the ground to mirror the sky at that time. I think it's worth taking seriously. I think it's worth investigating, and then we add the issue of very resilient and very innovative. We're seeing these mammoth bone structures going back 30,000 years, something like that, 20,000 years. I think I got that deep wrong. It's been a long chat. But so we're seeing this evidence for sort of major hunter-gatherer monuments that is growing and really changing our picture of who we are. But at the same time, I want to say that archaeology is very much about cultural heritage around the world. We need to give credit to the people that did things, and we need to really understand how modern people see their own cultural heritage and respect that. And so I just want to give a shout out to everybody listening from all over the world. Be proud of who you come from. But lastly, I have a couple things I want to say, but I want to say there's major threats to archaeology that are going on in the world right now. There was just a major BBC article from yesterday, Wales, where I am right now. There's a 20% across the board cut to cultural heritage in Wales. They're talking about closing the National Museum in Cardiff. The National Museum of Wales, one of the jewels of that sector there. And so I want to draw everybody's attention. I'll share the links with you guys to this petition in front of the Welsh Parliament to try to get this debated, because it's really important that these scale of cuts do not happen. Everybody that's listening, Graham, I think you and me can agree that archaeological research is important. You could not do the research you do without the kind of cultural heritage initiatives that happen. Absolutely not. I couldn't do any of the work I do.
Yeah.
The work that's been done. And I've said that on your show all the time.
I agree with you, and I want people to support the funding of archaeology, history. At Cardiff University, where I teach, there's threats to cut all ancient languages from the program, from the teaching program, Latin, ancient Greek, Sanskrit, and Hebrew. And so this is a huge deal. If you want to have people go out and do their own research, we need to have these kind of subjects available at public universities, like Cardiff University. One of the top archaeology departments in the world, it was just ranked just a few weeks ago in one of the world rankings as like in the top 20 or 30 in the world. It had just closed. Sheffield, where I learned how to study ancient animal remains. University of Sheffield just completely axed and destroyed a few years ago. And so what we're seeing is a complete defunding of the humanities and the social sciences and history and archaeology, anthropology, and classical studies and more. And so please, if we care about understanding these mysteries from the past, we need to fund being able to teach people. We need to fund the actual research into it.
Can I ask what's the motivation behind defunding archaeology?
Saving money.
To put on what?
I have no idea. New buildings. We don't actually cost that much. Most of our research is funded through grants that we competitively get, like my grant that I use to do my isotope analysis, or it's funded through private donations.
I can understand how our knowledge of history is so fascinating that archaeology would somehow or another be underfunded.
Yeah, it's real bad. And UNC Greensboro just cut their anthropology archaeology.
Yeah, it's crazy when you consider what our culture does spend.
Right.
Yes.
That it's not spending money on finding out who we are and where we came from.
Is there better evidence that we're sick?
Yeah, it's very good evidence that we're sick.
That we don't want funding of our
past.
We're a sick civilization. We tick all the boxes for the next lost civilization.
I'll get to that in a second.
Oh no.
I would like to, since you've had your moment here,
oh no, I was just a couple more things.
Okay.
And then you can finish up as we agree.
We'll wrap it up.
Sorry, we also face threats like looting. So the trade in archaeological artifacts usually comes from looting done by terrorists, different cartels around the world, and we need funding to protect sites and things like that. But I want to share that there's good archaeology on YouTube. I want to give a shout out to the World of Antiquity, Stefan Milo, Archaeology 2. There's a new channel by Dr. Lindsay Nathan that I think is really interesting. Pause this, go check out some of these channels. There's also a lot of really great archaeology podcasts. I want to give a big shout out to the Tales from Atlantis, the Dirt, movies we dig, and one that's not on here that I'm going to appear on next week, talking about the Bronze Age collapse and climate change in the Eastern Mediterranean. Is Let's Talk About Myths, Baby, hosted by Liv Albert. So check those out. But lastly, I just want to talk about why it matters that we study the past. When we look at scholarship and understanding the collapse of societies, what we usually see is human resilience. It's not like everybody dies. People survive. It's the upper crust of society that disappears. It's the palaces, it's the political structures, it's the major temples, it's the monuments, it's the art. Normal people survive. And so what I want to say is if you are wealthy and you're listening to this and you're worried about societal collapse, don't go and try to hide from it. You need to invest in our society. That is what your wealth and status is based upon, is our society itself. So you need to invest in the resilience of the people around you and not thinking that you can protect yourself. Because if you look at history, go read these books. Eric Klein's book comes out tomorrow. Guy Middleton's book goes all over the world and looks at collapse. It is the rich and the elites who get eaten. So we have to invest in everyone if we want to survive this. And my own research into climate change at the end of the Bronze Age, what it shows is that the ancient Greeks adapted too late. It took hundreds of years to realize that the climate had dried, and it took them hundreds of years to adapt their food production systems. And so let's not do that. We understand how the world is changing around us. Let's listen to that and try to invest in our future. Everything we do, whether it's trading stocks, deciding how to fix our plumbing, deciding on what we're going to do, is based on our knowledge of the past. And so we need to invest in our knowledge from the past and what it can tell us so that we can act properly today. Thank you.
Ironically, you sound like you're preparing us for the collapse.
I already gave that interview.
It sounds like what you're saying. Yeah. It sounds like the rich people better put your money back in society.
Exactly.
Or we're fucked. Graham, want to wrap this up?
Yeah, it's been an interesting conversation, Clinton. There's so much, both from my side and from yours, that we'll not be able to touch on. My request to you is, I showed that clip where you're calling for a crusade against pseudo-archaeology. John Hoops, Hoops, moderators on my Wikipedia page. People cannot enter my Wikipedia page. It's blocked. Now, the request that I have is it necessary for archaeology to insult those of us who come from different perspectives and look at the past in a different way? Insult people like Robert, insult people like Robert, insult people like John Major Jenkins. John Hoops had a horrible campaign against back in the 2010s through until John died. John Major Jenkins died in 2018. Does mainstream archaeology have to insult us all the time? Is it not possible to have a meeting of minds and say, well, here are a bunch of outsiders. We archaeologists think that they're completely crazy, but let's actually entertain their views. Let's look at them. Let's not be so combative about this. When I first started writing about this, Ignorance of the Gods in 1995, I was immediately attacked with that. It began immediately. BBC Horizon devoted a whole program to trying to rubbish my work and having a platform to archaeologists to do that. Why do we need to have this conflict? Why is it not possible to have multiple points of view of the past? Why ultimately does archaeology so much want to control the narrative about the past? Why do so by I'll tell you frankly, I was hurt and wounded as a human being by this association that you were very largely responsible for my work with white supremacy, racism, and all the other stuff that's written about in the essays. I don't think any of that was necessary. I don't think any of that got to grips with the fundamentals of my work or my ideas. It was just an attempt to write me off and to smear me. And I think it's most unfortunate that perhaps if anybody can learn a lesson from this, it's actually, we're all on the same side. We're all looking at the past. We're all trying to solve the mystery of the past. Some of us are doing it in a rigorous scientific manner, in the manner that you are. Some of us are doing it in multiple different ways. I've devoted 30 years of my life to this subject. I'm passionate about this subject. It matters to me. I have never knowingly told a lie, although I am constantly accused of lying. I tell my truth. I try to represent my truth as best as I can. And I believe that's true for the majority of people in the alternative field. Can't we have some kind of meeting of minds between alternative approaches to the past and the archaeological approach to the past? And is it not possible that something beautiful might grow out of that?
If I could speak to that, I think the problem is one of communication and this bizarre modern time where someone says something and then a bunch of people attack that thing that someone says. There's a big difference between a rational, calm, kind person being able to have a disagreement with someone face to face. Because, I think today there were some contentious moments, but I think overall we set a very nice tone of just letting each side speak to what they believe and what the evidence shows and have a productive conversation about it. And I think part of the problem is most people don't have access to the people that are saying these things that they disagree with. So what do? They make a YouTube video, or they make a blog post, or they make a podcast, whatever it is, and they dispute it, and they attack that person, and maybe they insult that person, and maybe they connect that person to a bunch of horrible things because they're so emotionally invested in one side or the other side being correct, whether they're right or wrong. And I think it's a function that it's a part of how human beings aren't really meant to talk to each other that way. They're not meant to share ideas. They're meant to do this. Human beings are designed to sit down and talk to each other. And I think so much of our world's problems, other than obviously geopolitical issues, military issues, so much of our differences with each other, a lot of it is a lack of communication. We don't necessarily honestly communicate about things. And where you get a more nuanced understanding of who this person is you're talking to, where they stand, who they are, what their beliefs are, how do they get to these places? What caused them to think like this? And there's also the effect that it has on the person who's attacked, who wants to kind of attack back, which is very unproductive. It's very unproductive to carry around that pain. It's very unproductive to carry around that criticism. And it burdens you. It takes away resources from all the parts of your life. It can create stress. It can create a ripple effect that affects personal relationships, business relationships, all sorts of things in your life, your health, whether or not you take care of yourself. You're so in battle in these conflicts with human beings that are mostly unnecessary, and especially at that level, amongst kind, intelligent people that really just want to find out what's true.
A good statement.
And we can all be nice to each other.
I agree with you.
No, we should all be nicer.
We can all be nice. And it doesn't need to scorn and mobilizing hatred against others. As I say, I've been involved in this conflict with archaeology for 30 plus years. The thing that hurt me the most is this bizarre association of me with racism, white supremacy, and anti-Semitism and misogyny. All these words are in the Society for American Archaeology letter, which tried to get my show branded as science fiction.
So, I mean, one thing that I would say is I read your books in the upcoming release of your show, right? And the tone between your books and the tone between your show is night and day. You were very combative.
What do you mean by the upcoming release of the show?
I meant back 2 years ago. Yeah. So
you read all my books?
Oh, several. Okay. You have a lot of books.
Because that's the other thing I'm going to pick you up on that. I'd like to say right now is that in a show like this, we've gone a bit, probably over 3 hours.
Oh, yeah. We're at like 4 hours and 30 minutes.
And it's not enough. I've written a large number of books.
We'll talk about advertising
thousands of footnotes. For those who'd like to evaluate my book, do check out those. They can't be possibly sampled here, just as Flynn's can't, on the basis of a 3-hour show. But I think we've done well. I think there is some kind of meeting of minds. I like you as a person.
But I hope that we change our tones on both ends, because, like I said, the tone you chose in that show was offensive to archaeologists.
Yeah, that was because I'd been offended by archaeologists for 30 years.
But we want to end this.
Yeah.
Take the temperature down.
Yeah.
We have to think about how we do this, and we need to talk about different aspects of that in a friendly way.
Here.
So are you still going to crusade against pseudo-archaeology?
Well,
what is it?
Well, I think, but the best way to crusade against stuff that's not correct is to do what you've done. Just come.
That's
on.
why I agreed to come here.
Yeah,
okay?
That's great. And I think everybody's goal is the same. We want to find out what happened. Like what this incredible history of the human species. It's so bizarre, and especially when it comes to, I'm so fascinated with Egypt. That one to me is the craziest of crazy. Like, what was going on there? Like, what changed in the world that's not possible anymore? Societies like that don't exist, and how did they exist 4,500 years ago in this one place? And
they maintained their civilization for 3,000 years.
Yes, it's crazy. And it was also a place for resources at the time. There's a lot of factors, right? But it's just, that's the most important thing. It's like, what happened? What was the process? So thank you, Flynn, for coming on, and thank you for explaining all that stuff about grain and agriculture. That was really, really fascinating.
Next time I'll share my research on bones and drugs.
I want to hear it. Let's talk. And thank you, Graham. It's always great to talk to you, and I really appreciate all your work and your years of dedication to this. And it's just opened up these conversations, and I think it's interesting. It's just really interesting to find out what happened.
Joe, thank you to you for hosting this. First time ever kind of event.
My pleasure. I think it was great. So I think this can be done with a lot of subjects, you know. Like, people don't have to be assholes.
That's a beautiful line to end. People don't have to be assholes.
All right, bye, everybody.
Bye.
Greetings, boss sniffers. This podcast is brought to you by I Hate My Boss, the newest podcast from Wondery. Need workplace advice? Go listen to I Hate My Boss and subscribe to it wherever you listen to this podcast. This podcast is also brought to you by Nature Box. What do you want when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? Rely on your self-control to resist the temptation? Please, you eat that junk food. Start snacking healthy with Nature Box. Right now, Nature Box is offering our family 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com. Also, the days are back. The It's time to wash that muffler. Go to HelloTushy.com right now and get 10% off your portable bidet. Never again will your asshole stink like 10 dead fucking savages, you understand me? Bennett, Lee. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here. Monday night. We have a special guest tonight, my brother, Mr. Joe Rogan. We're going to talk about this fucking United thing. Holla. Joey and I were talking about how bad flying was this weekend in Buffalo. It was bad. Bruce Buffer's flight got canceled because they didn't have a pilot. Everybody's on the plane. They're like, sorry, we don't have a pilot. Everybody has to get off. And then the flight was just canceled. No pilot. Our flight got canceled because the tires didn't have the air in them. And they had to fly tires there. We're supposed to leave at 8:30 in the morning. Didn't wind up leaving until we took off. We hopped on a JetBlue to New York and then caught a flight from New York. We're supposed to fly in Chicago. And it changed from I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I didn't take my list. I was with my wife 15 years ago.
Really?
That's where I'm from. Never fucking.
Never a smoker?
Never. I'm not the whole. I only go out back to the do comedy. I don't go back to the Dilly Dally when I go back to New York. I fly in, I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. The next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery, I put flowers in my mom's grave. I do my 4 fucking shows. I get the fuck out of that the first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city.
That's it.
I try to see some people in between, you know. A school teacher or two, you know,
Really?
Yeah, I still talk to my school teachers too. I was gonna go to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the hospital. He wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so I couldn't meet him at that.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
So, you know, we never really took a break from that podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I'll tell you, I hate fucking doing podcasts on Friday. Yeah. I don't think it's nobody, as Jimmy Schumer says, the short script. Mm-hmm. You follow me? I was just out of it last night. Yeah. 5.5 hour flight with the fucking.
Oh, that's miserable, dude.
See, by myself, I eat a fucking pot cookie. Right. And I get stoned.
Yeah,
I fall asleep. When you have the family, I mean, like I caught smoking vapor on the fucking bench. I had one of those vapor pens, and I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. They have an asthma inhaler now. So I took for the pot for the reefer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's dabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, a couple times on the plane. And it kept me there, and I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it with Ari. I went over to see the tree and the fucking Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out, so I had this brand new 2-gram oil. And I opened it up before I got the man that charged it up. First 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits. Like they just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane. Like 2 hours into the flight, I looked at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let it happen. So I go, let me go to the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom with the fucking iPod on, listening to Pink Floyd. That's how fucking crazy I am. Listen, it's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I listened to because it was like Shine On You Crazy time and have a cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3 4 red stars.
Oh, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. That made a big difference. I got agitated at the 2-hour mark. At the 2.5 hour mark, if you don't have some, once Mad Max is finished,
right,
you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane. Because then you're all sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers. And you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
You want to get up. So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin, I had main cabin select, it's the one behind first class, so we could all sit together because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself. She'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So we're like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3, you know. She's just a little baby.
How tall do you think she is?
She's up there.
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's not
so
very tall.
I got up, I go to the bathroom, and I close the fucking door. And I'm in there, I'm hitting this bed, and I see clouds, Steve. I'm like, wow.
What color was
that? Fucking clouds of smoke, and I'm hitting this vapor. And I'm hitting this fucking sap.
With your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On, You Crazy Diamond. And all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going, and then I open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. I go, hold on. I put my dick in my pants, which I really did piss, and then I fucking wash my hands. And up, what's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in the air? I go, no, wow. I go, do I look like I'm smoking in the air? Oh, look, she looked at me, she goes, does it smell like smoke? And she took everything, garbage. They do everything. They look for the cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now, what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there?
I was standing there going, I don't know what happened. I banged it. When I came in, the plane shifted and I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people are knocking on my thing. And they're like, we don't smell no smoke. I wonder what made it go off. And I'm sitting there going, man, fucking no, they just playing.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there, they were cool. And at the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told her I'm going to go this thing on me in the bathroom. I'm going to get arrested, so take the car keys. I'll see you at the house.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way and I shook her head. Wasn't no way I'm gonna fucking say at this age. Damn. 50. What are you gonna say to me? And I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LA. Nobody said this to me.
Now, did you think though, somewhere in your head, that whenever you got to LA, there was gonna be people?
Oh fuck yeah! They've been before. I've been approached by the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking not cool?
If you get off a plane, you got nuts a week in that second.
Yes.
It ain't fucking cool.
Yeah,
If you get off the plane and you're cool, you know, you don't make the one time I was in Columbus, I had to wait a minute. Some guy said, I didn't do that. He leaned back and hold on 1 second. He turned around and he said, fuck you. I said, fuck you, son. I kicked the chair and he went and told the story. So I was the bad guy the rest of the fucking flight.
Oh, jeez. And then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too. Like, oh, you're the bad guy.
Oh,
So saying shit in your head, you're the fucking bad guy.
Got me, cocksucker. Put that seat back again. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus. They got us off the plane. They got statements from both of us and they let us go. And a year later, they got on the plane. That same fucking guy's on the plane. I go, how you doing? And I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking.
So in all your years of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette on the plane?
No. Wow. In 1983, I was.
You used to be able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you could smoke in the flight.
In Russia, you get a hurt.
Really?
You smoke in Russia?
But I heard that you can though.
You can smoke in like certain areas. You can smoke on the plane. But I tell you what, I did see one fucking time though. You broke my thing. I don't even know what I was gonna say.
Smoking on a plane.
Smoking on the plane.
You Russia never once smoked on a plane here?
No, but in 1984, February 1984, I got on a plane in Aspen, Denver, Jersey. On the way back from Denver to Jersey, there was a soldier next to me that had a brown bowl of weed. And I'm thinking, that's when you can smoke cigarettes on the plane. And he's like, let's go do it. We went to the back fucking thing. Me and this guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed in, we each took 2 puffs. That fucking the whole plane smelled like weed. Wow. They were pissed who smoking marijuana on the plane. We're going to search that new shit. I walked down there with that soldier salute the cops and shit. You gotta take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I'd get a soldier high. I'd get him doped out of his brain if I had enough dope for him.
They fucking press heavy duty charges on you one night. I got so fucked up in the airport. I had 12 ounces of blow. And I was coming from New Jersey. Jersey.
Do people from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than
I
others?
don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal. And I was living in Aspen. And coke was $1,800 and $1,800 pounds.
Right.
And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm paying $800. And they're fucking beautiful hunches. And I can cut it and still make money. I go, fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem, that I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, and then it would start snowing. I still had to take connecting flight from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport, 12 ounces of blow, geeked out of my face at the fucking. I remember one night I was at the bar, just drinking, fucking doing line in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy at the bar, and me and him started smoking. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's store, fucking bathroom.
That is dark.
That's fucking, yeah.
That's the dark side.
Oh my God.
That's the worst, bro. You're just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your fucking pulse.
What's up, Lisa? It's been a week without edible.
I know, I'm just glad
You're back from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh, no, fuck you. We don't fuck around.
Oh, yeah.
My boy joined jiu-jitsu 3 months ago, at the end of this first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for 3 fucking years, and I'm still scared to go to the tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
He took third fucking place.
No way, out of 3 people.
That's tough. And you know what place I put? No fucking place. I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with ducks. And there you are, fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have
Commendable, bro.
You could have been 4th place, right? You could have got disqualified.
That's what showed up.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Bud, and everyone would kill me, so I'll just go.
See, I would have killed you. I understand.
What was the match like?
I wanted to see you play out the hand.
I was never scared of it. Like, I've said, I wrestled in high school. I was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die, or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something, but that's not even the end of the world. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight, because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280, so it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty did you smoke first?
No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high. When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I took a laugh.
It's a different world.
Is it?
Oh.
Could you be high and do it?
No, I tried a couple times. I almost had one of those.
Damn.
Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, when I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I was breathing heavy.
Yeah.
I was having a hard time.
Yeah, he said, yeah.
So if I would have done an edible, the edible takes your mind away. All of a sudden your mind, the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just from listening to your mind.
It's not even true.
Sometimes just here I'll start having a little bit of a panic attack.
Really? Yeah, the edibles. Let me tell you some edibles. Don't cook with setting for everybody. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, you know what? I like smoking pot, but it gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
But it's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. If you get that uncomfortable feeling. This time we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible, and it's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high. Yeah. Because I've never smoked, so I feel fucking.
When did you start comedy?
Pretty high, man.
You've been around in LA for like 10 years. Right?
Yeah. I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you were in LA, you were really young, like 2005.
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat. Yeah. I didn't care.
Like, how much do you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
I worked.
Really?
Yeah, just fucking do whatever you want.
Oh, it's
just
great.
Put it in your mouth.
It's like eating football. Like, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day. I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking
fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great. And not even worrying about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something like you were just eating like a fucking monster?
Not normally. Like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did it for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would like it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box, and like sometimes I'd just pass out from eating it. Well, no, just from all these things, but then I'd pass out from like the rapper and still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay, because you never hear like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear. It was just fucking hot and chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got up to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese sticks?
Yeah, oh, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best. I can't have them. But those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have them. And I would tell myself I would have the other. I would have 2 of each the next day, but they don't ever happen. So I miss
them all, huh?
I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle. And it's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread, when you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far? A suburb?
About 40 miles, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters?
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had, pretty much.
I've had 3 experiences in New Orleans.
Yeah.
One outside of New Orleans. All my experiences have always been around food. It's very food culture.
People love to eat.
Foodie culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator.
Shrimp po' boys?
Shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker,
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to shoot, we shot that movie. But I was a little bit old. They put me in a hotel where they give you all the meals are inclusive.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, I'm fucking eating no fucking hotel. Oh my god.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. It was all like a 7-course.
Yeah.
Starting to finish, salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I like
you eat what you want. You have a great metabolism.
No.
You work out a lot.
Not as much. I work out a pretty decent amount. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more. And like, just like you would do, like you did just live. Like some of us want to honestly just fucking. It's fill myself with fucking food and salt and
It's fun for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's
really?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, so your whole life's fucking feeling a little bit differently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 228 today, so it's not great. I don't feel any different at all, but it's like, I would imagine, I'm surprised you're not. Like, beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp I've never even had one, but I just see it and it just looks.
Used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula too, actually, down there.
Baby formula.
You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French Quarter.
What do they do? In a bottle?
No, just a can, brother. It's just canned enough. It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there canning it up.
It's, it's weird you're talking about this. Because I think that, like, my best eating period, you start off skinny. You work out in high school, you play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast, and then it was cake. How the fuck did a gallon of sugar? How the fuck did milk is with the cereal?
Was he driving a truck? That's insane.
He was in high school.
Oh, that's great.
Weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado, and they took away the night eating. There's no more drinking. I'm going to eat what I was used to eating. Right? It was an open steak sandwich at 2 in the morning. Followed it up with turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit, just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Yes, son, that's how I do it.
Fucked up.
So that's where I'm from. The place you get to bed with dirty teeth.
Dirty teeth, and I don't eat here. At night, I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooks. which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like 20 chicken cutlets. There's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. There'll be like one leftover chicken cutlet. I mean, the chicken cutlet, you know.
That's the monkey all week. My mom's been here for almost a week, and I haven't eaten this good in 4 years. She's cooked breakfast. She hasn't. We've been sitting all late. We actually a couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket. She made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just stacked all my entire fridge is full. I like to use cows. She made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up and then put some. Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
We used to fill we used to have this game we would fill like people's 2 dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, you know? And then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks, but here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth. You know, keep it all. You keep it all. Well, here's the thing, it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, and you feel like the desert. How old are you? I don't know. Like he was a child. Okay, like when I was like 8. Like 8, yeah, 7, 8, 11, and 14 even. 14 even. And this was 18-year-old chick. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless for us, and she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, right? Shirtless. Why was that? I don't know. It's just so the whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best-looking dude you ever seen, right? We got that for about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless. And we're like, nobody told her to put a shirt on in school? Oh, I don't know about school. But she was at a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. But I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that.
Who puts fucking sugar in that mouth?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar. And y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid by the name of John Carney, not a bad kid. Always great since he had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD and didn't have autism. You were just retarded. Yeah. Where you had the cheeky eyes.
Yeah, you just wasn't cutting it. You just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we call them God's favorites.
Yeah, they used to make him drink piss. They piss in a beer bottle and close it and put it in the last bottle. He would take it. Have beer and he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know, he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to me. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they paid him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird stuff.
How much shit? Oh, I mean actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. And they had this other kid, the guy who they just fired from Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator. When he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys in there used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow him up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put the eggs in the shell and smack him and blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder that my guy went to Penn State was an all-American tackle.
I'm gonna die in your town.
It was
so God, I was just over there. I was one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. Well, the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own, I booked a music club, right? And I went there, and the guy that started the fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. We were kids. When you were in grammar school, you already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls and fucking that glue shit, and you tape it, and they would call it a table. Oh. Yeah, they would give you a table, and they lay you down and wrap you up in a tape, hold the tape off you and shit like that. He was known for all that stuff, the spray and stuff on your balls. He was a big-time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up later on by people. And I remember that night, I was like, I can take this fucking guy. And I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try to apologize. And I kept going, you know what? I can take this guy. I can kick him in the fucking knee. You can see he got like 3 300 something pounds.
Right. So, but you felt like, so it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude, like back in the day.
He was a bully.
Yeah, he was a bully.
Kid, you know, he was, bro, when I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice, then you hit him hard or something, he can get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Yeah. Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was.
Yeah.
It was what it fucking was. I mean,
we had one Mexican kid that showed up in our time. We didn't have any Spanish people. We had one Mexican kid. Let me think about what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And, actually, in science class, they had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to give, put them in a cage and everybody, they would do learning, And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in here. He fell asleep in the little pocket where you put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw my book bag up, running. Next thing you know, I get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them fucking killed this hamster that was still in this pouch and fucking punched it. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'll be out fucking, I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams, but I feel like I had an abortion.
Or Superman. I knew something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
you take the fucking hamster out of class.
What?
You fucking pocket for it anyway.
No, you was sitting in class, you just nothing to do. And it was nice to kind of have something more.
Where went to high school?
Next to that town a couple ways from there called Covington, Mandeville.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
Graduated from LSU?
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So I made it through.
With LSU, they still talk about Pistol Pete Murphy.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but once in the 80s and in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University got a private testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out and they let us out of YMCA summer camp to help the police look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
Basically
Is it kids to look for?
Let me get that pen.
Not kids, dude, the tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, off of Highway 190. It's a true story, dude.
That's the name of your book.
Huh?
I was surrounded some chips next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And dude, the shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they were like, I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South were. People were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. You literally have, like, people riding around with guns, fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals. I mean, like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like, people were like, these fucking monkeys. Like, they planned it. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was.
I just proved that name out because today, in today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing Mr. Pete Murphy.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I'm sitting there going, what kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even do. That movie should have been done 20 weeks after he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, Do you know much about Pistol Pete?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, it was a small town. Like, it was
legends.
Yeah. The biggest name in sure.
If he lost his father, would let him sleep in the house or shit. Make him sleep in the fucking yard. This is son basketball, Jack.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in their upstairs of their house, above the in the attic. They had a basketball.
They didn't fuck around. The marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude,
he had that's why he drank himself to death, Pistol Pete, because there was no childhood. His father made him out there to do wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
Yeah, made up for it.
In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball. Fucking phenomenal. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. And another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie Drew.
White kid or black kid?
White kid.
Mm.
And he played basketball in Aston. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable what he could do with the ball. And unless you see that,
Right.
it's really hard to explain.
Right.
Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass or whoever, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing but dribble or the control that Pistol Pete had for a white guy. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he ever won a championship. I know, I think he still has like the highest average per game for college.
Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father was a coach and something. His father would say, "Fuck those poor guys.
Literally.
Shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those poor motherfuckers."
I heard he even tried to, sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like he would be on a team and they didn't play in a team, and he'd show up in a total different jersey. Be like, "I'm going to play both you guys." They'd be like, "You're out of your fucking." It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that they got out of that joint. You can still look for it online. They got some old stories.
It's crazy because
yeah, a lot of go on. Sorry.
I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans. The other would have been Houston. There was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know why. I don't know.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me? Like, there's always places like, I'm proud to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting. Like, when I go to New Orleans, I'm driving around, I always go, how would I have turned down if I would have grown up on this fucking street?
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love the South. I love it. Everyone's nice. Yeah. It has nice weather. Like, I feel like I got that rap when I was in Mass.
People are fucking, I don't know, people are chilled out there, man. But it's a lot of the same, like you hear that, you definitely notice there's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there, like people, concepts are slow,
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read something last week that those guys, the terrorists, shot those people, that the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah,
because he was politically correct. You understand? We have plenty of lives which were politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's at 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
What's that?
I don't know.
Ben Carson?
Oh, Jesus.
I can't vote, so I don't really know.
Well, you can't even vote.
No, I got felonies, and I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. And you gotta be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that kind of fucking conscience.
So if you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
Like 10 years.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can't vote and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what that's the punishment they give you. Like, really? So I can't vote. I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun, but what vote got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. You follow me? You're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like, if you make a bad vote, you voted for them, take 50 people out of each neighborhood, throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars.
Trial people. Trial them.
I don't vote. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paul when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially when I grew up in Mass. There's no, if you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote isn't the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
What do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? You did sometimes I think about that, like where I'll totally change the game and wear like a white beater or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion, and it's had nothing to do with the price tags.
Yeah.
What you're gonna do? The country's in this state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Give me the 8 years. How it's gonna pan out? What are you gonna do the first year? What are you gonna take care of? What sex
Yeah.
When they were talking about the homeless problem, not fucking really. Like there's a ton of fucking problems we gotta take in before we worry about the main dude. Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do they do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting change, then they walk over to their fucking Corvette. I'm driving a fucking Subaru hustling like a fucking savage, taking 2 lanes a fucking week. And these cocksuckers are getting changed, making 40 grand a year at the end of the 134. You know, listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about. But I want to know your plan. Your plan step by step, how it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell
real people. Yeah.
You know, and now you were talking about the South, that they're slow, and then all that shit. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that that's there, and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hands, half of them, and say, oh, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, you know, we got to stop this.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to shut it down, bro. If they have walls, you can press a button right now and put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, you know, look at the fucking, the people, the white dude, you know, it's people who shut up the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking social here.
We got to find out who's in there. I just want to know who our neighbors are. We all got to figure this shit out. Who's here?
Listen, man, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people moving in and out. They just said that these people have fucking passport duplication. You don't think they're here? You don't think
They're
they're
making
here?
millions on oil. They have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they gonna do? They're gonna walk. Are they gonna go around now, knocking on your neighbor's doors, like, hey, we're gonna check all the Muslims out. Well, you can't.
It's not even Muslims, but even just regular people. You know.
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and this stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know.
Right.
But it's just it's crazy what people say, and then yeah, if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said?
Yeah.
Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said like the whole thing like 100 days on closed Guantanamo. That's like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like
let me ask you something. Just for the
yeah, man.
Because I don't know nothing about nothing.
I'm a little high there. You guys still? Okay. I'm just making sure everybody's high.
Why was it important to you that they were closed Guantanamo? Yeah, why is that such a... I'm not arguing with you. I'm just wondering.
Personally, I have no thoughts on that. That was just the only thing I could think of right now.
Right.
That was, he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure.
Now, the people want them to close Guantanamo?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're not giving them like fair trials. They're just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once.
Did you?
Yeah. For the troops. It was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's chilling there. The chicks only had like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly and we would swim and everything. Very good time.
Now, what made you want to get on the stage?
My dad was real old when I was born. That's all.
How old was you?
70, but I was 70.
Hold on a second.
You should. Oh, that's like shit over there.
No. I just got to blow my nose.
But yeah, I wonder what kind of hats I would wear, or special pants I would wear if I was the president, bro. You ever wonder that, man? Like American Pie? Yeah. Yeah, like a little, you know.
Pieces when somebody breaks your
How's this house package?
It's going good. It's on right now.
Huh?
I guess no. You don't look at our street. Yeah, we're streaming right now on YouTube. And so see, that was 70 years old. That's crazy. How was that?
How was it?
Like, was it?
It was pretty nuts, bro. So wait, who's high? You're high?
I'm very high. Oh,
Joey's high.
Oh yeah, Joey. I think most of the people listening.
Do I seem super high, you think?
No, I thought it was funny when you said like going to do learning.
Oh yeah, but I get just caught up in something like. Sorry. I'm pretty high though. Like if I'm trying to think, like say somebody say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me,
Okay.
and I said, fuck, that didn't make any sense. And I said, fuck, what were we talking about?
Yeah, no, it's sometimes I wonder that, like, if I was sober watching a high person, like, would go high.
Dude, I wonder if you came up to yourself, bro, would you even like who you are? Or would you be like, look at this bitch right here?
That's deeper than I was thinking. Sometimes, I try to think.
What do you think? Would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude, being 100% honest? 100% honest.
No, I don't really move. I hate when I do a movie and have to go watch it. Somebody makes me dread watching this fucking special. You know, dread all that shit. I don't want to see me. I don't want to fucking hear me. I don't want to see my body. I don't want to see my physique.
When is it special?
No, we just shot something in Vegas.
Oh, you did? Oh, was it awesome?
It was what it was. You know, I gotta see it. You know, I just went through the motions. I don't fucking know. It's good. I'm not too high right now.
No, it's good.
That's good. I hope it is. So your dad had he was 70.
Yeah, he was old.
How old was your mom?
32. She was young.
Yeah,
He was throwing it out there, man.
That was his first marriage.
No, he'd been married a couple. He'd been married one time before.
Maybe he's still alive. What we talking about?
No, he'd be old. Sorry. It's all right. Appreciate it, man. He would be almost high. He'd be 106.
I'm sorry. I don't know. You only get 22, so I'm all fucked up. I know you've been around here for 10 years, baby. So I'm better than you.
Yeah, he got old, man. He just, I don't know. And that's what my mom, like, when I think about my mom, like, who, man, like, an old guy, like, that'd be crazy, I feel like.
Was he looking attractive then? Was he like?
Yeah, definitely handsome, but, yeah, I mean, he didn't have any money, you know what I'm saying? Like, who kind of thugs it out with an old dude that many times?
Let me get back to
you know?
How old was your dad when he passed?
86.
So he was around till he was 16. God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
That happened till he was 16.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, it was kind of wild having like an old dad because all the time you spent, it was just like a little bunch of like kind of vignettes of like he'd take me to this bar sometimes with him, bro. And the lady would give me fucking chocolates, right? And then, I mean, one night the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates, and my dad like, no more chocolates for me. You know, I had probably 30, bro. Like, nothing could stop me from eating chocolates, bro. I'd just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them into me. And this lady, my dad said, no. And then the lady took me to the side of the bar a little while later and just gave me fucking like almost like this lady wanted to like poison me or something, you know? So he used to take me to do like weird shit like that. I don't know.
God bless you, bro. Yeah. No. You fucking know. I lost my father when I was 3. I lost my mother when I was 16. So,
that's crazy. Yeah, so you know some of that.
But right now, I have my daughter, I'm 49. Every morning I wake up. I can't lie to you guys. I wake up, I put my feet down, I go, God, thank you for giving me up. I see this little fucking girl. All I want is enough time. Just so I can give her the fucking Natalia in the church. That's all I need. Let her work it out like I worked it out without my mom. That's the best way to fucking do because I feel like I'm gonna die. I could blow my ass. You know, God fucking knows. You get shot by one of these fucking monkeys. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you always, you know, it's amazing that now, like I would say, who the fuck would have a kid at 50? Ellen Johnson had a kid at 52. The movie was looking at the going, why would you have a fucking kid?
Yeah.
That's the most selfish fucking thing in the world. Also, I got my wife up. So now you're looking to live. Like, you're like, wait a second, you know, I want to live for this child.
Right.
But fucking 70 and dead and balls of steel. Brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I got 2 younger sisters and an older brother. So
Same mom and dad.
Same mom and dad, yeah.
Oh shit, you got 2 younger sisters.
Yeah, man, we had a wild. It was pretty wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit. I guess. I mean, I don't know. So I remember like my dad would fucking. He'd let me drop like say as soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old. I remember being 11 years old and my dad being like, "Hey, will you drive?" You know, because he couldn't turn his neck. You know, so like. He's like, hey, will you drive me? And I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking drive you. I'll hit like 5'10". I'm good at little Grossburg when I was 11. I was driving my dad's place. Dude. Like, I remember we dropped him at the post office and he said, go around the block. And I went around the block. And fucking hit like 7 cars. But on this fucking side of my dad had a Cutlass, like a Delta 88, you know, like a just straight up fucking rig rider, bro. And 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. And it's probably about like 30 miles. My dad's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side. So those are the fucking good old days, man.
I feel for you a little bit, like you tell me the stories, you're happy, you miss them and everything. But are these stories weird to tell sometimes? Are they weird to tell?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
it's not the normal American family. Like me, I have the same family.
Right.
So I can see that we both share that same little twitch because as you get older, you'll appreciate those stories. Because nobody fucking had a life like that.
Right.
That when you're 11, you're that like, drive a fucking car.
Yeah.
You know, that's cool.
You were all begging to drive the car.
You're begging to drive the fucking car at that age.
That's a good
It's a small
point.
city.
Right.
You know, cops knew each other. You got pulled over.
It was chill.
30 fucking years in those days.
Yeah.
But just the fact that sometimes when your parents give you a lot of trust, it does something to you. It's good and it's bad.
Right.
You know, like you had an older dad that he saw life for what it was at 17. And I bet now when you tell those stories sometimes, you're like, should I even say this story? Let me tell you something. You have no idea how lucky you are. You have no idea that you had this life because most kids don't even imagine that shit.
Right.
Most kids have to steal a car at 16. You know, there's so many good points growing up. No matter how you grew up, as long as your parents were around,
right.
Just having a life is great. I know it's tough. People get adopted, they get stabbed, they get beat up and shit. You know, I'm very lucky. My parents and Muppets, man. When my mom died, I never the system, you know, I was old enough to make my own decisions. It's so weird. Till today, I realized I didn't do paperwork. My mom died, my friend said, "You want to live with us?" I'm like, yeah.
That was it.
I kept going to high school, like nothing. I just switched my address. And
nobody asked any questions.
Who's your legal guardian? Me. That was my legal fucking guardian. Me.
Those are the fucking days. Yeah, I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the, I don't know, just this ambiance. I think before some of the technology we have now, it just made everything go.
One of the reasons why I wanted to go home with my wife and the baby was because of my paranoia of dying. I wanted to walk my daughter up and down the same streets I walked.
Right.
I parked the car, I walked up, given that terrace, I walked down Union Turnpike. But the best walk we did was in the park where we used to play basketball.
Yeah.
It was open, I took her in the park. And now they replaced the hut. There used to be a hut there. And one of the most racist things I ever heard come out of a person's mouth was in that fucking hut. That me and everybody in the park looked at each other and just kept fucking shaking their heads. There used to be a hut there. The guy's name was Mr. Kevin. His two sons are still alive. Well, the one son's still alive. Nice kid. I always liked Jackie's name. This has to be 1975. We're in this park. We're just playing tag. Whatever the fuck you play when you're 11 or 12. There was a basketball court. But in those days, we weren't allowed to basketball court. The kids were drunk. Unless they picked you, you couldn't fucking chill. You just play whatever. Monkey bars and shit.
Chill.
And that hut was there. It was the summertime. I'll never forget that Mr. Campbell was in that hut. And that was, you know.
He was commenting there?
No, he was sitting there with a fan on him in this little hut. And the window was slide open. And he's sitting there. He's got his glasses on. Mr. Campbell's got to be 40.
Right.
And there's 8 Spanish kids, 20 Italian kids, 6 Irish kids, and 1 fat black girl. With a huge Julius Irving afro. She's a little kid.
Right.
She's got to be tight. She's throwing rocks at the kids. They're all throwing rocks at each other. They're all having a good time. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of the white kids spits at Marlo. And Marlo spits back at the white kid. Mr. Kennel sees this. Now, we're over here. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. He sees this and he slides open the window. And he pops his little and he goes, "Hey, don't let that nigga spit get on you." Right? This is 1975. He goes, "That shit'll go right through you." And he closed the window. And me and the other kids sat there and looked at each other like we had never heard. Like, I heard nigger on a Richard Pryor album.
Yeah.
Like, that was it. Yeah. For him to yell, that was the most great. And Marlo just kept spitting at the white kid like that. Marlo didn't give a fuck.
Damn, man.
That is great. Well, that hut is gone. My point is, the hut and its racism is gone, right?
They had this kid that lived down the street from us named Boogie. And the dad was like a bus driver in that town, and he used to cut our hair, right? And
He's a bus driver that cut it.
yeah, he was a bus driver that cut hair. And here's the crazy part, you think about this. The only haircut he knew how to get was his own cut. I like the style he had, right? And it wasn't even a style, it just looked like shit, right? So all the boys and most of the girls had the same cut in our town. Everybody looked jacked up. But were we talking about black people? Oh, no. The priest yelled that shit.
The first time I was get down there, and how that guy ran the mob now, before that Kennedy assassination came out of the moment. It was also very interesting to me that I saw a movie called Richard Gere and Kim Basinger.
Fatal Attraction?
Yeah. Fatal fucking Attraction. That's a chick that shows a pussy.
Oh, that's good. I know it is Sharon Stone.
Right. This is
Sigourney Weaver showing her pussy. Would you book her not?
Fuck yeah, with that overall action. I love that sexy.
No Mercy?
No Mercy was a movie that came out in 1987 about 86 about white motherfuckers killing each other in New Orleans, and the guy that was her boyfriend bought her. That happened in New Orleans. He bought her from her mama.
Right.
We raised and they pulled a booty out and fucked her. She was beautiful. Kim Basinger. Imagine buying Kim Basinger when she's like 13.
Cheaper then.
And just feed her steaks and fucking fatten her up. When she's 18, you give her a stab and get married. You don't know no different. You hide her from the world. What time is it? I have no fucking idea. It's been 1982 for days. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask.
Do you think we all come from incest? Really, when you really think about it? Like,
no, we have to. Fucking islands.
You have to probably have.
There's incest. I know for a fact that my grandmother and my grandfather like third cousins or something like that. So there's got to be undercarded from bloodstream. You know what I'm saying? Something I know something happened. My uncle told me for the first time.
He said something right?
No, he told me because you know that your great grandmother and your great grandfather were like third fucking cousins or something. That's why the maiden name is kind of weird. It's Valdez Malvarez or some shit. They just dropped the Malvarez or some shit. So it's an island. You come from a fucking island. There's got to be incest somewhere along the line.
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, bro. Ever. Think about that, though, dude. Say if every cousin.
I want to fuck too. I don't want to I don't bullshit nobody.
I thought you just said we couldn't talk about it.
When I was a kid, I had sex with like Puerto Rican cousins.
That's crazy.
When your families grew up together, and you're not really blood, and then when you guys are cousins, some families inherit you. You guys should look up. Be a nice wedding. I had sex with a little girl. She wasn't a little girl. She had hair right there.
Wow.
First, Evie was her name. She was older than me by a year. I used to sleep over. One day she was looking at it, and I looked at it and I was fucking dying. They had hair on it, and I sniffed it.
Dang, you got down there, right? Young fella.
No, I didn't eat it. I just sniffed it, I think, and I fucking ran away.
Yeah, that first smell is pretty strong. The real,
I don't know. We gotta talk about smells. What's
I don't know. My bad. Is it Monday?
Thursday. What is it?
It's Thursday.
Lisa has to go back to his house, stoned.
Hope to God my mom's asleep.
Why?
Because look how high I am.
Because you
You'll probably be fine, man.
You should bring her half and try to tell her how it's done.
Yeah, why don't you do some Krav Maga? You're fucking wicked.
You're gonna argue with her anyway.
Yeah.
No, she knows.
Bring home a half a bone like that savage right in the middle.
Yeah.
No, as I was leaving, she looked over to freeze the food because she put on me a whole bunch of food.
Wow.
And I was like, hey, you know what? Everything we had tonight, just leave it out because I'm gonna want to eat that when I get home. And she's like, the whole breast is again, the whole breast.
Man. I'm trying to think what I was gonna say, man. What were we talking about?
What made you jump on the fucking stage? What made you jump on the stage the first time?
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. I just thought, making people laugh is just the funniest. That was the best thing. Like, if people weren't laughing, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? We're just doing all this other shit, and then we wait for it, and rarely somebody says something funny and we laugh. Like, why don't we do a little bit of the inverse, you know? Like, we do all this other shit. The best part is when somebody's laughing.
Was your dad funny?
He was pretty funny, man.
Where was he from?
He was from Nicaragua.
No wonder.
I'm
He
from
was
Nicaragua.
Spanish. Oh, Jesus Christ. No wonder he was slinging dicks at 70. He should have made, when I thought he was a white dude, I was like, okay, this is crazy. I thought he was like somebody from, like one of those guys in the South.
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a fuck when you marry too.
A lot of reptile, a little bit.
Now you listen to Filipinos, those Spanish dudes, they got sperm eggs and that after they're fucking 90. I swear to God.
They'll start a kid like a magician.
Yeah, those fucking old bishops, those fucking Filipinos. Janice, my daughter's godmother, her father had a kid at 74.
Yeah.
Why do you just pull out?
Bro, they
40-year-old, 70 fucking.
Dude, they could do semen into a pond and it would start up at some point, man. They are so.
But then I watched that movie with Alan Baldwin, the young chick.
Yeah.
And he was a fertility clinic with a bunch of other fucking dudes. Like 50 or 8 and 20-year-old.
What is that?
It's complicated.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I remember. Oh, Puerto Rican, you were talking. They used to say that's when you guys. Oh, I was talking about the first Mexican kid we had in our town, right? So we had class with the hamsters, right? Going back to that, right? That man, Mr. Blackwell's class. We had the hamsters.
Did they keep the hamsters after Superman?
No, that was just me. It was that same time, right? That way we get a different pet. We used to play this game where somebody would lay down and you would put a snake on their back or a fake snake on their back, right? And you would play guess if I have a snake on my back or not, right? And people would literally bet if they did or when they were going to guess. And then sometimes we put this game where because they had this one rabbit in there that was always falling asleep. It was like almost, like whatever rabbit narcolepsy kind of is. It just drifts off. Because it's a rabbit, they're not doing much, And you would set a rabbit on a pile of money. You try to pull the dollars out from under it, and without waking them up. That was like the biggest thing we used to do in class before class. But the thing that happened was this Mexican kid moved in, Nick, right? And the first thing he ever said in class, the man was in science. They also taught you sex ed, right? So like the first day this kid Nick was in there, it was during the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes. He goes, what does pop that cherry mean? That's what he said. Yeah, so my teacher, like, as soon as he's going to be like, what does pop that cherry mean? And then he ended up banging some girl, like, in 6th grade, right? And she broke his heart, and he started, like, rap music, and he wore this t-shirt that said Nick the Rapper that he wrote on it with a marker, right? But he only put one P in it, and it said Nick the Raper on it, the fucking shirt that he wore. And they fucking expelled him.
That's racist.
I guess he was Mexican. But see, Mexican didn't play a part of it. He was a bad speller, and he fucking was asking stupid questions. What does that cherry mean?
That cherry.
I'm not saying you don't hear that anymore, dude.
Never hear that shit. I bet on cherries that pop. Yeah. You can tell if you look and watch how she moves.
I never popped anyone's cherry.
You didn't?
No.
You're still out there, though. Are you married?
No, I almost.
Nah, you're not, bro. You'll get a little bit of fucking trim that's from there. Never been anywhere.
I don't know. That's a little pressure.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching this gal's vagina after the dance. And we all were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came out, right, and heard it, and kept smelling my buddy's fingers, then always standing up on the fire. For probably like 40 minutes. Is that fucking nuts?
What would that be?
Yeah.
Oh, you rubbing your pants? Oh, your nails.
Gnarly, right? And then the same night, bro, I was sleeping in this guy's room, and he had a bunch of pets stacked bed, right? And all night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro. And I can't sleep, right? And so I'm just thankful for this one thing. This dog keeps barking, man. I'm so high. That there's this dog. I'm just thankful that this dog outside the window keeps barking. I'm like, because I'm awake, I can't sleep, right? All the other poor kids in his bed are asleep. And you can just hear these pets moving in their cages. You He had a big ceiling fan in the middle of the room that was spinning, right? So it was like whirling all these pets, right? And even though we can sleep is keeping them awake, because you got to think, a ceiling fan for a pet, that's got to be like, you know, a fucking tornado going off constantly, right? We don't think about that, you know? So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, this dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside. And then you hear boop, 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 boop. My buddy's dad walked out there, killed the dog, right? Outside the fucking window. Boom! Went back to sleep, dude. Same dude that hours earlier had been smelling a young man's hand, man. Same man. And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how could at one moment a guy be so gentle?
That is a
And then, yeah, and then 7 hours later be blowing up freaking. You know, because it was barking, you know? You have an animal in the woods, bro, it's gonna bark, you know, the woods is out there, you know, he probably hears everything. They said they can hear everything. Imagine hearing 6 times something. You'd fucking be angry, you know, your neighbor, you know, 4 houses over. I don't know, man, I'm hot, bro.
If you talk about incest, they gotta talk about killing dogs. They gotta bring me down.
Sorry, they didn't bring you down.
Put that down.
Fuck on, dog, I'm sorry.
Cicely told me his girlfriend don't do laundry.
Oh, damn.
Depressed.
How you gonna do the laundry done, dude?
You don't live with me. Why don't you do my laundry? I do my laundry. I don't pay the thing.
Bro, if you're really in love with it, you should fucking leave a load over there. When you go back 2 days later, see if it's clean.
Her mom would
That's
do
what
it.
it's love.
No, but the thing is, she's doing it to her mom. Her mom would do it.
Wow.
Her mom has offered.
Bring it over. Told me on this smart child.
Is her mom married to a brother or not?
Have you ever had
No.
fun?
She's mentioned
Have you ever had
Who's
fun?
on?
The other way.
it starts with my daughter. No, that's incredible. Why would you want to start?
Fucking tremendous.
It's like an adult.
Soft.
Yeah. Shit. Makes you feel like you have a checkbook, you know? It makes you fucking feel good. That's what I miss, bro.
Look at fucking Lee. You gotta go into the house now. How you gonna act?
Nick the Raper.
Nick the rapper and shit. So what was the first place you got on stage?
This place called Brown, and down in Louisiana, there's a bar down there. And then I went to this thing called Semester of Soup, which is like a university, like a floating school that goes, like, you literally circumnavigate the globe. And I was in college, and they had an open mic on there, and they had a senior passenger on our cruise ship that had died, right? So they was keeping him in the freezer, right? So I just made some jokes about, you know, like different, like, you know, cold cuts and shit. And like, this sandwich tastes like berry, you know, and just vague shit like that. And kids were kind of laughing. So then I got up, they had like an open mic thing on there. I got up on there. It was fun, you know. Joking
For a
about
nice looking kid, you're a dark dude. I like that about you on stage, or you take people in a weird direction. And I look at you like, well, this fucking kid, you know, I trust him with my fucking animals.
Thanks, man. Well,
Not
not that
you
one
shoot
now.
fucking dogs and you fucking
Well, a couple of brothers beat that animal up. I never did that. Superman. I never did that. That was it. You know, to be honest, a couple of brothers.
I killed a fucking rat a couple of times.
I actually got a red deer once with a fucking lawnmower. We're really gonna share stories. I swear to God, man, it was a big bush hog. And I used to work on this farm in the summer times, right? And this man let me cut the grass with a huge bush hog. So one day I'm just cutting and I'm backed around and turning around and a fucking deer, man, ran over a deer with me. Actually, damn, it's just dark.
The deer jumped out of my car once.
There you go. You killed it.
No, we're gonna
You
win.
probably killed it.
No.
You hit it.
Yeah, but I was going 20.
Damn, dude.
I was going 20 miles an hour.
You hit it at 20 miles an hour. Talking how fast that is.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I had a dog with a shirt.
Oh no.
10 years ago.